Chapter 801. On the White Emperor planet, above the G family, Prince Qi came to denounce them. A huge altar smashed down, shaking the earth and mountains. He was dressed elegantly with a jade hairpin holding his hair in place. His handsome face was as calm as water. Although he was denouncing them, no one could see any anger on his face. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, the well-deserved king of Spirit Void, had charged into the Ji family alone, shocking the entire White Emperor City. It's Prince Qi. The citizens of White Emperor City were shocked when they saw the figure in the sky. The conflict between the Ji family and Prince Qi had long been a secret that everyone knew. A mountain could not contain two tigers, and a king would not meet another king. This was a fact that everyone understood. Who would have thought that Prince Qi would appear here today and directly confront the Ji family? The handsome figure walking down from the sky was not tall, but he was like a sharp sword that could reach the sky. No one dared to be careless. An old man walked out from the Ji family. He looked at the figure descending from the sky and said, "Your Highness Prince Qi, you are a guest of the Ji family. There is no need to be so courteous." Lin Yuzhen sneered and said, "Ji Chongfeng, I don't have the time to keep you in suspense. I am here to seek justice for the high priest of my dynasty." Upon hearing this, the old man called Ji Chongfeng frowned and asked, "High priest of Beiki, what does Prince Qi mean?" "The day before yesterday, the high priest of my dynasty was assassinated. The blood of your Ji family was left on the altar. Ji Chongfeng, tell me, shouldn't your Ji family give me an explanation?" Lin Yuzhen said indifferently. Ji Chongfeng's eyes narrowed and said, "Your Highness Prince Qi, aren't you going too far by concluding that it was the Ji family's doing just based on a few drops of blood? Going too far? I don't have the guts." However, the place where the high priest was assassinated had the Ji family's blood. This is an indisputable fact. "Today, I must seek justice," Lin Yuzhen said coldly as he closed the folding fan in his hand. "The dignified Prince Qi can't distinguish between right and wrong. Do you really think the Ji family is easy to bully?" As he spoke, another old figure walked out from the Ji family. His aura was so majestic that no one dared to approach him. The Ji family's Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Chong Kong have both moved out. Looks like this king can't hide anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, the folding fan in Lin Yuzhen's hand disappeared. Amidst the flowing light, a sword with red clouds revolving around it appeared. The sword hadn't been unsheathed yet, but its might had already spread in all directions. Phoenix Cry Sword. Looking at the sword in the former's hand, Ji Chongkong and Ji Chongfeng's expressions froze. The divine weapon of the Beiki Empire. Is Prince Qi serious about this? Elders, have you decided? Are you going to hand over the high priest's murderer, or do you want me to personally find him? Asked Lin Yuzhen. This matter wasn't done by my Ji clan. Moreover, the Ji clan isn't a place where you can barge into as you wish. Ji Chongkong coldly said. Is that so? Then I'll be offending you. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen moved. In a flash of light, she flew towards the Ji clan's sacred hall behind them. Ji Chongkong and Ji Chongfeng's expressions sank. Their silhouettes flashed, blocking the front. Their palms converged and struck towards the former. Lin Yuzhen sneered. She held the sheathed Phoenix Cry sword horizontally, directly blocking their joint attack. However, an earth-shattering tremor was heard. In front of the Ji clan's sacred hall, countless formation runes were awakened. In the terrifying aftermath, thousands of formation runes collapsed. Immediately, new formation runes appeared, blocking the frightening airflow. Ji Chongkong and Ji Chongkong, the two grand elders of the Ji clan, were pushed back a few feet. The blood in their bodies surged. Even with their joint attack, they were still at a disadvantage. In front of them, Lin Yuzhen stood coldly without saying a word. Her silhouette moved again, arriving in front of the two in an instant. She struck out with a mighty palm. At this critical moment, a greenish-white silhouette flew out from the Ji clan's sacred hall and blocked the two of them. She also struck out a palm to meet Prince Chi's palm. With a loud bang, the ground between the two of them cracked. Even with the protection of the formation, it couldn't dissolve this frightening power. Ji Yuechu, are you finally willing to show yourself? Looking at the Ji clan's sacred master, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. Your Highness Prince Chi, why are you so unreasonable? You should know that this matter wasn't done by the Ji clan, Ji Yuechu said. I don't know whether it was done by the Ji clan or not. I only know that the Ji clan is definitely involved in the death of the High Priest, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. A light flashed across Ji Yuechu's eyes. After a while, he said, Your Highness is not unreasonable. Why don't we enter the sacred hall and discuss how to solve this matter? Sure. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen nodded. With a wave of her hand, she kept the Phoenix Cry sword in her hand and walked toward the Ji clan's sacred hall. Sacred Master. Ji Chongkong went up and said anxiously, The death of the High Priest of Beiki has nothing to do with the Ji clan. Why are you giving in to this person? Who says it has nothing to do with us? Ji Yuechu said calmly, Didn't you see the bloodstains of the Ji clan on the altar that Prince Chi threw down? But, Ji Chongkong said anxiously, There are no buts. Ji Yuechu raised his hand to stop the former from continuing and said, Regardless of whether it was done by the Ji clan or not, with the bloodstains, the Ji clan is definitely involved. Let's enter the sacred hall and entertain our guests. With that, Ji Yuechu did not say anything else and walked toward the sacred hall. What do you mean, sacred master? Ji Chongkong was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Ji Chongfeng shook his head and said, however, since someone dared to frame the Ji clan cannot sit by and do nothing. Let's go in first. That Prince Chi is not an unreasonable person. Otherwise, even if the sacred master intervened just now, it would be difficult for us to keep our lives. Hearing this, Ji Chongkong glanced at the handsome figure in front of him with a fearful expression. This Prince Chi was truly more frightening than he had imagined. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he really wouldn't have believed that a person who hadn't cultivated for as long as they did would actually possess such terrifying strength. The Ji clan's sacred hall was a majestic building. The decorations in the hall were classical and exquisite, neither flashy nor shabby. Yuqing, serve the guests tea. Ji Yuechu looked at his daughter and said, Yes. Ji Yuqing responded softly and took the tea from the maid. She then personally served it to Prince Chi and bowed, saying, Your Highness, please have some tea. Lin Yuzhen took the tea and looked at the unusually beautiful girl in front of him. He smiled and said, After not seeing you for 100 years, the growth of the Ji clan's daughter has really made me look at you in a new light. Your Highness is too kind. Yuqing does not deserve such praise. Ji Yuqing bowed again and retreated to the side. Prince Chi, I am deeply sorry about the matter of your high priest. However, this matter was indeed not done by the Ji clan. I hope that your Highness will investigate this matter, Ji Yuechu said seriously. How do you explain the bloodstains on the altar, Sacred Master? Lin Yuzhen took a sip of tea and asked. Someone framed us, Ji Yuechu said with certainty. Framing the Ji clan? I really can't think of anyone who would have the guts to do so, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. There are countless experts in the White Emperor Star or even in the entire Spirit Void Star. There are also many forces that are dissatisfied with the Ji clan and the Beiki Empire. It is not strange for someone to deliberately sow discord, Ji Yuechu said seriously. What do you plan to do, Sacred Master? Lin Yuzhen asked calmly. Beat them at their own game and lure them out. Ji Yuechu tapped the table beside him with his finger, and an invisible barrier sealed the space between the two of them. Why should I believe you, Sacred Master? Lin Yuzhen put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Ji Yuechu narrowed his eyes and said, Because of my name, Ji Yuechu. Lin Yuzhen smiled and said, If that is the case, I will not be courteous. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen stood up and his terrifying cultivation erupted. Amidst the raging wind, the cry of a phoenix appeared. In an instant, lightning fell from the sky. His sword pierced the ground, and the brilliance pierced through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire White Emperor city was shaken. Countless people looked at the Ji clan's holy palace in shock. Did Prince Qi and the Ji clan really start fighting? In the Ji clan's holy palace, Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed in the dazzling brilliance. His sword was like lightning as it swept towards the Ji clan's sacred master. Ji Yuechu focused and used his vital energy to block the Phoenix Cry sword. With a loud rumble, the aftershock roared to the sky. Neither of them retreated half a step. The sword in their hands pressed forward, not showing any mercy. This shocking battle shook everyone's hearts. Ji Yuqing and the 2 grand elders retreated from the holy palace. No one dared to take half a step forward. Not far away, Ruoshi walked over and looked at the holy palace. Yuqing, what's wrong? Ji Yuqing shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Prince Qi and father were having a good discussion. I don't know why they suddenly started fighting. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen? Ruoshi looked at the holy palace with a strange light in her eyes. This Prince Qi was really bold. He dared to fight in the Ji clan alone. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded in the holy palace. Ji Yuechu's figure crashed into a stone pillar, and he vomited vermilion blood. In the next moment, Lin Yuzhen walked out. His vital energy was surging, and his strength was shocking. The Phoenix Cry sword that had returned to its scabbard was still emitting phoenix cries. A terrifying pressure overflowed, and the surrounding space was constantly shattered. Father! Seeing the former walking out, Ji Yuqing's expression changed. She hurriedly rushed into the holy palace. When she saw the injured figure under the stone pillar, her pupils shrank. Ji Changfeng and Ji Changkong exchanged a glance. They also saw the shock in each other's eyes. Their holy lord was actually defeated. This was something they never thought would happen. Ji Yuechu, this is just a warning. If you don't hand over the murderer of our high priest in 10 days, don't blame this prince for being ruthless. Outside the holy palace, Lin Yuzhen coldly warned and immediately walked out of the Ji clan. The moment they passed, Ruoshi's body stiffened. She was intimidated by the former's powerful aura and couldn't move. Sensing the familiar aura of the woman beside her, Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed with surprise. However, she didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Men, stop her! Ji Changkong shouted in front of the holy palace. Let her go. You're not her opponent. Ji Yuechu's weak voice sounded from the holy palace. Ji Changkong's body trembled. He unwillingly waved his hand and dismissed the guards blocking the way. Lin Yuzhen sneered. She didn't say anything and walked away. At the same time, outside White Emperor City, 4 figures walked over. Among the 4, there was a young girl pushing a wheelchair. She looked left and right curiously along the way. Chapter 802. In White Emperor City, Qing Ning's group arrived. Yin pushed the wheelchair and looked at the bustling street. Sister Murong, help me push the wheelchair for a while. After saying that, Yin left the person in the wheelchair and ran to the side to buy things happily. Seeing this, Qing Ning slowed down with a headache. This girl, she was so heartless, just like her master when she first entered the palace. Murong stepped forward to push the wheelchair and looked at the woman beside her. Miss Qing, it's been so many years. Is that Miss Ruoshi still here? She should still be here. Qing Ning nodded. At that time, Ruoshi sent a letter saying that she and Wu Lei were guests at the Ji family. Later, they didn't go back. Maybe they were delayed by something. How do we find her? Go directly to the Ji family? Murong whispered. Qing Ning shook her head. One must be vigilant. Ning Chen's identity can't be known by others. I can go to the Ji family alone. Murong thought for a while and nodded. The two continued to move forward. In front, Yin was running around, buying many things along the way. Her hands and mouth were full. I heard that young Master Ning is a cold and heartless person. I didn't expect his disciple to be like a child. Murong pushed the wheelchair and said with a calm expression. In-er's personality is very similar to Ning Chen's when he was young. It's just that he's experienced too many things later on. That's why he's become so unreasonable. In reality, he's the one who hates fighting the most in this world. Qing Ning's gaze was gentle as she replied. Sister Qing Ning, where are we staying tonight? Are we going to the Ji family? In-er was a little tired from playing, so she ran back and asked. You and Murong find an inn to rest temporarily. I'll go to the Ji family to find your sister Ruoshi. Qing Ning said softly. I want to go too. In-er muttered softly. Be good. You still have to protect your master. This time, you can't lose your master. Qing Ning exhorted. In-er pouted and reluctantly agreed. In front of an inn, the four people walked over. Qing Ning quickly arranged things here and left. On the second floor of the inn, In-er was lying in front of the window, looking outside in boredom. She wanted to go out and play, but she didn't dare to. Murong sat by the bed and wiped the dust off the man's face. She looked at the maidservant beside her and said softly, In-er, if you want to go out, then go out. I'll watch over here. No. In-er mumbled before continuing, Big Sister Mu, you don't have any cultivation right now. If there are bad guys, you won't be able to handle them. Don't worry, this is the Ji family's territory. No one will cause trouble here. Murong smiled. In-er was a little tempted, but after a moment she shook her head and said, I think I'd better not go. I'll wait for Sister Qing Ning to come back before going out. Murong smiled and didn't say anything else. Inside the Ji family's main sect, numerous majestic halls stood in great numbers. After experiencing a terrifying battle just now, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The Ji clan's sacred leader had been injured. This was a major event that shocked the entire Ji clan. All the important figures of the Ji clan returned to discuss how to deal with Prince Qi. Lin Yuzhen's strength had exceeded the Ji clan's expectations. The Ji clan's sacred leader had already reached the peak of the true realm, but he had still been defeated by her. This was a result that no one had expected. Sacred leader, how is your body? Why don't you rest for a few days? Let us handle the Ji clan's matters for now. In the Ji clan's sacred hall, an old man sitting below the main seat spoke up. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. I'm fine. Ji Yuechu replied tiredly from the main seat. After sitting down, the Ji clan's Grand Elders looked at the sacred leader's expression. They all had different thoughts. They could see that the sacred leader's injuries were not light. It would be very difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. At the same time, Qing Ning walked over to the Ji clan's disciples guarding the entrance. Miss, please wait a moment. Seeing that the newcomer had an extraordinary aura, the Ji clan's disciples didn't dare to be negligent. They nodded and walked into the Ji clan. Not long after, a well-dressed maid walked over and respectfully bowed. Miss Qing, my young miss invites you. Qing Ning nodded and stepped forward to follow. On the east side of the Ji clan's sacred hall, in a quiet side hall, a woman was waiting quietly. Her face was flawless and her temperament was extraordinary. She was the pride of the heavens. Young miss, the person has arrived. The maid came forward and bowed. And you can leave first, Ji Yuqing said. The maid accepted the order and turned to leave. Miss, are you the Miss Qing Ning that Ruoshi spoke of? Ji Yuqing looked at the green-clothed woman in front of her with a strange light in her eyes. Qing Ning greets you. Sorry to disturb young Mississippi. Qing Ning stepped forward and politely bowed. Miss Qing, there's no need to be so polite. Ruoshi will be here soon. Let's go inside and wait. Ji Yuqing smiled. Qing Ning nodded and stepped forward to follow. Inside the Rain Pavilion Hall, two maids came forward to serve tea and immediately turned to leave. Why is only Miss Qing Ning here? Didn't young Master Ning come? Ji Yuqing was puzzled. Something came up, so I came alone to pick up the girl. Ruoshi has been here for a long time, it's time to go back. Qing Ning responded. As soon as her voice fell, a beautiful figure quickly walked in from outside the hall. After seeing the woman in the hall, her face showed excitement and shouted, "Sister Qing Ning!" Qing Ning's gaze shifted to the approaching figure and smiled. "Ruo Shi, you've been out for so long, have you forgotten all about us? Don't you know how to go home?" Ruo Shi heard this and embarrassedly replied, "Sister Qing Ning, don't laugh at me. Wu Lei's cultivation has reached a critical point and has been in seclusion for a long time. I've been waiting for her here, so I haven't gone back." Qing Ning showed a strange expression. "That girl is about to break through again? That's really fast. I remember she's not much older than Yi, but she's much more capable than Yi." Ruo Shi covered her mouth and smiled. "Yi has been following young master since she started cultivating. She's like a little ancestor who can control her." Speaking up to hear, Ruo Shi looked around and asked, "Where's young master? Why didn't he come?" "Ning Chern has some matters to attend to, so he didn't come. I'm here today to pick you up," Qing Ning said softly. Ruo Shi showed a difficult expression and said, "Then what about Wu Lei?" "I'll come back to pick her up in a few days," Qing Ning said. Ruo Shi thought for a moment and nodded gently. She then bowed to Ji Yuqing, who was sitting at the side, and said, "Yuqing, thank you for your hospitality these days. Since Qing Ning has come to pick me up, I'll go back first." "Okay." Ji Yuqing nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, Wu Lei will be fine here. Please help me tell your young master that Yuqing thanks him for taking care of her on the ancient road. If he has time, he's welcome to visit our Ji family." "I'll pass on the message," Ruo Shi whispered. "Miss Ji, it's getting late. Ruo Shi and I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Qing Ning got up and said goodbye. Then, she walked out of the hall with the woman beside her. Not long after the two left, a middle-aged man in blue and white clothes appeared in the hall. Looking at the two leaving, he said, "That Ning Chen didn't come? Father." Ji Yuqing got up and bowed. Shaking her head, she said, "No, this Miss Qing is young Master Ning's elder sister. This time, she came in person. It should be that young Master Ning has something to do. What a pity. I originally wanted to see what kind of heavenly genius Mo Gate's ninth son is," Ji Yuechu said regretfully. "Father, is that really what you think?" Ji Yuqing looked over and asked seriously. What do you think Father is thinking?" Ji Yuechu smiled. "Young Master Ning has slaughtered many star fields venerables in the ancient battlefield. Not to mention other star fields, even our Ji family's spirit void star field has countless people who want to take his life. If we can capture young Master Ning and hand him over to them, regardless of life or death, I think it will be a good opportunity for our Ji family to gain favor and prestige," Ji Yuqing said seriously. "My daughter has really grown up. You know how to analyze the pros and cons. However, are these words in your heart, or are you using them to test me?" Ji Yuechu's smile didn't change. "What does Father think?" Ji Yuqing calmly said. Ji Yuechu chuckled and said, "No matter what, I'm gratified that you can think of this. Alright, you don't have to be so worried. Since you are indebted to the ninth son of Mo Gate, I won't easily make things difficult for him. Of course, the premise is that he can't do anything that will harm our Ji family's interest." Ji Yuqing didn't say anything after hearing that. She bowed and said, "Yuqing thanks Father." Ji Yuechu nodded and looked out of the hall. A strange look flashed across his face. Is it a coincidence that the elder sister of Mo Gate's ninth son is here at this time? The high priest of Beiki is quite powerful. Unless it's a true realm expert, no one has the confidence to take his life. If one only considers strength, Mo Gate's ninth son is also a suspect. At the same time, in Fengming City, a woman in armor walked into the palace and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, Miss Ruo Shi, whom you asked the spies to keep an eye on, just left the Ji family not long ago." In the palace, Lin Yuzhen turned around and asked with a strange look, "Is it just her alone?" "No, there's a woman in green beside her. Her cultivation is around the true realm. the woman replied. No one else? Lin Yuzhen asked with a serious look. No, the woman said respectfully. I understand. You may leave first. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand. Yes. The woman got up and left. Your Highness, what's wrong? Concubine Yun stepped forward and asked. The 9th son of Mo Gate is here, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. How did your Highness know? Concubine Yun was startled and puzzled. The Phoenix Guards didn't report this matter just now. Intuition, Lin Yuzhen said lightly. A woman's straightforwardness has always been accurate. This time was no exception. Let's go, follow this king to White Emperor City, and meet our brother Ning. After that, Lin Yuzhen stepped out of the palace and walked out of King City. Concubine Yun came back to her senses and immediately followed. Her eyes were still filled with suspicion. She couldn't understand why Her Highness wanted to go in person just because of intuition. Chapter 803. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Outside White Emperor City, the two walked for 1,000 miles before stopping. Sister Qing Ning, did young master really not come? Ruo, she asked doubtfully. He came. Qing Ning said. Ruo, she was startled. Where? White Emperor City. Qing Ning turned around and looked at the glorious city in the distance. Something happened to Ning Chen. He's been in a coma for 10 years. Ruoxi's body shook, her face full of disbelief. I was worried that someone would follow us, so I took you away from White Emperor City first. Let's go back now. How did something happen to young master? Ruoxi asked worriedly. He was injured when saving Ghost Woman. Qing Ning replied. Ning Chen's body was destroyed in the heavenly punishment. After Ghost Woman woke up, she used the immortal peach tree to reconstruct his essence. In the past 10 years, I used my own blood to help him recover his body, but for some reason, he hasn't woken up. Ruoxi was shocked. What about Ghost Woman? Did she come too? No, do you remember the immortal corpse that Ning Chen mentioned that looked exactly like Ghost Woman? After she reconstructed Ning Chen's essence, they left together. Qing Ning replied. Ruoxi frowned. She left? Is Ghost Woman really resurrected? With her temperament, how could she leave without waiting for young master to wake up? Qing Ning sighed softly. The matter of coming back from the dead is unimaginable. I can't be sure. The only thing I can be sure of is that Ghost Woman is different from before. I can't see any emotion in her eyes. Even her consciousness doesn't seem to have returned. Did she fail? Ruoxi narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to wake Ning Chen up as soon as possible. Qing Ning said worriedly. Has young master shown any signs of waking up in the past 10 years? Ruoxi was puzzled. It's a long story. Let's talk about it on the way. Qing Ning said, and her figure flashed back the way they came. Ruoxi nodded and followed with light footstep. White Emperor City. After night fell, the entire ancient city quieted down. On the second floor of the inn, Qing Ning and Ruoxi knocked on the door and immediately pushed it open. When he saw the two of them, the wariness on Murong's face finally disappeared and he secretly sighed in relief. In the room, beside the table, Yin who had been waiting, was so sleepy that her eyes were fighting to stay open. When she heard the noise, she looked at the two of them in a daze. Then, she quivered and came back to her senses. Sister Qing Ning, you're finally back. Yin jumped up happily. Qing Ning stretched out her hand to knock on the maid's head and said softly, Keep your voice down. Do you want to wake up everyone in the inn? When Yin heard this, she covered her mouth and giggled, not daring to speak loudly. On the other side, Ruoxi worriedly walked to the bed and reached out to check the pulse of the person on the bed. After a long time, the look in her eyes became more and more intense. The love goo was indeed awakened by Miss Murong's primordial Yin. However, young master's pulse didn't show any abnormalities. Logically speaking, he should have woken up a long time ago. A few days ago, when Murong was in danger, Ning Chen helped her. However, when we rushed over, we found that he still hadn't woken up. Qing Ning said. The love goo does have the ability to stimulate its host. Because Murong's primordial yin saved it, when Murong is in danger, the love goo will produce a kind of poison. It allows young master to feel Murong's danger and help her. Ruoshi explained. Next to her, Yin was in a daze. She shook her little head vigorously and muttered, I don't understand. Then how can master wake up? Simple. While speaking, the door was pushed open with a creak. A handsome figure walked in and looked at the four people. He smiled and said, Let Miss Murong experience another life and death crisis. Seeing the person who came, Ruoshi trembled and said in shock, Prince Qi. Feeling the powerful aura of the former, Yin also became nervous and subconsciously stood in front of the bed to protect her master. There's no need to be nervous. This prince is friends with young Master Ning behind you. This time, I only came to repay a favor from back then. Lin Yuzhen said. Yin looked at the person next to her suspiciously. How come she didn't know that her master knew this Prince Qi? Yin move aside. If he wanted to harm your master, he wouldn't have waited until now. Qing Ning calmly said. The people around Mo Gate's ninth son really aren't ordinary. Lin Yuzhen chuckled and stepped forward. She stretched out her hand and probed the meridians of the man on the bed. A vast amount of true qi poured into his body. Yin nervously watched, afraid that this person would harm her master. How strange! Sensing that the true qi in Ning Chen's body had disappeared, Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed with surprise. She withdrew her hand and said, His body can actually contain so much energy. Is there a way? Qing Ning asked. His aura is different from the first time this prince saw him. Can you tell me why? Lin Yuzhen asked seriously. His body has been reconstructed, so his aura has changed. Qing Ning truthfully said. His body has been reconstructed. Lin Yuzhen frowned and asked, What is the foundation? The core of a divine tree, Qing Ning calmly said. Lin Yuzhen was silent. After a moment, she said, Perhaps I know why he can devour so much energy. The divine tree you speak of shouldn't be an ordinary divine object. Young Master Ning's body was reconstructed using this divine tree as the foundation, so the amount of true qi needed to restore it to its original state must be extremely terrifying. Lin Yuzhen paused for a moment and looked at the four of them. She sternly said, This prince has two suggestions. Which one you choose will depend on you. First, let him maintain his current state. As long as we can find enough heavenly treasures, once his body completely recovers, he should be able to wake up. Second, according to this prince's previous suggestion, let Miss Murong once again fall into a life and death crisis. Perhaps it can stimulate young Master Ning to wake up earlier. I can go buy heavenly treasures. How much do you need? Yin asked while holding her little pouch. You will have to ask Miss Qing about this. How much true qi will be needed to restore young Master Ning's body to its original state? Lin Yuzhen earnestly asked. Qing Ning fell silent. She couldn't answer this question. The undying peach tree needed 9,000 years to bloom and bear fruit. Ning Chen's physical body was reforged using it as a foundation. Even if it didn't take that many years, the amount of energy required was still terrifying beyond imagination. It seems like the first method isn't feasible. Lin Yuzhen calmly said, Then, we can only choose the second method. Let young Master Ning wake up first, then deal with his body's problem. No. Qing Ning gently shook her head and said, I know Ning Chen's character. If something happens to Murong because of saving him, even if he wakes up, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Qing Ning, let me do it. My body can't hold on for much longer. If I can save him, it will be worth it, Murong softly said. Absolutely not. Qing Ning rejected her once again without the slightest hesitation. I also want to save him, but I can't sacrifice you. This isn't a matter of whether it's worth it or not. You don't have to say it again. Lin Yuzhen calmly looked on from the side and didn't say anything. It was rumored that Mo Gates' ninth disciple was a cold-blooded, murderous demon. Who would have thought that he and the people beside him were the world's most reasonable people? Both methods were rejected, and the atmosphere became tense. Murong sighed softly, her heart filled with complex emotions. She rejoiced that she had met Ningchen, Qing Ning, and the others before the end of her life. She had felt the true warmth of humanity, but she also felt somewhat helpless. She wanted to save him, but they wouldn't agree. Actually, when I said that we should put young Lady Murong in danger, we don't need to sacrifice you. As long as we can save him in time, young Lady Murong's safety shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yuzhen said. Murong looked over at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Yuzhen put away her fan and flickered. She raised her hand and pointed it at the woman's chest. Her killing intent was bone-chilling. An inch away, Lin Yuzhen stopped and looked at the man on the bed. She sighed. As expected, it won't work. It seems we need to put young Lady Murong in true danger. After saying that, Lin Yuzhen looked at the woman beside her and said, Young Lady Qing, in 10 days, I will go to the Ji family to cause a ruckus. At that time, I can bring young Lady Murong with me. Perhaps that will stimulate young Master Ning to wake up. Of course, don't worry, I will always be on the lookout. I won't let anything happen to young Lady Murong. Qing Ning, let me go. Without waiting for the woman beside him to refuse, Murong's expression turned serious as he resolutely said, With Prince Qi here, nothing will happen to me. Furthermore, I've already given my everything to him. I don't want to die without saying a single word to him. Qing Ning stiffened. A moment later, she sighed and said tiredly, You can make your own decision. Murong looked at the cross-dressing woman in front of her and earnestly said, Your Highness Prince Qi, I'll have to trouble you this time. Don't worry, I will do my best to ensure young lady's safety. Lin Yuzhen softly replied, then continued, That's right, why don't you all temporarily come to my Phoenix Cry City? Since I was able to find this place, the Ji family will definitely be able to as well. The Ji family's power in White Emperor City is much more terrifying than you know. Qing Ning thought for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. Lin Yuzhen smiled and extended her hand. Please. Qing Ning nodded and helped Ningchen onto the wheelchair. She then pushed him out of the room. Ina ran up and glanced behind her. She secretly asked, Big Sister Qing Ning, she isn't a bad person, right? A person's heart is hard to fathom. However, at least for now, she doesn't have any enmity towards us, replied Qing Ning. Oh. Ina softly replied. She once again looked at Lin Yuzhen behind her, then hastily turned her head away again. Lin Yuzhen smiled and didn't mind. So this girl was young Master Ning's disciple? Her talent wasn't bad, but she was a bit stupid. It was hard for a person to grow without experiencing wind and rain. However, it seemed that young Master Ning didn't want this girl to become a second him. Was it because he had experienced too much and didn't want this child to experience the same pain? Chapter 804. Phoenix Cry City Royal Palace. There was an exquisite and luxurious palace that lacked the luxury of an emperor's palace but was more exquisite. Lin Yuzhen, who had returned to the royal palace, was still wearing his elegant royal robes. He was handsome and noble. Prince Qi of Beiki had been a man since he was young. He had spent his entire life in the military and did not lose to any famous general. He had coincidentally embarked on the path of cultivation and was famous throughout the world. It could be said that Prince Qi was a legendary existence in the White Emperor Star and even the entire Spirit Void Star region. Lin Yuzhen and Qing Ning were sitting in the Phoenix Cry Palace, discussing matters together. In the guest room, Murong and Ruoshi were carefully taking care of the unconscious Ningchen, not daring to be careless. Yin-Er, who couldn't stay idle, was being led around by the palace maids. She was nowhere to be found. 10 days later, is Prince Qi really going to attack the Ji family? Qing Ning asked. I've already said it, how can I go back on my words? Lin Yuzhen smiled. Aristocratic families run deep, especially a behemoth like the Ji family. Their background is unfathomable. Although Prince Qi is not afraid of anyone, it's not a good choice to take the risk alone, Qing Ning said softly. It's fine. Lin Yuzhen smiled and said, the only person in the Ji family who can threaten my safety, Ji Yuechu, is injured. As long as I'm careful, there won't be any danger on this trip to the Ji family. Does Prince Qi really believe that the Ji family is responsible for the death of your high priest? Qing Ning asked calmly. It's not important whether it is or not. Lin Yuzhen smiled and said, what's important is that someone has to take responsibility for this matter. The blood of the Ji family is on the altar, so they must pay the price. When Qing Ning heard this, she was silent for a moment. She was unwilling to say anything more on this topic, so she changed the topic. Your Highness Prince Qi, are you really confident that you can bring Murong back safely? If you can't, then please tell me clearly. I cannot let Murong take this risk. Lin Yuzhen looked at the woman in front of him and said, Miss Qing, this Miss Murong shouldn't be familiar with you, right? I can more or less see that. Qing Ning nodded and did not hide anything. She said, it's true that we haven't known Murong for long, but Murong saved Ningchen before, so I have the responsibility to ensure her safety. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, to be honest, the poison in Miss Murong's body has already invaded her internal organs. There is no medicine that can cure her. If you hadn't been suppressing the poison with your genuine qi, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, this is only a temporary measure. Unless you can find a way to rebuild Miss Murong's body like you did for young Master Ning, her body won't be able to hold on for long. Qing Ning fell silent, not saying anything for a long time. Reconstructing a physical body was easier said than done. How could there be a second undying divine tree in this world? It seems that Miss Qing has no other choice. Since that's the case, why don't we let Miss Murong have a taste of her heart's desire? She has already given herself to young Master Ning. If she can't even say a word to him before she dies, how regretful would that be? Lin Yuzhen said seriously. Qing Ning stood up, silently stepped forward, and bowed. Qing Ning beseeches Your Highness, Prince Qi, to protect Murong to the best of your ability, so that she can return safely. I will definitely do my best. Lin Yuzhen replied seriously. Back then, Ning Chen had gifted her the heavenly ship. She had never had the chance to return this favor. Now was the best chance. Protecting a person wasn't difficult for her. If it was as easy as lifting a hand to save a powerhouse whose name shook the starry skies, it would be worth it. Your Highness. At this moment, a Phoenix guard walked out from outside the hall and respectfully said, The Qilin Pavilion has sent someone to deliver an invitation card, inviting Your Highness to be a guest. Qilin Pavilion? Lin Yuzhen frowned slightly and took the invitation card. After reading it, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was truly one wave after another. Understood. You may leave, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. Yes. The Phoenix Guard accepted the order and left. Does Your Highness have something to take care of? Then Qing Ning will leave first. Seeing the former's serious expression, Qing Ning stood up and said, No need. Lin Yuzhen returned to her senses and raised her hand. It just so happens that I also want to hear Miss Qing's suggestion. While speaking, Lin Yuzhen handed over the invitation card in her hand and said, Does Miss Qing know what kind of place the Qilin Pavilion is? Qing Ning took the invitation card and looked at it. She shook her head and said, I'm not sure. Lin Yuzhen looked at the Qilin symbol on the invitation card and said, For tens of thousands of years, in the various starfields, there have been countless sects and great sections. Among them, there are 11 that are the most powerful. They are called the One Mansion, One Hall, 2 Lineages, 3 Sects, and 4 Pavilions. The One Mansion and One Hall are respectively the Underworld and the Underworld. The 2 Lineages refer to the Spirit Void G family's god bloodline and the Alcade Starfields by family's true immortal bloodline. The 3 sects refer to the Buddhist, Taoist, and Devil sections. The 4 pavilions refer to the Sword Pavilion, Qilin Pavilion, Butian Pavilion, and Qi Tian Pavilion. Speaking up to here, Lin Yuzhen's tone changed and said, however, time is merciless. Even these colossi cannot last forever. According to what I know, the original strongest 1 mansion and 1 hall, the underworld, has collapsed, and the underworld has suffered great losses. Among the 3 sects, the Taoist inheritance has almost disappeared. The Buddhist kingdom has been passed down to this day, but it has always been very low-key and aloof from worldly affairs. As for the Devil sect, due to internal strife, it has not appeared for a long time. Compared to these inheritances that have almost disappeared, the 2 lineages and 4 pavilions have always existed in the world. The difference is that the 2 lineages are known to the world, while the 4 pavilions are hidden in the dark. Does Your Highness Prince Qi have any dealings with the Qilin Pavilion? Qing Ning asked. It's precisely because they don't that this prince finds it strange. Lin Yuzhen said seriously. It's true that the Qilin Pavilion is in the spirit void realm. However, this prince has never had any dealings with them. For them to send an invitation at this time is truly puzzling. There's no good banquet, there's no good meeting, Qing Ning said calmly. The Qilin Pavilion had set the time to be 10 days later, and it was obvious that they knew about the matter between Prince Qi and the Ji family. 10 days later, no matter if Prince Qi was able to walk out of the Ji family safely or not, he would definitely have consumed quite a bit of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to be in his peak state. Looks like Miss Qing has the same thoughts as this prince. This Qilin Pavilion's invitation is a hot potato, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. The Qilin Pavilion had not appeared for thousands of years, and the moment they appeared, they sent an invitation to Phoenix Cry City. It did not seem like a good thing. Does Your Highness want to go? Qing Ning asked. I have no choice but to go, Lin Yuzhen said seriously. The Qilin Pavilion's strength does not lose out to the Ji family. This prince is not conceited enough to be able to contend against 2 great peak inheritances at the same time. The confrontation between Phoenix Cry City and the Ji family was due to the territorial issue, and there was no other choice. However, the Qilin Pavilion was different. Up until now, she did not have any direct conflict with the Qilin Pavilion. If she could avoid becoming enemies, that would be the best thing. Qing Ning sighed softly in her heart. As a woman, this Prince Qi was definitely worthy of being a prodigy of a generation. However, no matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for them to do whatever they wanted. Prince Qi was the same. Your Highness, Miss Yin-er has left the palace. Outside the palace, the Phoenix Guard quickly walked in and reported. Lin Yuzhen looked at the person in front of him and did not say anything. Don't bother about her. When she's tired from playing, she will return by herself, Qing Ning said. Lin Yuzhen nodded towards the Phoenix Guard and let him do as he was told. The Phoenix Guard respectfully accepted the order and retreated. Miss Qing, this Miss Yin-er is a good seedling. Don't delay her, Lin Yuzhen tactfully reminded. Qing Ning smiled and softly said, I understand Your Highness' good intentions. But Ning Chen told me before that there is no need to force this girl too much. As long as she can grow up happily, it doesn't matter whether or not she can become a powerhouse that shakes the world. Lin Yuzhen gently nodded. A master was a master, and a master was like a father to her. Perhaps his words were correct. In Phoenix Cry City, Yin-er was hugging a pile of things in her arms. She ran here and there, not resting for a moment. Behind her, 2 Phoenix Guards followed her from a distance, carefully protecting the person in front. Big sisters, can you help me carry these things? After a long time, Yin-er ran back with the things she was carrying. She gave a small portion to the 2 Phoenix Guards and embarrassedly said, I can't carry them all. The 2 Phoenix Guards received the things. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. helplessness flashing on their faces. They had been ordered to protect this girl. It seemed this wasn't an easy task. In a guest room of Phoenix Cry Palace, she brought in some clean water and wiped the body of the person on the bed. It was like she was a little maid 100 years ago. Even after 100 years, nothing had changed. To the side, Murong blushed and turned away. The shyness of a girl was clearly evident. Murong, come and help. She saw this and said, Oh. Murong nervously responded. She walked over to the bed, not knowing what to do. Why are you more nervous than me? She helplessly said. As Murong heard this, her face flushed red, and she became even more flustered. Help me lift up the young master. Don't wet the bed. She urged. Murong sat on the edge of the bed and helped the man up. For a time, she didn't know where to look. Half an hour's time felt like half a year to Murong. Half an hour later, she finished wiping Ning Chen's body and helped him put on his clothes. Only then did Murong she let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, outside the room, the door creaked open and Ina ran in. As she saw the situation in the room, she immediately cried out in alarm and covered her eyes with her hand. Crash! Crash! The pile of things in the little girl's arms fell to the ground, spilling everywhere. What are you shouting for? I've finished wiping him. She stepped forward and knocked on the former's head. Ina opened her eyes and saw that her master was indeed dressed. She giggled and squatted down to pick up her things. She carried the water out of the room. Murong stepped forward and squatted down to help pick up the things. She asked, Ina, where is your big sister Qing Ning? She's discussing something with Prince Qi. Ina thought for a moment. Murong nodded and whispered, 10 days from now, you must protect your master well. Don't lose him again. Ina nodded vigorously, I will. Murong gently smiled. She picked up the last of the things and placed them in the little girl's arms. Then, she stood up. She hoped that this time, Sir Ning would truly wake up. Then, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Chapter 805. Phoenix Cry Palace. Time passed day after day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The entire atmosphere of Phoenix Cry Palace became solemn. As the sun rose, Lin Yuzhen walked out from Phoenix Cry Palace. Her hair was tied up and she held a divine sword in her hand. She was handsome and heroic, revealing the calmness and strength of a king. From the side, Ina pushed a wheelchair forward. Murong followed beside her as they walked out of the royal palace. Behind them, Qing Ning and she followed from a distance. For this trip to the Ji family, it wasn't good for them to show their faces. They had to act in secret. White Emperor City, the Ji family's main sect. They were a colossus that had existed for countless years. Today, they were facing a great enemy. The entire Ji family was on guard. Layers upon layers of array formations were activated, shining with a brilliant light. As the sun rose to the southeast, outside the Ji family, a handsome and extraordinary figure walked in. Step by step, he stepped on the hearts of the many powerhouses guarding the Ji family. With Prince Qi's arrival, the Ji family's 4 highest elders appeared. They stood in an array formation, guarding against this great enemy. Outside the Ji family, Lin Yuzhen looked at the 4 people in front of her. She coldly said, 10 days have passed. Have you considered whether you want to hand over the murderer of my dynasty's high priest or allow me to seek justice for myself? Lin Yuzhen, this is not your Phoenix Cry City. This is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Ji Chongkong walked out, his voice gloomy. So, you won't hand it over? As she spoke, true essence surged around Lin Yuzhen's body. A powerful pressure swept out. Immediately, the skies above White Emperor City changed, and the sun lost its color. Behind her, Murong followed close behind. She was actually the calmest of the 4. 10 miles away, within White Emperor City, Ina pushed Ning Chen's wheelchair as she looked at the Ji family battle in the distance. Her face flashed with nervousness. Not too far away, Qing Ning and Ruo Shi were silently watching, waiting for the great battle to begin. At the same time, in different places, the void fluctuated and figures appeared one after another. All the influences had arrived, waiting to witness Prince Qi's battle to topple the undefeated legend of the Ji family. Pavilion Master, didn't you say you were going to the Buddhist kingdom? Why did you come here first? 1,000 miles away, in the distorted void, Hong Luan asked the man beside her. I received news that our debtor is going to challenge the Ji family alone. This Tower Master naturally has to come and take a look. If she dies, who will this Tower Master look for to get the money she owes? The Dawn Moon Tower Master said with a light smile. Does Pavilion Master believe that Prince Qi will lose? Hong Luan was puzzled. That's not it. The Dawn Moon Tower Mistress shook her head and said, that woman, Lin Yuzhen, is ridiculously strong. In a head-on battle, no one in the Ji clan other than the Sacred Master can last more than 100 moves against her. However, aristocratic clans are very complicated. Who knows if the Ji clan's divine bloodline has any hidden trump cards? So many people are paying attention to this battle. The Ji family shouldn't use any underhanded methods, right? Hong Luan asked seriously. The trump cards I'm talking about aren't sinister methods, but those old monsters that can't see the light of day in the depths of the Ji family. Let's see how far Lin Yuzhen can force the Ji family, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. As the two of them spoke, in front of the Ji family's formation, Lin Yuzhen released her cultivation. A powerful pressure swept out in all directions, causing the skies to change color. Murong, follow behind me. Don't go more than 100 steps, Lin Yuzhen warned. Yes. Murong nodded and agreed softly. Let's go. With that, Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed, and she rushed into the Ji family's formation. Murong quickly followed. Although she had lost her cultivation, she could still keep up within 100 steps. Oh? Who is that? 1,000 miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Mistress narrowed her eyes at the woman following behind Lin Yuzhen. Who was this person? She actually dared to enter the formation with Prince Qi. Did she have a death wish? Within the Ji family, Prince Qi had entered the formation, and the 4 Grand Elders had joined forces to obstruct him. Lin Yuzhen fought the 4 Grand Elders alone, and her figure moved with the momentum of a thunderbolt as she fought the 4 Grand Elders of the Ji family. After exchanging 10 moves, the formation constantly flickered and shook violently. Their palms collided, causing shockwaves to roar through the heavens. You think you're the only ones who can stop me? How naive. Lin Yuzhen's figure flipped, and she withdrew from the battle. Her slender hand transformed into wind and lightning. In an instant, heavenly lightning surged and gales roared as she charged at the 4 Grand Elders. Their expressions changed, and they joined hands to block the attack. With a loud bang, they all retreated. Retreat! The 4 Supreme Elders of the Ji clan immediately retreated from the formation and disappeared. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand to disperse the formation and walked forward with a cold expression. 100 steps behind her, Murong quietly followed without a trace of nervousness or fear. Boom! At that moment, the void shook, and 3 enormous war chariots appeared above the Ji family. On the war chariots stood ancient warriors in golden armor. Although they didn't have any vitality, their powerful auras didn't lose to any of the Grand Elders. Golden-armored war chariots. Seeing the 3 war chariots in the sky, Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed. She took a step forward and flew into the air. Her slender hand clenched into a fist, and she punched the golden warriors on the war chariots. With a loud rumble, the powerful punch landed on the golden warriors and war chariots. The war chariots flew 100 feet away and crashed into the ground. However, they weren't damaged at all. Behind them, 2 war chariots attacked. Their mountain-like bodies collided with Prince Qi, and the void couldn't bear the huge force and collapsed. Prince Qi took a step forward and moved through the air, avoiding the 2 war chariots. Boom! The 2 war chariots collided, but the incomparably hard war chariots were still undamaged. On the war chariots, the two golden warriors waved their halberds and slashed through the void. Prince Chi's eyes narrowed and his figure flashed, dodging again. Behind him, the war chariots that had crashed to the ground flew up, and the golden warriors waved their halberds with great force. 3 broken chariots dare to block this king's path? Prince Chi's expression turned cold, and he directly punched the halberds. With a violent tremor, the halberds in the golden warriors' hands shattered, and the war chariots beneath them crashed into the ground again. A rumble resounded through the world. Within the Ji family, the ascending immortals were all shocked. Prince Chi's strength was truly shocking. The 3 war chariots each had the power of a mid-stage true realm expert, but they were still unable to withstand a single blow from him. The most frightening thing was that Prince Chi still hadn't unsheathed his Phoenix Cry sword. Summon the immortal artifact. In front of the Ji family's sacred hall, a white-robed elder said coldly. Yes. The 100 or so guards of the Ji family all half-knelt, and boundless karmic luck soared into the sky. Within the dazzling azure gold light, an immortal cauldron appeared, its dazzling brilliance illuminating the world. Its might shook the heavens. The appearance of the immortal cauldron caused a terrifying pressure to appear within the Ji family. Azure gold light shot out from the immortal cauldron, pressing down on the figure in the sky. Lin Yuzhen's expression turned serious, and she slowly drew her Phoenix Cry sword. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix echoed in the sky, and an abnormally powerful pressure spread from the sword. The image of a phoenix soared into the sky, directly colliding with the azure gold light. The clash between an immortal item and a divine sword shook the heavens and the earth. The 3 war chariots saw the opportunity and once again broke through the sky. Phoenix dances 9 heavens. With an almost undetectable sound, the Phoenix Cry sword in Lin Yuzhen's hand slashed out streaks of light, and the images of phoenixes appeared and swallowed the 3 war chariots. Crack! The phoenixes charged, and the sword light split the world. The unstoppable divine sword cut the 3 war chariots in half, and with several thumps, the wreckage fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Buzz! In the sky, the light of the immortal cauldron shone again, and the azure gold light shone brightly. From the engraved runes, an illusory war god appeared, waving his halberd and slashing at the king in the sky. The sword and halberd collided, and the flowing light shook. Lin Yuzhen flipped her palm and pushed back the illusory war god in front of her. Her eyes turned cold, and her sword moved, causing the wind and thunder to howl, splitting the sky and earth. The illusory war god waved his halberd to meet the divine sword head-on. The vibration sounded, and the figure became even more illusory. In the sky, streaks of light shot out from the immortal cauldron, and each of them had the power of 10,000 pounds, and they fell from the sky. Lin Yuzhen clenched her palm into a fist, and with a punch she scattered the azure gold light near her. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she hurriedly looked behind her. In the aftermath of the vibration, an azure gold light fell from the sky and swept toward Murong, who was behind her. Lin Yuzhen's eyes darkened, and her figure quickly turned back, waving her sword to meet the divine power head-on. Boom, 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 the old force was used up, and the moment when Lin Yuzhen could not recover her energy, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, staining it red for the first time. Kill! In the sacred palace, the white-robed Ji family Grand Elder said coldly. At his command, figures flashed past one after another. 4 Grand Elders and 11 peak corporeal realm experts joined forces to kill. Outside the Ji family's battlefield, more than 100 experts activated their powers, supporting the Ji family's immortal artifact and suppressing Prince Chi's power. What is this woman thinking? 1,000 miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master frowned as she watched the battle from afar. It was strange that she dared to bring a burden when fighting against a colossus like the Ji family. Murong, be careful. In the battle, Lin Yuzhen looked at the immortal cauldron in the sky with a serious expression. Okay. Murong nodded and followed even closer. Amidst the azure gold light, the 4 Grand Elders of the G family joined forces, and behind them, 11 peak corporeal realm experts followed. The vast power was like clouds covering the sun, and it was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Lin Yuzhen did not dodge. Her sword condensed vast origin, and her body surged with lightning as she faced the joint forces of the Grand Elders head-on. In front of the Ji family's sacred palace, the Ji family Grand Elder looked at the brave figures in the battle. A moment later, his gaze shifted to the woman behind Prince Qi, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He raised his right hand, and immediately, the immortal cauldron in the sky hummed, and a beautiful waterfall of light fell, slashing toward the latter. Despicable! Lin Yuzhen felt it, and her expression changed. She pushed back everyone with her sword, and arrived in front of Murong. She raised her sword and blocked the immortal pressure. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing her clothes red, and the Phoenix Cry sword was dyed red. It was very dazzling. Your sins are unforgivable. Furrowing her eyebrows, Lin Yuzhen raised her hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of her mouth. Killing intent exploded from her body, and at that moment, an aura visible to the naked eye surged. On the Phoenix Cry sword, streaks of blood-colored light surged out, and an ancient power surged out. The cry of the Phoenix soared into the sky. Phoenix radiance returns to origin, 3 lights open a path. Extreme power appeared, and the Phoenix broke through the sky. Its terrifying power directly collided with the immortal artifact in the sky. 10 miles away from the battle, in front of Yin Ji Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was silently lying in a wheelchair. His body that had been unresponsive all this time suddenly moved his right hand. It was so slight that even Yin who was close by, did not notice it. Chapter 806. In the sky above the Ji family, the Phoenix Cry crashed into the immortal cauldron. There was a moment of silence before a loud explosion resounded through the universe. Endless turbulence surged and the sky collapsed. Hundreds of Ji family experts protecting the immortal cauldron were stained with blood as they suffered heavy injuries. In the aftermath, the Phoenix turned into a sword. Lin Yuzhen held the Phoenix Cry sword and looked at the heavily injured experts of the Ji family. The coldness in her eyes did not diminish. Below, the 4 supreme elders of the Ji family stabilized their bodies and suppressed the shock in their hearts. They stepped into the air and charged toward the former. Lin Yuzhen sneered and rushed out like lightning. The Phoenix Cry danced and bright light shone in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Without the suppression of the immortal cauldron, the unshakable king of Baiki once again displayed his shocking power. Every time he moved his sword, an array would collapse. In an instant, the 4 supreme elders of the Ji family were all injured. 5 of the 11 peak reality realm experts were heavily injured and completely lost their ability to fight. It's your turn. In front of the Holy Palace, the great elder of the Ji family glanced at the 9 black-clothed figures behind him, and said lightly, "Yes." The 9 of them accepted the order and joined the battle in a flash. At the same time, in a side hall of the Ji family's holy lord, who was supposed to be recuperating in bed, was playing chess with his only daughter. After sensing the 9 special auras outside, the corner of his mouth curled into an incomprehensible smile. "Father, aren't you worried at all?" Ji Yuqing looked at her father in front of her and asked in confusion. "What are you worried about? Are you worried that the great elder and the others will lose, or that King Qi will lose?" Ji Yuechu smiled. Ji Yuqing's expression froze, and she did not know how to answer. It was common knowledge that the Ji clan was divided into 2 factions. Wherever there were people, there would be conflict. No sect was an exception. Now that her father had been seriously injured by Prince Qi, the first elder had seized the opportunity to seize power. If the first elder could successfully stop Prince Qi, there was no doubt that the first elder's prestige in the Ji clan would rise to an unprecedented level. It would not be impossible for him to seize the opportunity to replace her father as the Holy Lord. However, if King Qi lost, the Ji family's reputation would be greatly damaged. This would be extremely detrimental to their future development. Father, why don't you look worried at all? Ji Yuqing was even more confused. Ji Yuechu looked at the chessboard in front of him, picked up a black piece and said with a chuckle, "The great elder has wanted to seize power for a long time. Now that he finally has the chance, how can he not do his best? However, that Prince Qi is not an easy person to deal with. It will be difficult for the great elder to stop her." Lin Yuzhen had the answer she wanted, and so did he. The death of the high priest of Beiki was just a trigger. He really wanted to see what kind of level the guardian king of Beiki could reach. As soon as the black go piece was placed, the situation of the entire board changed instantly. The dragon was revived and revealed its ferocity. 9 black-clothed experts appeared in the battle of the Ji family. They were all half-step True Realm experts, so they didn't stand out in the battle of True Realm experts. However, after seeing the 9 people appear, the expressions of the 4 Ji family's grand exalts froze. Clearly, they knew how terrifying the 9 people were. Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, the 9 black-clothed cultivators were surrounded by black mist. Chains extended horizontally and vertically, locking down the figure in the air. Meditation cultivators. In the void, Lin Yuzhen saw the black mist surrounding the 9 people. Her face turned cold as she swung her sword, breaking the chains that were close to her. As a descendant of the divine bloodline, the Ji family actually cultivates the evil arts of the Hall of the Dead. This is really an eye-opener for me. Lin Yuzhen looked at the white-robed elder in front of the holy temple in the distance, and said coldly, "Power is never divided into good and evil. The only difference is the person who uses it. Prince Qi, if you surrender now, I will spare your life," the great elder of the Ji family said lightly. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so," Lin Yuzhen said coldly. The vital energy around her rose to the extreme, and her aura soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Clatter! The sound of chains rang out again as the 9 figures rose into the air. Chains made of black mist broke through the air and sealed the entire void, leaving no gap. "Death, fire, burial!" the 9 people shouted. Black underworld flames spread out from the crisscrossing chains that filled the sky, burning the heavens and splitting the earth, turning the void into a sea of black flames. Sensing the terrifying black flames in the sky, the 4 grand elders' eyes palpitated. The reason why the Hall of the Dead and the underworld were known as one residence and one hall in ancient times was because their cultivation arts were extremely terrifying. Even true realm experts would have a hard time resisting these underworld flames. 1,000 miles away, seeing the change in the battle situation, the waning moon pavilion's master's eyes flashed with surprise. The Ji family's hidden methods had truly shocked her. When did they obtain the cultivation arts of the Hall of the Dead? "Pavilion Master, are you not going to take action?" Hong Luan asked with a worried expression. "Why should I? Offending the Ji family for a Prince Qi is not worth it. I never do business that loses money," the Waning Moon Pavilion's master calmly said. "But if Prince Qi dies, won't there be no one to pay back the money he owes us? We will still lose money." Hong Luan anxiously tried her best to persuade the Waning Moon Pavilion's master. "It won't be a loss." The corner of the Waning Moon Pavilion's master's lips curled up. Being able to see such a spectacular battle is worth the money. While the 2 of them were conversing, the underworld flames were burning the sky and boiling the sea. The space sealed by countless crisscrossing chains was covered by the black flames, making it difficult for others to see the situation within. Time slowly passed, but there was no movement within the sea of black flames. The sealed space was violently collapsing, unable to endure the might of the underworld flames. "Is he dead?" Ji Chongkong looked at the collapsing space and asked. "It's already been so long, but he still hasn't come out." "Everything points to disaster," Ji Chongfeng coldly said. "This underworld flame is truly terrifying. First Elder's hidden trump card isn't something a single person can block. Another Grand Elder walked up and looked at the 9 people standing in the sky with a grave expression. How should we deal with that girl? Ji Chongfeng's gaze shifted to the girl not far away. Let her die with Prince Qi, Ji Chongkong indifferently said. Ji Chongfeng nodded and raised his right hand. A powerful force spread out and attacked the girl in front of him. As the murderous intent approached, Murong did not dodge. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Ji residence and revealed a complicated smile. It's truly regretful that I couldn't wait for you to wake up. However, she didn't regret it. The palm energy swiftly rushed over and a gale whistled. At this moment, the world within a radius of several dozen miles suddenly turned sluggish. Grass and trees flew up, rocks flew into the air, and everything turned into swords. The laws of the world turned into swords. Seeing this, the expressions of the Ji family's elders all changed and they looked into the distance. In the next moment, 10,000 swords fell and revolved around Murong's body, crisscrossing endlessly and blocking all danger. 10 miles away, on the wheelchair, a red brilliance flourished and phoenix cries resounded throughout the world. Within the specks of starlight, a familiar figure appeared and stepped into the battlefield. Chapter 807. In the Ji family, a red figure appeared in the midst of everyone's shock. He calmly swept his gaze over everyone and waved his right hand to disperse the sword energy around Murong. Wait for me outside, Ning Chen said with a gentle expression. With a flip of his palm, he condensed Yuan and sent the former out of the Ji clan. Murong Chongkong flew out and looked at the figure that was getting further away. The gentleness in his eyes grew stronger. It turned out that his voice was so pleasant to listen to. Everyone, what does the grudge between you and Prince Qi have to do with that girl? Don't you think it's too much to kill her indiscriminately? Ning Chen indifferently said. She was brought here by Prince Qi and trespassing into the Ji family is a capital offense. How is it too much? Ji Chongkong coldly said. Is that so? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I was also brought here by Prince Qi and trespassed into the Ji family. Should I also die as an apology? If you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Ji Chongkong took a step forward with murderous intent in his eyes. Understood. Ning Chen softly replied and looked at the black flames in the sky. Prince Qi, are you still not coming out? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Brother Ning. Before he finished speaking, the wind and clouds in the sea of black flames swirled, and a handsome figure walked out. The chains shattered and turned into black mist before disappearing. The 4 Grand Elders of the Ji family were shocked. How could Prince Qi come out unscathed? In a side hall of the Ji family, Ji Yuechu's expression froze as he sensed the changes outside. He put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Who is he? Ji Yuechu asked. Mo Gate's 9th son, Ning Chen, Ji Yuqing softly replied. After receiving confirmation, Ji Yuechu nodded lightly. Light flashed in his eyes. This unexpected variable was somewhat troublesome. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the Ji family, the Dawn Moon Tower's master was shocked but soon recovered. Hong Luan, let's go, she said. Hong Luan recovered from her shock and asked, Are we not going to continue watching? No need, the outcome is already decided. The Dawn Moon Tavern master said and turned to leave. Prince Qi and Marquis Jiming were not enough for the Ji clan. If they were to force the issue, the price they would have to pay would be unimaginable. The Ji clan would not make such a stupid choice. He didn't know much about Prince Qi's trump cards, but he knew quite a bit about the Marquis. If he angered this guy, even the Ji clan, one of the 2 branches of the divine bloodline, would lose a layer of skin. In the Ji family, Lin Yuzhen walked out of the sea of fire. Looking at the figures below, she calmly said, How is it? Do you need me to lend you my sword? No need. Ning Chen shook his head and looked behind him. He said, Yin-er, lend your sword to master. 5 kilometers away, Yin-er reluctantly took out her vermilion sword. She loosened her grip and warned, "Don't break it! If it breaks, I'll compensate you with a better one." Ning Chen made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a red light flew out. The moment the red sword entered his hand, it was overflowing with brilliance, and the power of the sword was greatly enhanced. Lin Yuzhen's gaze swept across the 9 black-clothed men and the 4 grand elders of the Ji clan. She said, "How about we switch opponents? You deal with these 9 sneaky fellows." "Sure." Ning Chen nodded. His silhouette flashed as he appeared in the air. "Finish this quickly. I still have a banquet to attend, so I'm very busy," said Lin Yuzhen calmly. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the 9 black-clothed figures. "It'll be over quickly. Dealing with them won't take too much effort." Lin Yuzhen smiled and didn't say anything else. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of the 4 grand elders of the Ji clan. The taste of bullying with numbers is really not bad. "Everyone, let the battle begin again," Lin Yuzhen softly said. An instant later, she shot out like lightning. She slashed out with the cry of a phoenix, and her divine power swept out. The 4 grand elders joined hands to block her sword. With a boom, they were all forced back several steps. Seeing the change in the battle, the 9 black-clothed men didn't dare to delay any longer. Chains shot out from their bodies, forming an inescapable net that locked the red-clothed youth in front of them. In an instant, the nether flame appeared once more, and the crisscrossing chains filled the sky. Flames are the best way to purify filth, but they shouldn't be used by you. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the chains. Ignoring the nether flame, he chopped down with his sword. With a bang, all the chains were severed. The fragments of the chains gradually disappeared along with the black nether flame. The nether flame that even true realms didn't dare to touch was actually unable to do anything to the former. In front of the sacred palace, shock flashed across the Ji clan's grand elder's face. Why was it like this? Whoosh! Without the protection of the nether flame, the 9 half-step true realm black-clothed men were like fangless beasts. They could no longer bare their fangs and brandish their claws. Sword light flashed, and the sky was dyed red. It was so fast that people couldn't even see its afterimage. When the red-clothed youth appeared again, he was already in front of the Ji clan's sacred palace. Behind him, blood spurted out like rain. The heads of the 9 black-clothed figures flew into the air. Even in death, they didn't see what had happened. "I'll tell you why." Ning Chen looked at the shocked white-clothed elder in front of him and said calmly, "When have you ever heard of a phoenix fearing flames? Nether flame is just a flame with a slightly higher temperature." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen, who had sent 4 grand elders of the Ji clan flying with her sword, walked over and looked at the 2 people in front of the sacred hall. She said, "Now it's really bullying with numbers. Brother Ning, you don't mind, right?" "I don't mind," Ning Chen answered calmly. Although it wasn't impossible for him to face this old man alone, there was no need to waste his energy when he could bully him with numbers. Lin Yuzhen smiled faintly and stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of the sacred palace. She struck out with her palm, starting the battle. Ji Baichuan's expression darkened. He condensed True Yuan in his palm and blocked the former's palm. When the 2 forces clashed, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The stone steps between the 2 collapsed. Even the array's protection was useless. In the aftermath, Ji Baichuan grunted and took half a step back. He flipped his palm and gathered True Yuan again, forcibly activating the immortal cauldron floating in the sky. In an instant, a green-gold light fell down like a waterfall. "Cauldron? I have one too," Ning Chen sneered. A phoenix shadow appeared behind him, and a broken green cauldron flew out. After grabbing it, it smashed into the sky. With a rumble, the 2 cauldrons collided. The ear-piercing sound of the collision resounded through the world. Everyone in White Emperor City covered their ears from the shocking sound. After the collision, the light of the immortal cauldron in the sky quickly dimmed, no longer as powerful as before. The green cauldron fell from the sky. The phoenix shadow opened its mouth and swallowed it. Ning Chen walked in front of the two and raised the sword in his hand. The sword light was piercing to the bone. Blood kept dripping from the corner of Ji Baichuan's mouth. After receiving Prince Qi's palm and the backlash from the immortal cauldron, his body was seriously injured. Prince Qi, you should do it. I don't like to kill people. Looking at the seriously injured elder in front of him, Ning Chen dropped the sword in his hand. The blood on the sword that hadn't dried dripped down drop by drop, dyeing the stone steps red. Chapter 808. The battle in front of the Ji family's sacred hall had ended. Unexpectedly, the Ji family had suffered a crushing defeat. Blood dyed every inch of the ground. The Ji family's first elder was heavily injured, and the immortal cauldron in the air had lost its luster. Ning Chen put down his sword, leaving the decision of life and death to the woman beside him. The corners of Lin Yuzhen's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. This young Master Ning was really smart. Raising the Phoenix Cry sword, Lin Yuzhen stared at the old man in front of her with unconcealed killing intent. Ji Baichuan, reincarnate into a good family. The Ji family isn't suitable for an idiot like you. Lin Yuzhen's Phoenix Cry sword slashed at the old man. At this moment, a greenish-white figure walked out of a side hall. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the sacred hall and clasped the Phoenix Cry sword between his fingers. Prince Qi, please show mercy, said Ji Yuechu. Sacred Master. Seeing the figure in front of the sacred hall, the Ji family's experts endured their injuries and half knelt. You can all leave and heal yourselves, said Ji Yuechu calmly. Yes. Everyone hesitated for a moment before respectfully accepting the order. First Elder, you can also leave and heal yourself. Ji Yuechu glanced at the people behind him. Ji Baichuan clenched his fists, but in the end, he loosened them and bowed before leaving. After everyone left, Ji Yuqing walked over from afar. Looking at the red-robed young man in front of the palace, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, Master Bai, how have you been? Miss Ji, please don't blame me. The situation back then was special, so I had to use a fake name. I apologize to you. Ning Chen cupped his fists. Prince Ning is too polite. I was just joking. Ji Yuqing smiled. So little brother Ning is familiar with my daughter. Why don't you come in and have a chat? Ji Yuechu smiled. Ning Chen glanced at Prince Qi, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Your Highness Prince Qi, I've completed my mission. Go in and have some tea. Please help yourself. Ning Chen didn't say anything else and walked into the hall. Yuqing, go greet the guests first, said Ji Yuechu. Yes. Ji Yuqing nodded and walked towards the holy palace together. The Ji clan is truly worthy of being a divine bloodline inheritance. They are truly imposing. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the furnishings in the hall as he chuckled softly. Young Master Ning, you must be joking. Ji Yuqing walked to the side and prepared a cup of tea. Bringing it over, she gently said, Miss Ruo, she said the young lord likes to drink tea, so I've prepared some. Please have a taste. Many thanks. Ning Chen nodded and took the tea. He took a sip and nodded. It's really good tea. I've made Miss Ji spend a lot of money. Young Master Ning doesn't need to be so polite. A few days ago, Miss Qing came to pick up Ruoshi. I thought young Master Ning really wouldn't come. I didn't expect young Master Ning to surprise us in such a way. Ji Yuqing smiled. Indeed, she was delayed by something. Where's Wulei? Why hasn't she come out when the fight outside was so fierce? Ning Chen asked. Miss Wulei is at a critical stage of her breakthrough. She's currently in seclusion. The place she's at is protected by a formation, so she doesn't know what's going on outside. Ji Yuqing softly replied. Many thanks Miss Ji for taking care of the two girls over the years. I've troubled Miss Ji. Ning Chen put down the teacup. It's nothing. Ji Yuqing poured another cup of tea and handed it over. Looking at the holy palace, she whispered, Young Master Ning doesn't seem to care about the situation outside at all. Aren't you afraid Prince Qi and my father will fight again? They won't fight. Ning Chen smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, your father and Prince Qi had planned everything that happened today. Their goal should be to beat up that first elder of yours. The only exception is my appearance. Ji Yuqing's expression turned serious. How did you see through that? It's very simple. Although this battle was very intense, none of the Ji family's grand elders were harmed. The only things that were destroyed were a few broken carriages. The reason Prince Qi wanted to exchange opponents with me was probably because he was worried I wouldn't understand the situation and would kill the Ji family's grand elders, said Ning Chen softly. Ji Yuqing's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. She praised, Young Master's wisdom is truly unparalleled in the world. You were able to deduce Lord Father and Prince Qi's plan from just these little clues. You praise me too much. Ning Chen smiled. I've seen and used such methods before, so I'm not unfamiliar with them. The two of you outside should be about done with your act. I think I should leave. Ji Yuqing was startled and tried to persuade him to stay. Young Master rarely visits. Why don't you stay for a few days? No need. Ning Chen stood up and shook his head. I still have some matters that I can't leave for now. Moreover, you and your father will have many things to take care of in the next few days. I presume you won't have time to take care of me. Ji Yuqing didn't try to persuade him to stay. She nodded and said, Since that's the case, then you should go take care of your own matters. I hope that once you're done with your matters, you can come visit the Ji family as a guest. Yuqing will also be a good host. Definitely. Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed. He then turned and walked out of the hall. Lin Yuzhen was silently waiting outside the hall. When she saw him, she asked, Brother Ning, are you leaving? Yes. Ning Chen nodded. What about Her Highness? Has the matter been resolved? It has. Lin Yuzhen nodded. That's good. Let's go together. Ning Chen smiled. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand and put away her phoenix cry sword. They walked out of the Ji family together. In front of the sacred hall, Ji Yuqing stood silently. Looking at the two people walking away, a trace of emotion flashed across her face. Young Master Ning's appearance had truly exceeded her and her father's expectations. Fortunately, they had formed a good relationship back then. Otherwise, today's situation would have been very difficult to control. This child is incredible. True realm experts are rare, and extreme Dao experts are even rarer. Daughter, if you choose him, father will support you. At some point, Ji Yuechu had appeared behind her with a smile. Ji Yuqing came back to her senses, her face slightly red. She calmed herself down and said, Father must be joking. Young Master Ning already has a sweetheart. I'm just friends with him. Mo Gate's ninth son is a smart person. He has made many enemies, so he knows better than anyone what choice he should make. As long as you agree, I think it won't be difficult, said Ji Yuechu calmly. Ji Yuqing gently shook her head. Father doesn't understand him. Young Master Ning is different from ordinary people. Although the Ji family is large, it can't be the reason for him to change his mind. Let nature take its course. Feelings can't be forced. Ji Yuechu looked into the distance and didn't say anything else. He truly did admire this child. At such a young age, he already had such shocking strength. He wasn't any weaker than Prince Qi. If he could enter the Ji family, in the future, the Ji family would truly become the king of Spirit Void. Outside the Ji family, Yin had been waiting for a long time. She had been walking around the wheelchair for almost an hour. Yin. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in front of her. It was so clear that it entered the little girl's ears. Yin's body shook. She turned her head, tears pouring out of her large eyes. She immediately threw herself over. You're finally awake. Woo-woo, Ning Chen was almost knocked down. Looking at the girl in his arms, he reached out and rubbed the latter's hair. With a gentle expression, he said, You should be happy that you're awake. Why are you crying? Yin raised her head and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She sobbed twice and said, You don't know how hard it was for me when you were unconscious. I had to push the wheelchair every day and couldn't go out to play. You have to make it up to me. Ning Chen chuckled. I know it's hard for you. When I'm done, I'll accompany you to play. You have to keep your word. Iner sobbed. You have to keep your word. Ning Chen nodded lightly. On the side, Lin Yuzhen watched the conversation between the two with a trace of a smile. Now she finally understood why this girl had such a good master and talent, but her cultivation was still so sloppy. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. She even suspected that this Ning Chen didn't properly teach this girl to cultivate. Miss Qing and Miss Ruoshi are also here. It's just that it's not suitable to appear here. Let's go back to Phoenix Cry City first, Lin Yuzhen said. Ning Chen nodded and patted the head of the girl in his embrace. Let's go. Yin took a step back and came out of the former's embrace. She looked at the woman beside the wheelchair and said, That's Big Sister Murong. You being able to wake up is all thanks to Big Sister Murong. Murong stood beside the wheelchair with a reserved expression. Her gaze was evasive and she didn't know what to say. Ning Chen walked forward and stretched out his hand. His expression was gentle. Murong, let's go. Murong's body trembled and her palms were covered in sweat. After a moment, she finally gathered her courage and placed her hand in the former's. Lin Yuzhen faintly smiled and walked forward. Ning Chen, I want a new sword. Ina ran forward and hugged the arm of the person beside her. Don't you already have one? Ning Chen softly asked. Other masters give their disciples many treasures. You only gave me a wooden sword, Ina pouted. Didn't I also give you that hairpin on your head? It's better than any treasure. Ning Chen smiled. This hairpin is just a piece of jewelry. It doesn't count. Ina forcefully quibbled. Then I also gave you a heavenly book. This counts as a treasure. Ning Chen continued. That's a cultivation technique. It also doesn't count. Ina curled her lips. Alright then. My things should all be with Big Sister Qing Ning. You can pick whatever you like. Ning Chen softly smiled. Ina vigorously shook her head. I've already seen them. They're all ugly. I don't want them. On the side, Murong covered her mouth and laughed. She had heard from Qing Ning that Ina was an extremely difficult girl to deal with. Today she had seen it for herself. Amidst the chattering of the maidservants, the three of them returned to Phoenix Cry City not long after. Within Phoenix Cry City, people came and went. A beautiful figure in a blue dress stood there. Although many years had passed, her appearance hadn't changed. However, she had become much older. I'm back. Ning Chen stopped in the middle of the crowd and smiled at the woman in front of him. Chapter 809. At Phoenix Cry Palace, the group of people returned. Lin Yuzhen adjusted her breathing and waited for the people from the Qilin Pavilion to arrive. In Yunxuan's courtyard, Qing Ning looked at the red-clothed young man in front of her and said, Prince Qi has done his best for your matter. This trip to the Qilin Pavilion might be troublesome. You should go with him. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. This is your sword. Qing Ning took out an ancient longsword and handed it over. She said seriously, This is the sword of the 49 leaders of the Dao sects. You're just keeping it for me. Don't damage it. I understand. Ning Chen took the Taisher sword and turned to walk toward the Phoenix Cry Palace. Inside the Phoenix Cry Hall, a strange look flashed across Lin Yuzhen's eyes when she saw the former walking over. She said, You just woke up. Aren't you going to rest for a while? Sister Qing Ning asked me to accompany your highness to the Qilin Pavilion, so I had no choice but to come, Ning Chen said. Thank you for your concern, Miss Qing. This prince can go by myself. A mere Qilin Pavilion can't do anything to this prince. Lin Yuzhen's expression slightly congealed. I can't make this decision. I don't dare to disobey Sister Qing Ning. If your highness doesn't want me to go, please tell her yourself, Ning Chen said with a smile. As these words fell, outside Phoenix Cry Palace, clouds tumbled and a golden carriage descended from the skies. 2 maids respectfully bowed and said, "Your Highness Prince Chi, the pavilion master invites you in." Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes, sighed softly, and walked out of the hall. Ning Chen followed with his sword in hand. "Young master, the pavilion master has only invited His Highness Prince Chi," said a servant girl. Lin Yuzhen stopped and said calmly, "This is this prince's personal bodyguard. Could it be that your pavilion also wants to control this prince's personal bodyguard?" "I don't dare." The maidservant who had stopped them earlier lowered her head and said. Ning Chen smiled and followed Prince Chi into the imperial carriage. In the next moment, the chariot flew up and turned into a golden stream of light that shot toward the horizon. The starry sky was brilliant. The imperial chariot continuously tore through the void. In a flash, it was already 10,000 miles away. "Does your Highness know where the Qilin Pavilion is?" On the imperial carriage, Ning Chen looked at Prince Chi, who was dressed as a man, and opened his mouth to speak. Lin Yuzhen lightly shook her head and said, "I only know that the Qilin Pavilion is in the Spirit Void Star region, but I'm not clear of its exact location." "How is this Qilin Pavilion compared to the Ji family?" Ning Chen continued to ask. "Of the 11 legendary inheritances, other than the strongest one, the palace, the other 9 inheritances don't appear in any particular order. The 4 pavilions don't appear often, so no one knows how strong they are." Speaking until here, Lin Yuzhen's gaze looked towards the 2 maids in front of the imperial carriage and said, "The cultivation of these 2 people are both at the peak of the Void Realm, yet they only have the status of maids in the Qilin Pavilion. It can be seen that this Qilin Pavilion is not inferior to the Ji family." Ning Chen nodded. He had some experience with the power of the Ji clan. The Ji clan Holy Lord had not made a move, so the power of the Holy Lord's bloodline should not have been used either. Even so, the power that the Ji clan had displayed was already very shocking. In addition to those things that could not see the light of day, it was not strange that the Ji clan could become the overlord of the Spirit Void Realm. For this Qilin Pavilion to be equally famous as the Ji family, they were certainly not easy to deal with. Furthermore, the Qilin Pavilion had chosen the time when Prince Chi and the Ji family were in conflict to send out the invitation. It was obvious that they were plotting something. At the side, Lin Yuzhen gazed silently at the starry sky outside the chariot with a deep gaze. She knew that the Qilin Pavilion most likely did not have good intentions, but before they became hostile, she did not want to offend such a colossus. Facing a Ji family already made her feel strained. If it was possible, she did not want to have another Qilin Pavilion. Ning Chen's gaze looked towards the person beside him, and after a moment, he withdrew his gaze. Actually, Prince Chi was very similar to him back then, similarly unable to act independently. He had people that he wanted to protect, and Prince Chi was the same. There were some things that one clearly knew shouldn't be done, but one had no choice but to do it. Ning Chen looked at the sword in his hand and lightly sighed. When he first learned the sword, it was originally for self-protection, but now it had truly become a killing weapon. Sister Qing Ning had asked him to follow along, and her motive was already very obvious. The favor that should be repaid must be repaid. "Your Highness, how much power do you still have left?" Ning Chen opened his mouth and asked. 50%. Lin Yuzhen did not hide anything and truthfully said. Ning Chen was silent, and after a moment, he calmly said, "If the Qilin Pavilion makes trouble, I will protect your Highness thoroughly." When Lin Yuzhen heard what was said, she was first startled, but soon after, she regained her senses and her face revealed a moving smile. She did not know how many years had it been since she had heard this sentence. "Then many thanks, Brother Ning." Lin Yuzhen lightly smiled. 100 years ago, she had chosen to befriend this person because she saw that he had never abandoned that Lady Xianyu. Therefore, when he had put down his pride and went to Shumi Buddhist kingdom to seek Buddha, she had chosen to take a gamble and blocked those venerables for him. Now, it seemed that she had made the right bet. She had seen too many ungrateful people, and one could not ask for timely help. If one could ask for it, they would cherish it for the rest of their lives. As the two of them were talking, in the starry sky in front of them, a grayish-white fog appeared, spreading for tens of thousands of miles and covering the world. The imperial carriage tore through the void and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in the depths of the fog. In the depths of the fog, there were many floating palaces, like stars surrounding the moon. The centermost palace was 300 meters tall and was as majestic as a mountain. "We've arrived. Your Highness, please." The imperial carriage stopped, and two maids respectfully said. Lin Yuzhen stood up and walked out of the imperial carriage. Looking at the huge palace in front of her, her eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, she would soon know. Ning Chen followed at the side, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding arrangements, carefully memorizing them in his heart. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always have the heart to guard against others. The more prepared one was, the more chance one had. Blind confidence would only lead to faster death. "Please follow us." The two maids spoke. Immediately, they led the way towards the hall in the middle. Lin Yuzhen retracted her gaze and followed. Her eyes became more serious, and she did not dare to be careless. Qilin's sacred hall, inside the majestic palace, a dignified middle-aged man sat on the main seat. His powerful aura distorted the void, causing people to look sideways. The two maids led the two of them into the palace, bowed respectfully, and left. Peak of the true realm. Ning Chen looked at the middle-aged man on the main seat and narrowed his eyes. Another supreme expert close to the fourth realm. This person was probably not weaker than the Ji clan's sacred master. "Greetings to the pavilion master." Lin Yuzhen cupped her fists and greeted politely. "You are a guest from afar. Prince Qi, there is no need to be so polite. Please sit." The Qilin pavilion master said calmly. Lin Yuzhen thanked him and stepped into the seat. Ning Chen followed and stood behind Prince Qi. He did not say a word from beginning to end, appearing very ordinary. "I took the liberty to invite your Highness here. Please forgive me. This cup of wine is my welcome for your Highness." On the main seat, the Qilin pavilion master picked up a cup of wine and said, "Pavilion master is too polite." Lin Yuzhen smiled and picked up the cup in front of her. It should be this prince thanking pavilion master for the invitation. The Qilin pavilion master smiled and drank the wine in his cup. Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed, and she also drank the wine. "Your Highness has a good tolerance for alcohol. As expected, women are not inferior to men." The Qilin pavilion master smiled. "Pavilion master is too kind." Lin Yuzhen put down the cup in her hand and said, "Forgive this prince for being rude, but may I know why pavilion master has invited this prince here?" The Qilin pavilion master smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "Actually, it's not a big matter. It's just that I've heard of Prince Qi's name for a long time and never had the chance to meet you. Today, I'm fortunate enough to invite your Highness here for a few drinks." Also, at this point, the Qilin pavilion master also put down the cup in his hand and said calmly, "By the way, I'd like to ask if your Highness Prince Qi is interested in seeing the mysteries of the fourth realm." Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes when she heard this, but there was not much excitement on her face. No one had stepped into the fourth realm for many years, and the existence of this realm had almost become a legend. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. However, there was no gratuitous favor in this world. She was more concerned about the price she had to pay. "How about it? I think your Highness is also very interested in how to step into the fourth realm," the Qilin pavilion master said calmly. "It's true that I'm interested, but the price should also be quite high," Lin Yuzhen said indifferently. "It's not difficult for Prince Qi." The Qilin pavilion master looked outside the hall and said, "Spirit Void only needs one pavilion. Does your Highness understand what I'm saying?" Lin Yuzhen heard this before and her heart shook as she looked at the man on the main seat. The words of this Qilin pavilion master were truly world-shocking. There were numerous life stars in the spirit void star region, and the sects were even more immeasurable. For the Chilan Pavilion to want to become the king of a region, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Apologies, this prince is unable to do what Pavilion Master requested. This prince has no fate to see the secrets of the fourth realm. Lin Yuzhen stood up and declined. She could not get involved in this muddy water. She was not conceited enough to make an enemy out of an entire region. Your Highness, why are you so impatient? This prince has not finished speaking. The Chilan Pavilion Master's expression was the same as before. This matter is naturally not something that can be done in a day or two. This prince also knows the difficulty involved. However, as long as Prince Qi agrees to cooperate with the Chilan Pavilion, this matter is not an impossible matter. Cooperation? Lin Yuzhen sat down and picked up the wine cup again. She said indifferently, just by agreeing to cooperate, Pavilion Master is willing to gift me the mysteries of stepping into the fourth realm. I believe that there isn't such a cheap thing in this world. Your Highness is unduly undervaluing yourself. An ultimate powerhouse who has hopes of stepping into the fourth realm is the world's rarest wealth at any time. Of course, after speaking, the Chilan Pavilion Master's tone changed and continued, there are many ways to cooperate. The cooperation that this prince is talking about is not an ordinary alliance relationship. Lin Yuzhen's expression darkened. Then what does Pavilion Master mean? Marriage alliance, the Chilan Pavilion Master said slowly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wine cup in Lin Yuzhen's hand shattered. The wine spilled out and spilled everywhere. The Chilan Pavilion Master acted as if he did not see it and said calmly, "Let the young Pavilion Master come over." Yes. In the hall, a maid respectfully accepted the order and turned to walk towards the back of the hall. Not long after, a handsome young man walked out from the back of the hall. He came to the hall and bowed. "Father, this is Prince Qi of the Baiki Empire," the Chilan Pavilion Master said. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Qi." Lin Qiaoyin smiled and bowed. On the main seat, the Chilan Pavilion Master looked at Prince Qi, who was dressed in men's clothing. He said calmly, "How is it?" As long as Prince Qi nods, this prince will tell you all the methods to step into the fourth realm. During the banquet, Lin Yuzhen threw away the wine cup in her hand and gently wiped away the wine stains on her hand. She immediately stood up and said indifferently, "Brother Ning, let's go." Chapter 8:10. In the vast starry sky, amidst the gray clouds, huge palaces floated up and down. The one in the center was surrounded by stars, majestic and imposing. The atmosphere in the Chilan Sacred Hall was stagnant. The appearance of the Chilan Pavilion's young master and the intention to force a marriage was obvious. Lin Yuzhen stood up and didn't say anything as she walked out of the hall. "Your Highness wants to leave just like that?" On the main seat, the Chilan Pavilion Master stood up and said calmly. "Why?" Lin Yuzhen stopped and turned around to look at the figure in the hall. She said coldly, "Pavilion Master still wants to force a marriage? That's not it. However, the Chilan Pavilion isn't a place where Your Highness can come and go as you wish." The Chilan Pavilion Master said indifferently. "Is that so?" Lin Yuzhen's expression turned cold as she said, "Then this queen wants to see how the Chilan Pavilion will block this queen." After speaking, Lin Yuzhen didn't hesitate as she walked out of the hall. In front of the main seat, the Chilan Pavilion Master's eyes turned cold. His figure flashed as he raised his hand to grab the former. The palm force was vast and boundless. Lin Yuzhen turned her head and a phoenix cry swept across, forcefully blocking the palm force that was close to her. With a bang, endless airflow surged around the two of them, lifting up all the tables and chairs in the surroundings. The aftermath whistled as the two of them separated and stabilized their bodies. "Men, capture them," the Chilan Pavilion Master said coldly. With a command, figures appeared out of thin air in the originally empty hall. Without saying a word, they joined forces to attack the person in front. With just the two of you? Lin Yuzhen snorted coldly as she unsheathed her sword and stabbed it into the ground. Instantly, a surge of vigorous energy rippled out and sent the 10 figures that were close to her flying. Go! In a split second, Lin Yuzhen lightly shouted and swiftly rushed out of the hall. Ning Chen took a step and quickly followed. You guys can't leave. The Qilin Pavilion Master's figure flashed and walked out of the hall. Looking at the two of them who were surrounded, he said indifferently, Your Highness Prince Qi, it's still not too late to change your mind. Lin Yuzhen didn't say anything else. Phoenix Cry sword circulated the energy around her body, and the red light was breathtaking. In the open space in front of the hall, the 10 half-step True Realm and 5 True Realms joined forces to attack. The heavens and earth, caused the surrounding laws to shake. Lin Yuzhen's figure was like a bolt of lightning. Her entire body was surrounded by lightning as she faced the combined power of everyone. Although his body was not at its peak, Prince Qi's strength was still shocking. Even when the sovereigns joined forces, it was difficult to shake the prestige of a king. With a loud boom, the blood lightning on the Phoenix Cry sword surged, and all the venerables were sent flying a few feet away. When they landed on the ground, they vomited blood. At this moment, in front of the main hall, the Qilin Pavilion took the initiative. The instant they saw that the Qi King didn't have enough time to catch his breath, they gathered vast and vigorous energy in their palms and slapped towards the latter's chest. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The moment the palm struck, a dazzling green sword was unsheathed. It was so stunning that no one had time to react. Rip! His clothes split open and fresh blood splattered. The Qilin Pavilion Master did not have time to react, and his left shoulder was instantly injured. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Prince Qi's bodyguard, who had always been silent, would erupt with such astonishing power. Who are you? Qilin Pavilion Master came back to his senses and said in a cold voice. Without waiting for the information of the battle with the Ji clan, you recklessly wanted to seize the Qi King. Should I say that you are conceited or stupid? Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said coldly. The time set by the Qilin Pavilion was so tight that the Qi King did not have time to recover. However, it also prevented the information of the previous battle from being sent back in time. Don't continue to fight. Think of a way to leave this place first. At the side, Lin Yuzhen suppressed the surging blood in her body and reminded Ning Chen. Ning Chen nodded and held Taisher horizontally. Immediately, green light blossomed like starlight. The boundless sword intent rose endlessly and shook the heavens and earth. 6 Tao fall together, myriad demonic calamities, supreme forbidden sword. Once he took a step, his body entered the void. 10,000 swords followed and turned into a sword stream that rapidly descended. Doomsday calamity. When the forbidden technique was used, the heavens and earth shook. The terrifying sword stream that continuously descended from the sky broke through layer after layer of formations and forcefully opened a path of survival. Go! When the opportunity appeared, Ning Chen took the Qi King and turned into a stream of light and left. Chase, we cannot let them escape. The Qilin Pavilion Master turned his palm to block the sword stream and shouted. Yes! The Honorable Realm cultivators accepted the order and dashed forward in pursuit. Chaoyin, take the yin-yang mirror and chase after them. Do not let them escape from the Great Cloud formation. The Qilin Pavilion Master looked at the young man behind him and said, Yes. Lin Chaoyin nodded and walked into the sacred palace to ask for the pavilion's immortal artifact. The next moment, the sky above the sacred palace was filled with auspicious light. An ancient bronze mirror with the aura of time appeared. Its abnormally powerful aura completely suppressed the surrounding power of laws. Outside the Qilin Pavilion's halls, Ning Chen brought the Qi King and rapidly advanced in the gray fog. They were extremely fast and disappeared in a flash. After walking for a long time, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the gray fog that seemed to have no end. His eyes narrowed slightly. They should be trapped in the formation. On the side, the Qi King slightly adjusted his breathing and recovered some of his cultivation. He looked around and frowned. Is there a way to break it? The Qi King asked softly. Yes, but it will take time, Ningchen said. The Qi King turned and looked at the Qilin Pavilion people who were chasing after them. He said seriously, this king will delay them. You focus on breaking the formation. Be careful. Ningchen nodded and moved 1,000 feet away. He formed a seal with both hands and opened the Yellow Springs seal, separating the gray fog and focusing on studying the formation's mysteries. 1,000 feet away, Lin Yuzhen looked at the group of people chasing after her. The Phoenix Cry sword in her hand became even more resplendent. Thunder surged and turned the area into a world of thunder. Everyone arrived and 5 true realm experts took action. They rushed into the sea of thunder and surrounded their bodies with true yuan as they fought against peerless kings. 13 half-step true realm experts joined the battle and took turns attacking and defending with tacit understanding. Phoenix dances 9 heavens. The phoenix appeared and the sword was like a startled swan. Lin Yuzhen circulated her cultivation and moved as if she was dancing. Afterimages swirled in the air as the phoenix danced in the sky. 2 true realm experts and 5 half-step true realm experts flew out covered in blood and vomited blood. When Lin Yuzhen's true yuan ran out, the other 3 true realm experts' palms arrived. Lin Yuzhen condensed her true yuan and took it head-on. Drip. Blood dripped down and dyed her clothes red. Lin Yuzhen stabilized herself. It was the first time she had been injured since the battle started. She won't be able to last much longer. Capture her. The 3 true realm experts saw this and said in a deep voice. The other 8 half-step true realm experts accepted the order and gathered their true yuan. Their auras connected and formed an overturning force that pressed down on the kings in front of them. Lin Yuzhen wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the true qi clouds in the sky that were growing stronger and stronger. An extremely sharp light rose from her sword and turned into a heaven-splitting sword that slashed towards the sky. When the 2 extremes clashed, the clouds shattered and the sky shook. The clouds disappeared and the sword qi collapsed. The 8 half-step true realm experts suffered a backlash and retreated a dozen steps. In the aftermath, 3 true realm experts rushed forward and sent out palms that had been accumulating their true yuan for a long time. Lin Yuzhen held her sword and lightning spread out, blocking the 3 experts. With a boom, the injured Lin Yuzhen retreated a few steps and blood flowed out of her mouth. Looking back, Lin Yuzhen saw that the red-clothed figure was still trying his best to break the formation. Lin Yuzhen withdrew her gaze and slashed her sword with her left hand. Blood dripped down and dyed the divine sword red. Blood dyed the divine blade. The cry of the phoenix seemed to have sensed something. The sword body continuously trembled, and an illusory phoenix image rushed into the sky. The wind howled through the 9 heavens. An instant later, Lin Yuzhen's body moved and the image of a phoenix charged towards the 3 experts in front of her. Ugh! The 3 true realm experts worked together to block the attack and blood splattered everywhere. After repelling the enemy with one move, Lin Yuzhen, who had exhausted all her strength, suddenly staggered and vomited vermilion blood. Your Highness Prince Qi, Chaoyin admires you even more. You're still so strong despite your damaged cultivation. As they spoke, a young man with an extraordinary aura walked out of the mist. An ancient mirror that was difficult to distinguish between gold and stone floated above his head. Its aura was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Yin-yang mirror. Lin Yuzhen's expression changed when she saw the mirror above the former's head. Since Prince Qi recognizes this mirror, then give up resisting and come back with me, Lin Chaoyin smiled. Wishful thinking. Lin Yuzhen suppressed the waves in her heart and raised her aura. Then I can only offend you. The yin-yang mirror shone brightly above Lin Chaoyin, and a dazzling radiance like a divine sun shone down on the former's body. The immortal artifact had awakened, and its immortal aura was boundless. Lin Yuzhen felt a tearing pain in her 3 souls, and her consciousness gradually became hazy. The Phoenix Cry sword sensed this and released a bright red light, automatically protecting her. However, the immortal artifact's power was unstoppable. The Phoenix Cry sword let out a mournful cry and its radiance dimmed. Lin Qiaoyin stepped forward and condensed Yuan Qi with a flip of his palm, sealing the former's dantian. At this moment of crisis, the surrounding mist suddenly shook violently and quickly scattered. Lin Qiaoyin's expression froze, and he subconsciously used the mirror to protect himself. In an instant, the azure sword light pierced through the air and collided with the light. The light and sword qi simultaneously dissipated, and Lin Qiaoyin retreated 2 steps, his blood and qi churning violently. Ning Chen supported the unconscious Prince Qi and looked at the young man in front of him with an ice-cold expression. I thought I was already experienced and knowledgeable, but after seeing you today, I finally know what true shamelessness is. Winner takes all. As long as you can achieve your goal, it doesn't matter what method you use. This Prince Qi is useful to my Qilin Pavilion. If you can put her down, you will be my Qilin Pavilion's honored guest. Qiaoyin can guarantee that as long as you can step into the true realm, my Qilin Pavilion will tell you all the secrets of the 4th realm, said Lin Qiaoyin with a smile. Ning Chen looked at Prince Qi, who was half leaning in his arms, and then looked at the young man in front of him. Is what you said true? This one can swear it. The smile on Lin Qiaoyin's face became even more brilliant. Young Pavilion Master's sincerity is truly tempting. Ning Chen said softly and sent the woman in his arms out. Lin Qiaoyin's lips curled up, and he took half a step forward to receive her. Unfortunately, I don't care. As he spoke, a terrifying murderous aura erupted, and sword light filled the eyes. Immortal execution opened the Yellow Springs Road again. Chapter 8:11. Outside the Qilin Pavilion, a gray fog filled the air. Suddenly, a sword light soared into the sky, stunning the world. Inside the fog, Lin Qiaoyin hurriedly activated the celestial mirror to protect his body. However, the execution immortal sword's sharpness was unparalleled in the world. Ugh! With a painful groan, Lin Qiaoyin flew several feet away, his blood staining the fog red. His left arm, which had been destroyed by the execution immortal sword, disappeared along with his shoulder. The power of the slaughter immortal sword was shocking. Ning Chen's figure moved again. The execution immortal sword's baleful aura surged as it slashed toward Lin Qiaoyin. You're the 9th son of the Mahis sect. Lin Qiaoyin was shocked when he saw the immortal sword in the hands of the person in front of him. He did not care about his injuries and used the celestial mirror to block in front of him. With a boom, the immortal sword and the celestial mirror collided. Lin Qiaoyin's body flew out again. The yin-yang mirror's light dimmed, and his aura weakened a lot. Impudent! In the Qilin Pavilion, the Qilin Pavilion's master felt that his only son was in danger. He activated the yin-yang mirror from a distance, and it shone brightly again. Ning Chen sneered and swung his sword. Then, he took a step and quickly left. The sword light and the celestial mirror's light collided and devoured each other. The Qilin Pavilion's master appeared in the aftermath. He looked at the 2 people in front of him, and his eyes darkened. He had miscalculated. He had planned for a long time, but it was disrupted by an outsider. In the next moment, a stream of light flashed. The Qilin Pavilion's master waved his hand and brought the heavily injured people back to the depths of the fog. At the edge of the fog rolled and slowly separated. Ning Chen quickly rushed out with Prince Qi. In an instant, the fog that had separated closed again and returned to normal. In the vast starry sky, it was difficult to determine direction. Seeing that Prince Qi's injuries were not light, Ning Chen did not dare to hesitate and rushed forward with his intuition. Half a day later, Ning Chen put down Prince Qi on a barren planet. He took out some healing pills and stuffed them into Prince Qi's mouth. Then, he used his phoenix essence to catalyze the pills. After doing this, Ning Chun stood up and looked at the stars in the sky, trying to find the direction. He was not familiar with the Spirit Void starfield. When he was brought to the Qilin Pavilion, he had traveled through space, so it was difficult to determine the direction. As for where the White Emperor star was, or how far it was from them, they had no idea. After waiting for a long time, Prince Qi still hadn't woken up. Ning Chun frowned. He gathered phoenix essence in his palm and covered the prince's head. Vast amounts of phoenix essence surged in, searching for the source. Half an hour later, a serious look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes and his mind sank. His 3 souls were damaged. How could this be? Is it that mirror? Ning Chen kept his phoenix vitality and murmured softly. Most likely, it had something to do with the ancient mirror. It was not a small matter to injure one's soul. The 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were the most mysterious things in the human body. Even martial artists could not completely understand their secret. Once they were damaged, it would be extremely troublesome. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before his figure flashed. He transformed into a phoenix shadow and flew towards the starry sky. Phoenix Cry City, inside the palace, after waiting for several days without seeing Ning Chen and Prince Qi return, Ruo Shi and Murong Shi's faces began to show signs of worry. Why isn't he back yet? Yin sat in front of the table and was bored out of her mind. Sister Qing Ning, will something happen to the young master? Ruo Shi worriedly asked. I won't. Qing Ning shook her head and said, as long as he is prepared, no one in this world can hurt him. But the young master has only awakened one body. His strength has not fully recovered. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with a colossus like the Qilin Pavilion. Ruo Shi said seriously. One body is enough. Qing Ning calmly said. He only went to protect Prince Qi's safety, not to fight to the death with the Qilin Pavilion. Let's wait a little longer. The Qilin Pavilion is not close to here. He should have been delayed on the way. Nothing will happen to Master. Sister Ruo Shi, don't worry. Yin lay on the table and said in boredom, as long as he is not unprepared, when have you ever seen Master suffer a loss? Good people don't live long, bad people live for thousands of years. Her bad master was not a good person. He was full of schemes and tricks. He would definitely live longer than a 1,000-year-old turtle. Hearing the two's words, Ruo Shi's worried mood was relieved. She sat on the bed and looked at the girl who was about to go crazy from boredom. Yin, how long has it been since you last cultivated? I'm worried about Master. I'm not in the mood. Yin sat up straight and said seriously. Qing Ning patted the girl's head and said, you only know how to find excuses. I don't know why that senior heavens speaker took a fancy to a girl like you. Because I'm smart. Yin giggled and hugged the former's arm. Your shameless personality is exactly the same as your master. Qing Ning helplessly said. On the side, Murong covered her mouth and chuckled. The worry in her heart also lessened a lot. After traveling for more than 10 days, Ning Chun and the seriously injured Prince Qi finally found a large planet with life. It was still in its primitive stage. The human race was still ignorant. On the primitive planet, seeing the red figure descending from the sky, tens of thousands of natives knelt down in fear and kowtowed to the gods. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the people below. He didn't disturb their lives. His figure flashed and disappeared. Half a day later, in the primitive mountains of the vast planet, Ning Chen searched every inch of land to find medicine for the injured Prince Qi. Because the planet was vast and hadn't been destroyed by humans, Ning Chen found several king medicines. After using his phoenix essence to dissolve their medicinal properties, he had the Prince Qi take them. After waiting for half a month, the unconscious Prince Qi's injuries gradually improved and he showed signs of waking up. Another 2 days later, Lin Yuzhen slowly opened her eyes. After a moment of confusion, she gradually recovered her senses. The tearing pain was still clear, but it had lessened a lot. Lin Yuzhen sat up with difficulty and looked around at the burning bonfire in the cave. A trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. Where is this? Why is she here? You're awake. Not long after, Ning Qin returned and put down the king medicines he had just found. He looked at the person in front of him and smiled. Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses and looked at the former. She responded weakly, "Thank you for saving me, Brother Ning." "You're welcome. You saved me once, and I also saved you once. It's a tie." Ning Qin smiled and walked forward. He made the bonfire bigger and said, "We were lucky and found a large planet with life. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Good people have good karma." Lin Yuzhen smiled weakly. Ning Qin chuckled and said, "We can't be considered as good people. What does your highness think? Your 3 spiritual souls seem to be damaged. I can only help you stabilize your injuries. The rest can only depend on your highness." "I'm fine now," Lin Yuzhen said softly. "I can recover after recuperating for a period of time. I really didn't expect that the yin-yang mirror was really in the Qilin Pavilion. This item's power is very terrifying and specializes in attacking the soul. If it wasn't for Brother Ning saving me, I might really not have been able to come back. I promised to bring your highness out safely. Now that your highness has suffered such heavy injuries, I've already broken my promise." Ning Qin responded and continued, "Does your highness have any plans? The Qilin Pavilion won't let this go so easily." Lin Yuzhen was silent. After a moment, she said calmly, "Is Brother Ning willing to help me?" Ning Qin looked towards the former and said, "What does your highness want to do?" "Exterminate the Qilin Pavilion." Killing intent flashed across Lin Yuzhen's eyes as she said coldly. When Ning Qin heard that, his hand that was adding firewood paused. Soon after, it returned back to normal. He fiddled with the bonfire and said calmly, "The Qilin Pavilion must be joking. Even if I'm willing to help your highness, the Qilin Pavilion isn't something that the 2 of us can exterminate. Your highness should be clearer than anyone else about the foundation that this kind of inheritance can explode out when facing a life and death crisis. As long as the Qilin Pavilion doesn't have the existence of the 4th realm, it's not impossible." Lin Yuzhen said seriously. "Your highness should recuperate first. We'll talk about this in the future." After saying that, Ning Qin stood up and walked towards the outside. "I'll go and find some medicine for your highness." After saying that, Ning Qin walked out of the cave and his figure disappeared. When Lin Yuzhen saw that, she sighed softly. She was too impatient. This request was indeed too forceful. This time, Ning Qin was willing to take the risk to accompany her to the Qilin Pavilion. She could not ask for more. After all, the friendship between them had not reached that kind of level. In the cave, the bonfire that was burning was crackling. Lin Yuzhen sat in front in a daze. Because her injuries had not healed, her slightly pale face lost some of its domineering aura and had more of a weakness that she didn't usually have. Outside the cave, Ning Qin looked at the dense mountain forest in front of him. His eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life flashed past as he walked towards the front. 3 days later, Lin Yuzhen, whose injuries had slightly improved, walked out of the cave while holding onto the mountain wall and walked towards the direction of the sound of water. Ning Qin walked back and looked at the former's back view. He did not walk forward. 3,000 meters away, a beautiful jade pond appeared. The waterfall that was hanging down from the mountain continuously poured into the pond. The surrounding mountains were surrounded by lush green and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Lin Yuzhen stood in front of the pond and took off the clothes on her body. Soon after, she walked into the pond. The pond water was bone-chilling, dispelling the fatigue of many days. Lin Yuzhen's entire body submerged into the water and her mind became clear. Her injuries were no longer a problem and it was time for her to return to Phoenix Cry City. This time, she had incurred the hatred of the Qilin Pavilion and the trouble wasn't small. If she were to continue like this, the result would be even worse. that Mr. Ning was indeed a person who valued relationship. However, he was also an extremely rational person. Other than those few people around him, he was clearer than anyone else. If Mr. Ning wasn't willing to help, then she would have to find a new helper. Dealing with the Qilin Pavilion wasn't a small matter, and if she were to ask for help, the price she would have to pay wouldn't be small. Dawn Moon Tower's mistress? Lin Yuzhen stood up and walked out of the pond. This person was indeed not a bad choice. However, businessmen were the most heartless. Without sufficient returns, this person would definitely not make a move easily. Ji Yuechu? Lin Yuzhen thought for a moment and immediately dispelled this thought. Although she had cooperated with the Ji family's sacred master once, Ji Yuechu's identity was special. If he were to make a move to deal with the Qilin Pavilion, it would mean that the Ji family and the Qilin Pavilion would face each other. This possibility was almost impossible. On the shore, Lin Yuzhen put on her clothes. Her fine black hair casually fell behind her back. Because it wasn't dry yet, it wasn't tied up. In front of the cave, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful figure that was walking back, and a strange expression flashed across his eyes. Although he always knew that Prince Qi was a girl, it was still the first time he saw her dressed like this. "Brother Ning, let's set off on our journey back." Lin Yuzhen walked forward and said softly. Ning Chen came back to his senses and nodded in agreement. Chapter 8:12 Phoenix Cry City Palace. After waiting for nearly a month, even Qing Ning had a trace of worry in her eyes. "It's been too long, why hasn't he come back yet?" "Sister Qing Ning, Master is back." At this moment, Ina rushed in from outside the room and shouted. In the room, Qing Ning immediately got up and walked outside. She saw a heavenly boat coming from the distant horizon. Not long after, it descended from the sky and landed in the palace. Qing Ning stepped forward and looked at the figure walking down from the heavenly boat. "Why did you come back so late?" "There was an accident and I was delayed." Ning Chen's face showed a gentle smile. "His Highness Prince Qi is still injured. We'll talk about the details later. Let His Highness go back to the palace to recuperate first." Qing Ning looked over and saw Prince Qi's slightly pale face. She nodded and said, "It's my negligence. Your Highness, how are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Lin Yuzhen smiled tiredly and replied, "Your Highness, you're finally back." In the main hall, Concubine Yun walked out with a surprised expression. She quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Lin Yuzhen nodded and looked at the man beside her. "This prince will go to recuperate first. Brother Ning has worked hard for so many days, you should also go back and rest." Ning Chen lightly responded and followed Qing Ning to the west courtyard of the palace. "Your Highness, how are your injuries?" Concubine Yun was a little worried. "Don't make a fuss. Let's talk inside the palace." Lin Yuzhen responded and walked towards the main hall in front of her. In the west courtyard of the palace, Ruo Shi and the others were anxiously waiting. When they saw a familiar figure appear in front of them, they immediately stepped forward. "Sir," Ruo Shi whispered. Ning Chen looked at the three people in front of him and smiled. "No need to be so nervous, I'm fine." Yin stepped forward and circled around the former. Her big eyes swept around and suspiciously said, "Tell me honestly, why did you come back so late? Did you do something bad? Is this how you talk to your master?" Ning Chen raised his hand and knocked the girl in front of him on the head, unhappily. Yin held her head in pain and waved her small fist in protest. Then she immediately hid behind Qing Ning. "Both of you, stop for a moment." Qing Ning looked exasperated. She pulled the maidservant out from behind her and knocked on her head. "All right, your master is back. You don't have an excuse to slack off now, do you? Go and cultivate. Then after I finish cultivating, I want Ning Chen to accompany me to play," Yin bargained. "All right." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Go quickly." Hee. Yin smiled happily. Only then did she run back to cultivate in satisfaction. "Just let her be." Even I can't control her anymore, Qing Ning said helplessly. Er's cultivation speed is already very fast. When I was her age, I hadn't even reached the Great Circle realm yet, said Murong. Not far away, Einer heard this and stopped in her tracks. She turned around and said, Sister Murong is the best. Qing Ning glared at her. When Einer saw this, she hurriedly ran away. Murong, how is the poison in your body? Ning Chen stepped forward and grabbed the arm of the woman before him. His phoenix essence surged into her body to check her injuries. Fortunately, it hasn't flared up these days, said Murong calmly. After a long time, Ning Chen retracted his phoenix essence and frowned. He wasn't optimistic. The poison had entered his internal organs and was now suppressed by the power of the clear sky lotus breath. However, it couldn't be expelled. Ning Chen, come with me. I have something to tell you, said Qing Ning. Ning Chen nodded and softly agreed. The two walked towards the pavilion in the courtyard. Murong and Ruo she tacitly didn't follow. They already knew what had happened, but it was better for Qing Ning to tell him. In the pavilion in the courtyard, Qing Ning's expression gradually became serious. She said, Something happened to Wu Lei. Ning Chen was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Not long ago, the Ji family was suddenly attacked by a group of extremely powerful enemies and suffered heavy losses. 2 grand elders of the True Realm died in battle. We don't know how many True Realm and Void Realm experts we lost. Wu Lei's seclusion room was affected and failed to break through to the True Realm. We don't know whether she's dead or alive. When Ruo she went to pick her up, the Ji family refused to let her in. So far, she hasn't seen Wu Lei. I'll go pick her up now. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a heavy light. Qing Ning nodded and reminded him, something happened to Ji Yuqing. That's why the Ji family is so sensitive. They won't receive anyone. When you go, try not to clash with them. Ning Chen nodded. I'll be careful. Although Wu Lei and you aren't master and disciple in name, you are. However, if they really don't let her go, you must bring her back by force. Qing Ning sternly said. Don't worry. Ning Chen replied softly. If the Ji family doesn't release Wu Lei, they probably want me to step in. The master of the Ji family isn't a foolish person. It's impossible that he can't weigh the pros and cons. Qing Ning nodded. Be careful. You only have the strength of one person now. The Ji family's affairs are full of mysteries. Don't get involved. Understood. Ning Chen agreed and didn't say anything else. He walked out of the palace. At the same time, in the Phoenix Cry Palace, Concubine Yun reported the recent events and waited for Prince Qi's decision. After listening to the former, Lin Yuzhen's expression turned solemn and he quietly pondered. After a long time, Lin Yuzhen collected his thoughts and looked at His Highness. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind who killed the High Priest to sow discord between Beiki and the Ji family has appeared. Concubine Yun's eyes trembled. Does your Highness mean that those mysterious experts are the murderers of the High Priest? Yes. Lin Yuzhen nodded. In the conflict between me and the Ji family, whoever appeared and took advantage of the situation is most likely to be the mastermind. At first, I thought it was the Qilin Pavilion. However, it seems that these mysterious experts are more suspicious. In the previous few days of acting, she and Ji Yuechu each had their own plans. Her goal was to beat them at their own game and find the mastermind behind the scenes, while Ji Yuechu wanted to take this opportunity to borrow her strength to suppress the great clan elder's bloodline. However, no one expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would have such astonishing strength, causing the Ji clan to suffer such damage. Your Highness, there's one more thing. After the Ji family's incident, Miss Ruo she went to the Ji family to pick up Hong Wulei. However, she was rejected at the door. Until now, we don't know whether Hong Wulei is alive or dead, Concubine Yun said seriously. Lin Yuzhen frowned. Hong Wulei was also affected in this war? Concubine Yun replied softly. It seems that she was affected when she was trying to break through to the reality realm. She failed and suffered a backlash. It's hard to say whether she's alive or dead. Lin Yuzhen's expression changed slightly. Ning Chen definitely wouldn't sit idly by if Hong Wulei was injured. He should have already moved. White Emperor City, the Ji family. It was a scene of devastation after the battle. All of the Ji family's experts outside had returned. Ning Chen walked over and stopped in front of the Ji family. Looking at two Ji family disciples, he said, "Please report to the Holy Master that Ning Chen wishes to see him. Please wait a moment." One of the Ji family disciples trembled when he saw the person in front of him. He cupped his fists and walked into the Ji family. Not long after, the Ji family disciple returned and respectfully bowed. "Young Master Ning, the Holy Master requests your presence. Please follow me." Ning Chen nodded and walked into the Ji clan, following behind him. The atmosphere in the Ji family's sacred hall was stagnant. Practically all of the Ji family's major figures were present. The experts seated below them all emitted an oppressive pressure. Junior Ning Chen greets the Holy Master. Ning Chen walked into the hall and respectfully bowed. Mo Gate's ninth son. One of the Ji family's grand elders stood up and said, "You actually dare to come to my Ji family? You really are brazen." Ji Yuechu didn't say anything to help. He just calmly looked at the youth below. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning Chen looked at the Ji family's grand elders. "Those who come are guests. Is this how the Ji family treats its guests?" The grand elders of the Holy Master's faction nodded slightly. They had heard the Holy Master mention this youth before. Ignoring his strength, just his courage was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although the other youths of his generation had already matured quite well, none of them could reach this youth's height. Mo Gate's ninth son, you buried 9 Supremes in the ancient battlefield. Now that I've seen you today, you really are extraordinary, smiled one of the Holy Masters. Senior praises me too much. Back then, I only did it to protect myself, said Ning Chen courteously. Scheming and crafty? You're just someone fishing for fame. What's there to be proud of? Sneered another grand elder. Ning Chen smiled and ignored them. It was no wonder the Ji family's Holy Master had joined hands with Prince Qi to set up this trap. The Ji family's inner circle was truly not united. All right, let's not talk too much. At this time, Ji Yuechu finally spoke. I know why little brother Ning has come, and my Ji family has no reason to stop you. However, that girl is heavily injured and won't be able to move for a while. It's better for her to stay in the Ji family. When Ning Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Then can I take a look at Wu Lei's injuries? Holy Master, why are you still being so long-winded? If he and Prince Qi hadn't caused such a ruckus in my Ji family and injured several of our grand elders, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses this time. Capture this person and make him pay with his life for the souls of our Ji family, said one of the Ji family's grand elders furiously. Are you the Holy Master or am I the Holy Master? I don't need you to teach me what to do. Ji Yuechu's expression gradually turned cold. The expression of the Supreme Elder, who had just stood up, suddenly turned extremely ugly. Elder Long, the Holy Master hasn't said anything yet. Are you looking down on the Holy Master's dignity by overstepping your bounds? Said a Grand Elder coldly. The Ji family's Grand Elder called Elder Long sat down with an ugly expression, not daring to say anything else. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked back at the young man below and said, Miss Wu Lei is recuperating in the United Heart Hall. Men, bring young Master Ning to the United Heart Hall. Yes. A maidservant walked out and bowed respectfully. Then, she led the way. Ning Chen nodded and turned to follow. Just as he walked out of the hall, Ji Yuechu's voice rang in his ears. Little brother Ning, please wait in the United Heart Hall for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. It's about those mysterious experts who came to the Ji family this time. Chapter 8:13. In the United Heart Palace, The maids left and Ji Ming stood quietly beside the bed. He looked at the unconscious Hong Wulei with a pained expression on his face. Wulei had learned sword techniques from him for a while, so he could be considered half a disciple. Compared to Yin Wulei had experienced more hardships, so he was more mature and worked very hard. He didn't say anything, but he saw it with his own eyes. Effort and reward weren't equal at all times. Wulei's life was relatively bumpy. This time, due to the Ji family's battle, he failed to break through to the corporeal realm. Although he managed to keep his life, the difficulty of breaking through to the corporeal realm next time was unimaginable. On the bed, Hong Wulei's pale face was covered in sweat. The true Yuan backlash after failing to break through to the corporeal realm brought great pain. She couldn't get rid of it even though she was unconscious. Ning Chen sat beside the bed and took a white towel soaked in water. After wringing it dry, he gently wiped the sweat off the girl's face. Perhaps it was because she felt the familiar aura of the person beside her, but the pain on her face eased a little. I really didn't expect the infamous little brother Ning to have such a gentle side. Outside the palace, Ji Yuechu walked in and said, "Of course I would feel sorry for the girl I taught. This has nothing to do with reputation, so there shouldn't be anything to be curious about." Ning Chen didn't raise his head and continued to carefully wipe the girl's sweat. "Little brother Ning is right. Isn't the reason we work so hard to become stronger so that the people around us won't be hurt?" Ji Yuechu sighed and said, "Unfortunately, even though I'm the Ji family's sacred master, I still can't protect the people around me. This time, the Ji family suffered a disaster and Yuqing lost her god bloodline. She's also unconscious now. As a father, I failed in my duty." "Who did it?" Ning Chen put the white towel in water and washed it. He then wrung it dry again and continued to wipe the girl in front of him. "Among the leaders that came, there's one that you recognize. It's the mysterious Di Mingtian who appeared on the ancient path. As for the others, no one has seen them before. But from their auras and moves, they're from the Nether Hall," replied Ji Yuechu. Di Mingtian, Nether Hall. Ning Chen's hand paused and he frowned slightly. How could they be related? He had fought with Di Mingtian several times, and he didn't feel the unique aura of the people from the Hall of the Underworld on him. "I'm not familiar with Di Mingtian. However, the Nether Hall is located at the edge of the Spirit Void, bordering the Hongluan starfield. It's very far from my Ji family. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conflict of interest between them. It's truly strange for them to suddenly fall out with my Ji family," said Ji Yuechu. "It's probably because of the Ji clan's god bloodline. On the ancient starry sky path, Di Mingtian and his group attacked Miss Ji several times. This time, Miss Ji's bloodline was snatched away." "That's proof," Ning Chen replied. "Little brother Ning, you might not know this, but only the direct descendants of my Ji family can bear the power of a deity's bloodline. Even if someone else were to take it away, it would be useless. If the Nether Hall did not hesitate to pay any price to launch a sneak attack on my Ji family just to take Yuqing's bloodline power, it really doesn't make sense," Ji Yuechu said in a grave tone. "Maybe the answer isn't with Nether Hall." Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "If Nether Hall wanted to snatch Ji family's bloodline power, they wouldn't have waited until today. The real reason should be with Di Mingtian. As long as we find out his identity, the answer might be clear." Hearing this, Ji Yuechu's eyes narrowed. A moment later, he nodded and said, "Little brother Ning's words make sense. Yuqing said that you're an extremely smart person. She was right." "Sacred Lord, you're too kind." Ning Chen said calmly, "Sacred Lord, since you asked me to stay, you should have other things to discuss, right?" Ji Yuechu nodded and said with a serious expression, "Yuqing's bloodline power must be taken back. Otherwise, her life will be completely ruined. I hope little brother Ning can see that you're friends with my daughter and help us this time." "Sacred Lord, you want to attack Nether Hall?" Ning Chen asked. "That's right." Ji Yuechu nodded and said, Whether it's for public or private reasons, it's impossible for G family to take this lying down. However, Nether Hall used to be one of the strongest palaces in the world. Even though they've lost a lot of their sharpness over the years, their background is still hard to estimate. G family's top combat strength isn't enough. I hope little brother Ning can help us. Speaking of this, Ji Yuechu paused for a moment and said, I will personally go to Phoenix Cry Palace to invite Prince Qi. The death of Baki's high priest is likely the work of Nether Hall and Di Mingtian. Sacred Lord, there's no need to make this trip in vain. Prince Qi won't agree, Ningchen replied. Ji Yuechu was startled and puzzled. Why? Doesn't Prince Qi want to avenge Baki's high priest? It's not convenient for me to reveal the specific reason. Sacred Lord can send someone to send a letter and see if what I said is true, Ningchen said casually. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu frowned. This really wasn't good news. Prince Qi's strength was extraordinary. He rarely met a worthy opponent in the Third Realm. Without him, their combat strength would be even more lacking. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the Ji family should still have some hidden trump cards that haven't been revealed to the world. Sacred Lord, you can consider using them, Ningchen said. Ji Yuechu regained her senses and shook her head. I won't hide it from you. The Ji family does indeed have these hidden trump cards. However, the reason they are called hidden trump cards is because they cannot be easily activated. Unless it's a life or death situation, even the Ji family's Sacred Lord has no right to use them. That's a pity, Ningchen said regretfully. Holy Master, please forgive me. There's a lady by my side called Murong who is now deeply poisoned. I have to stay and accompany her. I can't run around anymore. I don't want to see her for the last time when I return. Ji Yuechu frowned. What kind of poison is it? You have Phoenix essence. Can't you cure it? Yellow Springs pill. The poison has entered the organs. I can't do anything about it, Ningchen sighed. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu fell silent. There was no antidote for the Yellow Springs pill. Those who were poisoned were destined to enter the Yellow Springs. Sacred Lord, I want to take Wulei away. I hope Sacred Lord won't stop me. Ningchen shifted his gaze to the person in front of him and said seriously. Ji Yuechu nodded. It's indeed better for Miss Wulei to stay in the Ji family. However, since little brother Ning insists on taking her away, I won't stop you. Thank you, Sacred Lord. I will remember the Ji family's care for Wulei and Ruoshi. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. Ningchen replied. He extended his hand and carefully picked up the girl on the bed. Soon after, he walked out of the hall. Outside the United Heart Hall, the Ji family's guards tensed up when they saw the red-robed young man walking out. Ningchen walked past the guards. His expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Inside the United Heart Hall, Ji Yuechu walked out and looked at the figure in front of her. Sacred Lord, are we going to let him take her away just like that? An old figure appeared and asked. Ji Yuechu's eyes flashed. This child's strength and wisdom are unfathomable. Since he dares to come to the Ji family, he must be prepared. If he doesn't want to help, it's useless even if we force Hong Wulei to stay. It's not worth it to threaten him with this matter. What do we do about Yuqing? Nether Hall isn't easy to provoke. With the current strength of my Ji family, it will be difficult for us to go to Nether Hall and force them to hand over Yuqing's bloodline strength. The old man worriedly said. Nether Hall. Ji Yuechu's eyes flashed with a cold light. They had to take back Yuqing's bloodline strength. It seemed that they would have to give up a portion of the benefits and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Immediately send a message to the pavilion masters of Qilin Pavilion and Heaven Mending Pavilion. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them, Ji Yuechu said. The old man was shocked. Sacred Lord, I'm afraid there's no need to say anything. Just do as I say, Ji Yuechu lightly said. Yes. The old man was helpless. He respectfully accepted the order. Phoenix Cry Palace, in a courtyard on the west side, Ning Chen returned with Hong Wulei. Qing Ning had been waiting for a long time. As she saw the pale face of the girl in Ning Chen's arms, her expression changed. "How are Wulei's injuries?" Qing Ning worriedly asked. "Her life isn't in danger, but her injuries are heavy. She will need a long time to rest," Ning Chen replied. "Will it affect her in the future?" Qing Ning worriedly asked. Ning Chen sighed. He nodded. If there aren't any special circumstances, then Wulei might never be able to step into the corporeal realm in her life. Qing Ning's body shook and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Wulei's efforts were no less than anyone else's. It would be difficult for her to accept such a result when she woke up. "Bring Wulei into the room first," Qing Ning softly said. Ning Chen nodded. He held the girl in his arms and walked into a nearby room. Inside the room, Ning Chen placed Wulei down. He looked at Qing Ning and asked, "Where are Murong and Ruo Shi?" The two of them went out to buy medicinal herbs. Murong is skilled in alchemy. Although she has lost her cultivation, her understanding of medicinal properties is still incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Wulei has failed in breaking into the corporeal realm, so she will need medicinal herbs to help her, Qing Ning replied. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the unconscious girl on the bed and sighed inwardly. Truly, fortune never came in pairs and misfortune never came alone. Murong's matter had already left him feeling powerless, and now something had happened to Hong Wulei. "Ning Chen, do you still have a chance to recover your two bodies?" Qing Ning asked. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "My demonic body might be able to. As long as there's enough demonic energy to stimulate it, there should be a chance. As for my main body, I don't have any good methods for the time being. The immortal tree needs too much spiritual energy to recover. If my main body wants to recover, it's almost impossible in a short period of time." Back then, the immortal peach tree had only been able to bloom and bear fruit within 100 years because of the Jade Lake's water and the time restriction. Now that the Jade Lake's water had been used up and the main body was unconscious, it couldn't cultivate on its own. Qing Ning gently nodded and said, "Once the matter here is resolved, we should try our best to recover the demonic body. Then we can find a way to recover the main body." Just as the two of them were conversing, the void in the Ji clan's sacred hall churned and two illusory figures walked out. Powerful auras covered the sky and earth. Even though it was just an illusion, it still made people feel extremely pressured. "Holy Lord of the Ji family, why have you invited us here?" Qilin Pavilion Master asked. Chapter 8:14. Within the Ji family's sacred hall, the sect masters of the two pavilions and one faction were gathered. The entire hall was filled with an abnormally powerful aura. The two of you should be able to guess why I invited the two of you here. With the revival of Nether Hall, I hope that the Qilin Pavilion and Heaven Mending Pavilion can once again conquer Nether Hall with my Ji family. Ji Yuechu looked at the two illusory figures floating in the air. "Oh? Conquer Nether Hall? Sacred Master must be joking. In these years, my Qilin Pavilion and Nether Hall have never had any conflicts. Why would we take the initiative to provoke this sleeping lion?" Qilin Pavilion Master, you're right. The Heaven Mending Pavilion Master said coldly. No one knows how much strength Nether Hall still has. Why would we take the initiative to provoke them? Moreover, Nether Hall is in Spirit Void, and my Heaven Mending Pavilion is in Hongluan Starfield. Well, water doesn't interfere with river water, so we won't get involved in this mess. Do the two pavilion masters really think that Nether Hall will always be content with their lot? Since Nether Hall has already revived, Heaven Mending Pavilion and Qilin Pavilion are very likely to be the next Ji family. The two of you should know Nether Hall's ambition. Spirit Void and Hongluan Star Fields are adjacent, and Nether Hall is in between. The best choice is to join hands to gain the initiative, said Ji Yuechu. Sacred Master's words are incorrect. Nether Hall was once the strongest, but it is definitely not at its peak. It is impossible for them to provoke us at the same time. We are deeply regretful that the G family suffered this time. However, let's not talk about joining hands, said the Qilin Pavilion Master calmly. Sacred Master, please forgive us. My heaven-mending pavilion is also unable to help, said the heaven-mending pavilion master. The G family is willing to give up 10% of the West Ridge Spirit Mine, said Ji Yuechu. Oh! The Qilin Pavilion Master and heaven-mending pavilion master's eyes flashed. The West Ridge Spirit Mine was the G family's most important mine. 1 late-stage True Realm, 2 early-stage True Realm, no more, said the Qilin Pavilion Master. My heaven-mending pavilion is the same, said the heaven-mending pavilion master. 2 late-stage True Realm and 2 early-stage True Realm, said Ji Yuechu. Impossible. The Qilin Pavilion Master directly refused. The Sacred Master's request is too high. 2 more early True Realm experts are fine, and at most 1 late True Realm expert. On the side, the heaven-mending pavilion master nodded and said, Sacred Master should understand just how precious a late-stage True Realm expert is. Even we cannot invite just anyone. 1 is already our limit, and our heaven-mending pavilion can add 2 more early-stage True Realm experts. This is our bottom line. Sacred Master should consider it carefully. Ji Yuechu's eyes narrowed slightly and said, Deal. Our pavilion will send people over soon. I hope that Holy Master can keep your promise. While talking, the Qilin Pavilion Master's figure gradually faded away. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. After the Qilin Pavilion Master left, the heaven-mending Pavilion Master looked at the person in front of him and said, Sacred Master, I have something to ask. Please tell me. Pavilion Master, please speak, Ji Yuechu replied. Not long ago, 3 women entered the Spirit Void Star region. One of them is a traitor of the Weed sect. She took a Yellow Springs pill, and should have lost all her cultivation. As for the other 2, one is at the corporeal realm and the other is at the illusory realm. In addition, they also brought an unconscious youth with them. I wonder if the Sacred Master has heard of this? Ji Yuechu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. The heaven-mending pavilion master nodded. Then I asked the Sacred Master to look for them. If you can find them, my heaven-mending pavilion will definitely thank you. Pavilion Master is too polite. I will try my best. Ji Yuechu smiled. Many thanks. After saying this, the heaven-mending pavilion master's figure gradually faded away, vanishing from the Ji family's temple. Traitor of the Weed sect, ho. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Ji Yuechu's mouth. So, there were still these things in between. Men. What orders does the Sacred Master have? A Ji family disciple walked into the hall and bowed. Ji Yuechu waved his hand and a letter flew from the table in the hall into the disciple's hand. Tomorrow morning, send this letter to Phoenix Cry Palace. Yes. The Ji family disciple respectfully bowed and left. Phoenix Cry City, within the royal palace. Prince Qi was in seclusion, healing his wounds with all his strength. In the western courtyard, Ning Chun was sitting in a pavilion playing chess with Murong. To the side, Yin was nervously helping. After 1 round, the black pieces were in complete chaos. Sir, you lost again. After a piece fell, Murong looked up at the person in front of her and smiled. Ning Chen, you're too stupid. You didn't even win a single one of the last 3 rounds. Yin muttered from the side. Didn't you help me move a lot of pieces? You still have the nerve to call me stupid. Ning Chen snappily said. If I didn't help you, you would have lost even faster. Yin retorted. What, did Sir lose again? Ruo she walked in from outside the pavilion. As she saw the 2 of them bickering, she chuckled. He lost 3 rounds in a row. Yin complained. Ruo she smiled. Sir isn't good at chess to begin with. Murong is also so fierce, so of course he lost. It's Sir who didn't play seriously with me. Murong chuckled. Playing chess was a test of one's eyesight and mind. These were Sir's strengths. It was just that he didn't want to play seriously. Of course, there was also this girl. It was hard not to lose. As soon as she finished speaking, Murong's face suddenly paled. Without any warning, she vomited a mouthful of blood, staining the chessboard. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and grabbed the former's arm. A vast amount of phoenix chi poured into her body, suppressing the yellow spring's poison that erupted again. Half a quarter of an hour later, Murong tiredly opened her eyes and smiled weakly. "I'm fine. I'll help you back to rest." Ning Chen stepped forward and helped her up. Then, he walked towards a room not far away. In the room, Ning Chen helped Murong lie down on the bed and covered her with a quilt. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Rest well for a while. Maybe you're too tired." Murong gently nodded. Then, she closed her eyes and prepared to rest. Ning Chen sat on the edge of the bed and watched as the woman's breathing gradually stabilized and she fell into a deep sleep. After another quarter of an hour, he got up and walked out of the room. "How is Murong?" Outside the room, she was anxiously waiting. When she saw the former walk out, she asked anxiously. Ning Chen sighed softly. "At most, she has 10 days left." She's expression shook. Her eyes flashed with sadness. Not far away, Ina heard this. Her always cheerful little face also became sad. "Young Master Ning, Miss Yunji asks for you." At this moment, outside the small courtyard, a maid came and respectfully said. Ning Chen recovered and nodded. "I'll go over now." "Is something the matter?" She asked worriedly. "It should be about the Ji family. You take care of Murong. I'll be back soon." Ning Chen exhorted and immediately walked out of the courtyard. Phoenix Cry Palace. Concubine Yun looked at the invitation on the table with some worry in her eyes. "Miss Yunji." Ning Chen entered the palace and politely asked, "What's the matter?" Concubine Yun handed over the invitation on the table and said, "The Ji family's holy lord is here." Ning Chen took the invitation. After reading it, his brows slightly wrinkled. Young Master Ning, before His Highness went into seclusion, he said that regarding the Ji family and the Qilin Pavilion, Concubine Yun can discuss this matter with young Master Ning. I wonder what young Master Ning thinks of this letter sent by the Ji family's holy master? It's very troublesome. Ning Chen said truthfully, "I've already told the Ji family's holy lord that Prince Qi won't intervene in the battle between the Ji family and the Hall of the Dead. I didn't expect him to personally make a trip. The matter of His Highness' injury cannot be exposed. I ask young master to conceal it for me." Concubine Yun bowed and requested, "I understand. Miss Yunji, please find a way to hide the matter of Prince Qi's absence. The Ji family's holy lord is not an ordinary person. It's not easy to deceive him." Ning Chen said. Concubine Yun nodded. "Rest assured, young master, I will take care of this matter. Miss Yunji, please continue with your work. Murong's body is unwell, so I must return." Ning Chen said and didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Murong was sleeping in a room in the western courtyard. The yellow spring's poison had erupted again and again, tormenting this pitiful woman. If it weren't for her yearning for this hard-won warmth, she might not have been able to endure it. Outside the room, the sky gradually darkened. Ning Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the cold moon in the sky. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. "This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself." At some point, Qing Ning had appeared behind him. "She saved me, but I couldn't save her." Ning Chen sighed deeply, feeling powerless. In this world, most things don't go your way. You've already done your best, but you can't save everyone. Even the immortal peach tree has been destroyed. This is the will of the heavens. "Don't make things difficult for yourself," said Qing Ning softly. "The will of the heavens?" Ning Chen looked at the horizon, silent. He had struggled with the heavens his entire life, but in the end he had lost far too much. After accompanying Murong on this journey, you should go and find a way to restore your 2 bodies. Your 3 bodies are bound together for good or ill, especially your main body. If something happens to it, your life will be in danger. You can't let this matter drag on forever. Don't let Miss Murong's painstaking efforts go to waste, Qin Ning said seriously. Ning Chen nodded, silently agreeing. The cold night gradually passed. As the first rays of dawn sprinkled down on the earth, a blue-white clothed middle-aged man appeared in Phoenix Cry City. A powerful pressure spread out from him, making it so that no one dared to approach. The Ji family's Holy Lord personally arrived at Phoenix Cry City, shocking countless powerhouses within the city. Phoenix Cry Palace. Concubine Yun stood in the Grand Hall, quietly waiting. In front of the hall, a guard quickly walked in. He respectfully bowed and reported that the Ji family's Holy Lord had arrived. Concubine Yun's pupils shrank. She said, "Please enter." Not long after, a blue-white figure appeared outside Phoenix Cry Palace. After several steps, he arrived in the Grand Hall. "The Holy Lord has graced us with your presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you." Concubine Yun smiled as she saw the newcomer. "Miss Yun is too polite." Ji Yuechu swept her eyes over the Grand Hall. She calmly said, "Why don't I see His Highness Prince Qi? His Highness has recently gained some enlightenment in his cultivation and is currently in seclusion. He is unable to personally receive the Holy Lord." "I apologize," Concubine Yun replied. Ji Yuechu's eyes narrowed. "That was far too unfortunate. Reporting to Miss Yun, Sir Ning requests an audience." At this time, a maid walked in from outside the hall and reported. "Invite him in," Concubine Yun said. "Yes." The maid nodded and left. Chapter 8:15. At Phoenix Cry Palace, the Ji family's Holy Master personally came, followed by Knowing Destiny. Concubine Yun looked at the 2 of them and ordered someone to serve them tea. "Monarch Qi is in seclusion. It seems I came at a bad time," Ji Yuechu said. "Her Highness has comprehended something during her cultivation, so she decided to go into seclusion," Concubine Yun explained. "Little brother Ning did remind me, but I didn't think Monarch Qi would be in seclusion. What a pity," Ji Yuechu regretfully said. Across from him, Ning Chen picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, not saying anything. This excuse wasn't too clever, but it was enough. At the very least, with him sitting here, this Ji family's Holy Master wouldn't easily make things difficult for him. "Did Monarch Qi say when she will leave seclusion?" Ji Yuechu asked. "At least a month, at most a year," Concubine Yun replied. Ji Yuechu frowned. He glanced at the young man across from him who hadn't spoken yet. He couldn't help but dispel this thought. Although he didn't want to admit it, this young man from the same generation as his daughter already had the strength to contend with old fellows like them. He wasn't willing to make such a person his enemy. "Little brother Ning, please reconsider the matter I mentioned to you before. My Ji family will definitely remember this favor," Ji Yuechu said once more. "Holy Master, I understand your feelings as a father wanting to save your daughter. But, if the Ji family doesn't use their hidden strength, then even if I agree to help, it will be difficult to take back Miss Ji's god bloodline," Ning Chen replied. "What if my Ji family's current strength is combined with the help of Qilin Pavilion and Heaven Mending Pavilion?" Ji Yuechu seriously asked. "Oh!" A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. "Holy Master, please tell me. Qilin Pavilion and Heaven Mending Pavilion have both agreed to send 1 late True Realm and 4 early True Realm Masters to help. If little brother Ning also agrees to help, then I have a 90% chance of taking back Yuqing's bloodline strength," Ji Yuechu earnestly said. Ning Chen fell silent. He looked at the tea leaves floating in his cup and didn't reply. "Little brother Ning, that Miss Murong should come from Red Luan Star Region's Yin Gui sect, right?" Ji Yuechu asked. Ning Chen's hand paused for a moment before he calmed down and said, "It seems that the Sacred Master already knows." Ji Yuechu nodded and said, When Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master mentioned the girls by your side, I already guessed that it was you and deliberately concealed this matter. Little brother Ning, I am not saying this to threaten you. I just want to say that Ji family is willing to become friends with you. I hope little brother Ning can also help my daughter this time. Ning Chen sighed softly and asked, when? 5 days, Ji Yuechu said. Ning Chen shook his head and said, wait for another 5 days. 10 days later, I will do my best to help Sacred Master take back Miss Ji's bloodline power. 10 days. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu frowned slightly. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he nodded and said, all right, this seat will wait until 10 days later. Little brother Ning, 10 days later, this seat will be waiting for your arrival at the Ji family. Definitely. Ning Chen nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. Miss Yun, please send my regards to His Highness Prince Qi. Sorry for the disturbance. Ji Yuechu stood up, his gaze shifted to the woman not far away, and said politely, Concubine Yun will pass on Sacred Master's words. Take care, Sacred Master. Concubine Yun stood up and walked forward to see him off. Ji Yuechu nodded and didn't stay any longer. He turned and walked out of the hall. Concubine Yun saw him out of the hall and watched him leave. After a moment, she looked back at the young figure in the hall and said, Young Master Ning, are you really going to help Ji family attack Nether Hall? Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, when I first came to Hongluan Star region, I already had a grudge with Nether Hall. Even if I don't go looking for them, they will come looking for me sooner or later. Then young Master Ning must be careful. I once heard His Highness mention that Nether Hall's strength was once at the peak of many inheritances in ancient times. Aside from the underworld, no one can compare to them. Although they have declined now, no one knows how much strength this colossus still has, Concubine Yun reminded him seriously. I will be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Concubine Yun, replied Ning Chen. Concubine Yun walked to the throne and took out a simple and beautiful sword. She softly said, This is His Highness Phoenix Cry sword. His Highness said that if you encounter a powerful enemy, I should lend this sword to you. Young Master possesses a phoenix origin, and with this Phoenix Cry sword, your strength will rise to another level. Ning Chen looked at the sword in her hand. A moment later, he reached out and took it. Thank you. The sword was 3 inches long, and red clouds filled the sky. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light and his phoenix origin surged. Concubine Yun was astonished. What a powerful aura! Returning the sword to its sheath, Ning Chen's aura gradually withdrew. He nodded and left the hall. Watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance, Concubine Yun sighed inwardly. Ever since they had first met, she hadn't been able to see through him. Whether it was his strength or his thoughts, he seemed to be hidden in a fog. Perhaps only those women by his side could understand him. In the western courtyard, Ning Chen took out the Phoenix Cry sword and handed it to Qi Ning. This is the Phoenix Cry sword that His Highness Prince Qi asked Concubine Yun to lend me. You agree to Ji family's Holy Lord's request? Qi Ning took the sword and asked. Ning Chen nodded. After all, Miss Ji has taken care of Ruo Shi and Wulei. In addition to the enmity between me and Nether Hall, I will settle it once and for all. Qi Ning was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. If you agree, then so be it. 10 days later, Ruo Shi and I will take Wulei back to the central province. That girl's injuries require a long period of recuperation. It's not suitable for her to stay in Qi Palace. Take Iner with you. She hasn't been back for a long time. Senior Sword Master and Er's mother must miss her very much. Ning Chen whispered. All right, but that girl has a wild temper and can't stay idle. I estimate that she will come looking for you within a few days after returning home. Qi Ning helplessly said. If she wants to come back, then let her come by herself. She has the sword techniques I left on her and the Western King Hairpin. As long as she doesn't encounter too strong an enemy, her life shouldn't be in danger. Ning Chen replied. Qing Ning gently nodded. A trace of gentleness appeared on her face. When you first took her in, she was just a little girl who lazed around in bed. I didn't expect her cultivation to be higher than yours now. Time really flies. Er's talent is good and her mind is pure. It's not surprising that her cultivation is fast. If Senior Heaven's Speaker's gift awakens in the future, I might not be able to beat her. Ning Chen sighed. Qing Ning smiled. At that time, no one will be able to control her. As her master, you must work hard. Don't let her surpass you. If she surpasses me, then so be it. Ning Chen smiled lightly and said, As a teacher, don't I hope that my disciple can surpass my master? If can really surpass me one day and her name shakes the world, I, as her master, will also feel proud. Young Lord, Murong is awake. Not far away, the door opened and Ruoshi walked in. Go spend more time with her, Qing Ning said softly. Ning Chen nodded and walked towards the room in front. Sister Qing Ning. Ruoshi called out. Her eyes unconsciously filled with tears. Her sadness was difficult to suppress. Qing Ning sighed. Ruoshi, this is something that no one can change. Murong understands, Ning Chen also understands. Murong chose freedom back then. At least, she didn't regret it. Ruoshi clenched her delicate hands. Her tears were filled with hatred. Gui Zong and Bu Tian Pavilion, in order to maintain the so-called alliance, did not hesitate to sacrifice an innocent woman. It was really hateful. In a room not far away, Ning Chen sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the woman who had just woken up. With a gentle expression, he asked, How do you feel? A lot better. Murong smiled weakly and replied, Sleep a little more. More rest is good for your body. Ning Chen whispered, I don't want to sleep anymore. I've been in the room for too long. It's a bit stuffy. Can you help me up? I want to go out for a walk. Murong looked at the scenery outside the window. Ning Chen gently nodded. He stepped forward and carefully helped her up. His movements were so gentle that it was as if he were worried he would break a porcelain doll in his arms. Murong stood up and walked out of the room with the help of the people around her. Phoenix Cry Palace in autumn was exceptionally beautiful. Maple leaves fluttered in the air, a fiery red color that was intoxicating. Murong looked at the maple leaves in the courtyard, a brilliant smile on her face. In this life, she had missed out on far too many opportunities. She never imagined that in these last days, she would once again obtain a happiness that she had never dared to hope for. 10 suns gradually passed under the falling red maple leaves. During these 10 days, Ning Chen never left Murong's side. He accompanied her day and night, watching over her day and night. The yellow springs swallowed her body, and the poison spread throughout her body. Murong's beautiful eyes gradually lost their brilliance. She couldn't see the maple leaves nor could she see the setting sun. However, with the company of the people around her, Murong always had a smile on her face. Sir, you must remember me. As her voice fell, Murong leaned against the shoulder of the person beside her and fell asleep forever. Her face carried a trace of satisfaction, a trace of reluctance, and a trace of no regrets. Ning Chen quietly sat there, no longer a trace of emotion in his eyes. Perhaps the pain was too deep, and he no longer knew what pain was. Behind him, Ruoshi trembled as she turned around. Her tears dripped down, soaking her clothes. To the side, Qing Ning's expression darkened. Was this the will of the heavens? If they couldn't resist the heavens, if they couldn't defy their fate, then what was the point of cultivating? A cold wind blew past, causing the red maple leaves to flutter in the air. Ning Chen stood up, picked up the woman beside him, and walked forward. He softly said, Sister Qing Ning, help me bury Murong. The time I agreed upon with the Ji family is approaching. I must leave. Qing Ning nodded. She took out the Phoenix Cry sword and handed it to the person in front of her. She said, Be careful. Ning Chen lightly nodded. He took the Phoenix Cry sword and without another word, walked out of the courtyard. Looking at the departing back of the young master, Ruo Shi's eyes flashed with sadness. Why was it that this time she couldn't feel any fluctuations in the young master's emotions? Did the young master really not feel any pain? Outside the Phoenix Cry City, the red figure walking forward had a terrifyingly calm expression. Every step was steady, without the slightest ripple. After a few breaths, the red figure walked far away. Behind him, where knowing destiny walked, the ground suddenly rumbled and shook. Cracks crisscrossed, reaching thousands of feet away. Chapter 8:16. In front of the Ji family's sacred palace, many venerables were gathered, waiting for someone to come. Soon, Hong Yi appeared with Phoenix Cry in her hand. She walked in front of everyone. "Let's go." Ning Chen looked at the Ji family's sacred master and said, "Okay." Ji Yuechu nodded. He looked at the venerables behind him and ordered, "Let's go." With that order, war chariots rose into the sky one after another. Their terrifying auras covered the sky, shocking everyone. On the leading war chariot, the Ji family's sacred master stood quietly. He was personally going to the forbidden land of Absolute, beginning to suppress the Hall of the Dead. On both sides of the Ji family's sacred master, there were two war chariots of almost the same size. Several venerables from the Qilin Pavilion and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion stood on them. Their auras were shocking, far surpassing the experts who walked in the mortal world. Not far away, Hong Yi stood alone on a strange bronze war chariot. Her expression was as calm as a lake, without any changes. In the clear sky, the war chariots quickly left, disappearing from the sky above White Emperor City. At the end of the Spirit Void starfield, at the border with the Red Phoenix starfield, fog lingered. The forbidden land of absolute beginning, the famous forbidden land of the mortal world, was deathly silent. In the depths of the forbidden land, a gloomy and majestic palace stood quietly. A terrifying and heavy pressure was constantly emitted from the depths of the palace, causing people to feel fear. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. War chariots drove over. The three armies had joined forces to attack the Hall of the Dead. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, black fog lingered in front of the Hall of the Dead. Many figures walked out. The leader was wearing black armor. His aura was gloomy and majestic, not any weaker than the Ji family's sacred master. Emo Luotian. Looking at the leader, Ji Yuechu's expression sank as he said coldly, "Since everyone came here to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Emo Luotian looked at the people on the war chariot and said indifferently, "It's not certain who will live and who will die. Emo Luotian, hand over Yu Qing's god bloodline. Otherwise, we'll flatten your Hall of the Dead again," said Ji Yuechu. Ji Clan's sacred master Ji Yuechu, Qilin Pavilion's supreme head Lin Shaoan, Heaven-Mending Pavilion's martial head Qi Wenju. "I am not mistaken, am I?" As he spoke, two more people walked out of the black fog and stood at the two ends. One of them was clad in green armor and had a heavy and domineering aura. The other was clad in bright silver divine robes. His face was grave and stern, and his temperament was noble and extraordinary. He was unforgettable. "There's more." Di Mingtian shifted his gaze and looked at the red-robed figure on the right. "Ninth son of Mo Gate, we meet again." A strange look flashed across Lin Xiaohan's and Qi Wenju's eyes when they heard this. Soon after, they suppressed the waves in their hearts. Their current enemy was the Nether Hall. Everything else could be dealt with later. "It is a pity that I was unable to kill you in the ancient battlefield." Ning Chen looked at the young man in silver before him and said indifferently, "You failed to grasp the best opportunity. Now, it's time for me to send you on your way," said Di Mingtian calmly. "So your highness has an old grudge with this person. Why don't you go somewhere else to settle it? Leave this place to us," Mo Luotian suggested. "That's fine." Di Mingtian nodded. He looked at the young man in red and asked, "What do you think?" "As you wish." Ning Chen's figure descended and waved his hand to put away the bronze chariot. He then walked away. Di Mingtian followed behind and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sacred Master, is it all right to let young Master Ning face Di Mingtian alone? Asked a Grand Elder from the Ji family worriedly from the chariot. A few days ago, when the Nether Hall had attacked the Ji family, Di Mingtian's strength was obvious to all. He was not inferior to the Hall Master of the Nether Hall. He was an extremely terrifying figure. It should be fine. Ji Yuechu looked at the two figures disappearing and said gravely. This ninth son of Mo Gate was also unfathomable. No one could see his true bottom line. Are you all done? Outside the Nether Hall, Mo Luotian waved his hand. Black fog surged behind him, and thousands of black figures appeared. Iron chains crisscrossed, sealing the sky and earth. Kill them all. With a command, the black figures rushed out and surrounded the Ji family and the two pavilions' allied forces. A great battle was about to erupt. Ji Yuechu's expression turned cold. He waved his right hand and said, "Kill!" As soon as he said that, the chariot rumbled and streaked across the sky. The battle had begun. In an instant, killing lights flashed. Heaven and earth shook. The sounds of battle were deafening and the wind howled. In the distance, Hong Yi and Shin Yi, one was as calm as water, while the other was as cold as ice. It was as if they were fated to fight again. The two of them were not too anxious because they knew that the person in front of them was more dangerous than any other opponent. Ninth son of Mo Gate, what exactly do you want? Power or longevity? Di Mingtian looked at the person before him and asked seriously. Ning Chen shook his head lightly and said, I don't need either. You and I don't need to be enemies. As long as you agree to come to my side, I am willing to let go of the past grudges. I can even let you become an existence that is second only to one person in the Nether Hall. At that time, no one can stop you from doing whatever you want, said Di Mingtian. Ning Chen shook his head again. He held the Phoenix Cry sword horizontally and said, Thank you for your appreciation. People of different paths cannot make plans together. Let's begin. Stubborn. Di Mingtian's expression turned cold. He waved his right hand and a silver light flashed. A strange-looking silver halberd appeared. The moment the divine weapon appeared, the wind and snow started to blow, and the frozen ground turned into frost. Looking at the divine weapon in Di Mingtian's hand, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He held the hilt and slowly pulled out the Phoenix Cry sword. When the divine sword was unsheathed, the Phoenix Cry of the 9 heavens lit up the sky. A phoenix appeared and danced around knowing destiny. Phoenix Cry sword? Prince Qi Lin Yuzhen's sword. Seeing this, Di Mingtian's eyes flashed. It was strange that Prince Qi of Phoenix Cry City would lend his sword to someone else. There was no time to think. In an instant, Hong Yi appeared in front of Di Mingtian. The Phoenix Cry slashed down. Di Mingtian's expression darkened. He waved his silver halberd and blocked the sword light. The divine weapons clashed. It was a shocking scene. Frost rose and fell. The ground under them kept collapsing. Waves of dust surged. After not seeing you for so many years, your improvement has disappointed me. Di Mingtian snorted coldly. He turned his palm and condensed Yuan Qi. A powerful and domineering palm swept out. Your strength also doesn't pique my interest. Ning Chen stepped forward and dodged the palm. Phoenix fire surged on his sword and slashed down. The silver halberd and divine sword clashed again. Flames and frost mixed. Their moves were ruthless. Their words were even more merciless. They disrupted each other's state of mind. The intense battle shocked everyone. At their level, every move had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. This was a battle at the peak. Forbidden Dark Seal, Light of Heaven. After exchanging a few moves, Di Mingtian's heavenly fate turned into true Yuan. Boundless pressure swept out. Above the 9 heavens, dazzling light and shocking killing intent descended. The heavenly light punished the world. Ning Chen stepped forward. Phoenix fire rose on his sword. He turned into a fire phoenix and soared into the sky, facing the heavenly light head-on. The two powers collided. The aftershocks pressed down, splitting the sky and the earth. Halberd light, sword cries, and the sun and moon shook. The space between the two kept collapsing. Ice melted, snow melted, and waves of fire dissipated. Sword technique, extreme heaven. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally. Instantly, the sword's might soared. The extreme martial technique reflected the stars. The phoenix cried out. Dazzling red light fell like a heavenly river, stunning the world. Di Mingtian's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and gathered origin energy. The scene of the sun and moon being destroyed appeared again. The stars collapsed and met the falling heavenly river. Extreme chaos and laws collided. Shocking power surged. The aftershocks swept out for thousands of miles. Heaven and earth fell. The two unfathomable people were still holding back. The world around them was already broken. The laws collapsed and affected the power of space, forming terrifying gullies. You were invited by the Ji clan. Are you not going to use your full strength? Di Mingtian looked at the person in front of him and asked calmly. Ning Chen looked at the battle in the distance, which was also difficult to determine. His aura rose again. That's what I was thinking. As soon as he said that, Ning Chen's body glowed with red light. The four symbols' origins were activated. The phoenix returned to its ancestor and entered the divine realm. Ning Chen's long hair that had turned from black to red fluttered in the wind. His figure moved again at an extremely fast speed. This time, even his afterimage could not be seen. Feeling the former's strength rising again, Di Mingtian also did not hold back. He shouted softly. The sand under his feet rose without wind. Waves of abnormally powerful pressure spread rapidly. Heaven and earth sensed it and shook violently. The sword and halberd collided. Di Mingtian retreated several steps and used the momentum to leap into the void. Emperor Underworld Order. The extreme move was used. Meteors fell from the sky. Streaks of fiery light streaked across the sky and fell into the world. The shocking move commanded the stars in the sky. The most terrifying might of heaven and earth descended with destruction. Heaven's might descended. Ning Chen stepped forward. His sword danced in spring and autumn. The extreme might appeared again. Nirvana! The sword cried out. Red light rose. 10,000 sword lights rose against the sky. They were incomparably magnificent and dazzling. Shocking killer move, Nirvana shook heaven's might. The sword lights and meteors collided. The aurora was dazzling. Great rumbling sounds rang out. The most terrifying collision caused the heavens to collapse for 10,000 li. It was as if doomsday was arriving, shaking heaven and earth. In front of the Hall of the Dead, everyone who was in the midst of a fierce battle looked into the distance. They were shocked. What exactly happened there? Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Tao Destruction. In the aftermath, a silvery figure appeared. His eyes shone brightly. The sun and moon appeared. His divine origin was vast like waves. The void within 1,000 miles sank. Everything was turned into ashes. Sword technique, nothingness. The raging waves were not over yet. Ning Chen's phoenix cry sword moved again. The sword was nothingness. With a loud bang, the two extremes devoured rapidly. Endless destruction. The sun and moon lost their colors. A shocking battle. The knowing destiny who had awakened from nirvana had an unprecedented battle strength. His sword technique was endless. The rumbling shook the world. Waves of dust spread out. In front of the Hall of the Dead, everyone was affected by the aftermath of the battle. They took several steps back. The battle came to a standstill. At the center of the battle, Mo Luotian, who was fighting with Ji Yuechu, pushed back the people in front of him. He looked into the distance and his eyes focused. In just 100 years, the 9th son of Mahist sect had grown to such a terrifying extent. Today, no matter what, he could not be allowed to leave here. 10th ancestor, please take action. After making up his mind, Mo Luotian turned around and said respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. A moment later, a shocking terror appeared. Above the Hall of the Dead, the space cracked. A force that had never been seen in the mortal world erupted. The world trembled. Chapter 8:17. In the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, the battle had reached its climax. In order to save Ju Mo clan's 9th disciple, Mo Luotian used his trump card to summon the 10 ancestors of Netherhall. After a short moment of silence, the space above Netherhall suddenly cracked open. An indescribable power erupted, shaking the world. In an instant, everyone's expression changed as they looked above Netherhall. This is the 4th realm? Lin Shaohan, the head of Qilin Pavilion Supreme, was shocked. Doesn't look like it. Ji Yuechu's expression sank as he said, but it's not much different. Netherhall actually has such a strong expert. What should we do? Retreat? Qi Wenju, the martial arts chief of Butian Pavilion, looked at the increasingly terrifying aura in the sky and asked. I'm afraid it's too late. Ji Yuechu's expression turned serious as he said, if we retreat now, we'll die even faster. I'll block him. You guys finish this quickly. After speaking, Ji Yuechu took a step forward and flew towards Netherhall. You can't leave. Mo Luotian's figure flashed as he wanted to block Ji Clan's sacred master's path. Qi Wenju's gaze turned serious as the folding fan in his hand flew out and blocked the person in front of him. Qi Wenju, don't think that just because you have the title of martial arts chief, you're really a martial arts chief. In front of me, your title isn't worth mentioning. Mo Luotian looked at the person in front of him and mocked. Hall Master's fame is known by the world. However, I also heard that 100 years ago, Hall Master was defeated by a swordsman. It can be seen that Hall Master isn't really invincible. Qi Wenju said indifferently. You're courting death. Being poked at his sore spot, Mo Luotian's expression turned cold. He raised his hand and black fog rolled, turning into a black dragon that swallowed the former. Qi Wenju's footsteps turned as his figure changed strangely. He moved swiftly and his whereabouts were hard to predict. Not far away, the head of Qilin Pavilion Supreme, Lin Shaohan, was also facing a strong enemy. The green-armored expert's moves were domineering and powerful. Outside the center of the battle, the Ji clan and 2 pavilions' true realm experts were fighting against the Netherhall's guardians. The battle was so intense that it was hard to look at it. Blood and black fog constantly scattered, it was extremely tragic. The most eye-catching thing was that in the sky above the Hall of the Dead, in the huge rift in space, the heavy foreign pressure continued to rise. The 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead revived and walked out of the secret realm step by step. The skinny old man was dressed in ancient clothing. He seemed to be from an ancient era, at least several thousand years old. However, the powerful aura around the old man surpassed everyone present. An ancient existence that surpassed the peak of the true realm and was infinitely close to the 4th realm appeared today, shocking everyone. Why did you wake me up? The 10 ancestors of the Netherhall swept their gazes across the battlefield. Immediately, they looked at the current master of the Netherhall at the center of the battle and said indifferently, the existence of one of them might threaten the Hall of the Underworld in the future. 10th ancestor, please get rid of him. Mo Luotian said as he pushed the battle back with a palm. Who is it? The Netherhall's 10 ancestors asked coldly. He's the pinnacle of the Sword Dao, Mo Gate's 9th son. Mo Luotian looked over. Prepare the food for the 2 true realm experts, said the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors indifferently. Yes. Mo Luotian replied respectfully. After that, the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors looked back at the middle-aged man in front of them and said indifferently, Get out of the way, or die. Ji Yuechu's expression turned serious and said, Sorry, if you want to go over, you'll have to defeat me first. Peak of the true realm, not bad. It's a pity to kill you. I'll use you to refine the corpse god. After saying that, the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors flashed over. An extremely powerful power of law surrounded them as they slammed down with their palms, causing the world to sink. Jiuechu's eyes narrowed as a strange light shone around him. He activated the martial arts realm that he had never used before. Instantly, the sky was filled with stars and light shone down on the world. God's Scroll, Celestial Dance of the Heavens. The God's Scroll was unleashed and the world shook. Jiuechu's aura rose rapidly as he blocked the palm that came down from the sky. The extreme collision caused the space above the Hall of the Dead to collapse. Endless nothingness continued to spread, swallowing everything around. In the aftermath, Jiuechu took half a step back. The true qi in his body surged, but he blocked the old monster's attack. God's Scroll? You're from the Spirit Void Ji family. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors looked at the gradually recovering space and said coldly. Ji family's current master, Jiuechu, greets the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors. Jiuechu said calmly. Ji family's sacred master, heh? The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors sneered and said, as a sacred master, you actually personally came to attack my Underworld Hall. It seems that my juniors have done something that angers the heavens. It's indeed in line with my Underworld Hall's principles. So, I've come today to seek justice, Jiuechu said indifferently. Justice? The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' expression turned even colder. Talking about justice with my Underworld Hall is truly laughable. Ji family's sacred master, my target today isn't you. Move aside, or don't blame me for being merciless. I can't move aside. Jiuechu shook his head and said, the person you want to kill is my daughter's friend, and this person was invited by me. I can't let anything happen to him here. I don't want my daughter to hate me forever. Then you can go to hell first. Murderous intent flashed in the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the space within 100 miles collapsed. Jiuechu activated the Divine Transformation Scroll, and the god bloodline in his body burned rapidly. The space around him distorted, and an unparalleled god aura soared into the sky. The two palms met, and a shocking collision sound rang out. A huge black hole appeared between the two, and the laws and space were all shattered into nothingness. It was a shocking scene. Jiuechu retreated 2 more steps, and a drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time. An existence that had peaked into the 4th level, and had integrated the laws into his body, was not something that ordinary power could contend against. The Ji family's sacred master, who had the god bloodline and cultivated the Divine Transformation Scroll, was actually at a disadvantage. I'll say it again. Move aside, said the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors. I can't move aside. Jiuechu was still indifferent, and he was not willing to move an inch. You don't know the meaning of death. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' expression turned colder and colder. Their bodies moved, and the wind whistled. Their true qi condensed into a terrifying pressure that seemed to have materialized. With the killing move in front of him, Jiuechu's god blood burned crazily, and he activated his true yuan. The Divine Transformation Scroll opened again, blocking the incoming killing move. At this moment, the world suddenly stagnated, and countless sword lights crisscrossed, piercing through the void and blocking in front of Jiuechu in an instant. The next moment, a rumbling sound rang out, and tens of thousands of sword lights blocked the killing move of the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors. The remaining power roared, shocking everyone present. Senior Sacred Master, you've already blocked 2 moves for me. It's enough. Let me handle the rest myself. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the old man in front of him calmly. You're Mo Gates' 9th disciple? Not bad. I finally understand why Mo Luotian can't wait to kill you, said the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors coldly. Senior, you're too kind. Ning Chen replied politely, and his eyes swept across Di Mingtian, who was chasing from behind. He said, Sacred Master, I'll leave that person to you. If I'm not wrong, Miss G's bloodline power is most likely hidden in his body. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu was startled at first, then a worried expression appeared on his face. He said, "Can you stop him?" Ning Chen did not waste any more words and replied indifferently, "I can. Alright, hold on for a while. Once I'm done with that person, I'll come back to help you." Ji Yuechu replied, and his figure flashed, blocking Di Mingtian from getting closer. "To have such strength and guts at such a young age, you're really extraordinary. Unfortunately, I like to kill geniuses the most." The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors sneered and stepped out. The yin qi around him continuously merged into his body, and the laws intertwined, forming black chains. "I'm not a genius, I'm just a person who can't die yet. Heaven can't kill me, and neither can you." Ning Chen waved his hand, and the immortal execution sword appeared. The ferocious aura on the sword roared, and it was extremely shocking. Immortal execution sword. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' expression froze, but he was not too surprised. A broken immortal sword was not much of a threat to him. Sword art returning to truth. With a casual voice and an ordinary sword, Ning Chen's immortal slaying slashed across the air, and a sword light broke through the air, instantly reaching the 10 ancestors' chest. Useless move. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors turned their palms to block the sword. With a loud bang, the sword light dissipated and disappeared. Sword art, ultimate heaven. After the first sword, another sword came out, and the power was also ordinary. The sword chi was filled with killing intent, and it reached the 10 ancestors' chest again. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors frowned slightly, and raised his hand to shatter the sword chi. Looking at the person in front of him, he did not delay any longer, and his figure flashed, and he turned his palm to the former. Ning Chen's expression was uncomfortable, and he turned his feet. His figure flickered, and he dodged the former's powerful palm. Sword art, dragon sparrow transformation. With a slash of the sword, the azure dragon and vermilion bird roared out, and swept towards the former's back. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' eyes darkened, and he turned back to focus his energy, shattering the 2 sword chi with a palm. This person is troublesome. Before he finished his thought, Hong Yi arrived, and the Phoenix Cry sword glowed with red light. With a slash of the sword, she disappeared again. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors turned his palm to shatter the sword chi again, and his expression was unusually cold. Heaven and earth extreme speed, no wonder Mo Luotian wanted to kill this person so badly, but he was still alive. Grasping extreme Tao and extreme speed, this person was not weaker than the Ji clan's sacred master, and might even be more troublesome. "Are you thinking of escaping like this?" The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors looked at the young man in front of them, and spoke with sarcasm. "Senior's cultivation is unparalleled, this junior naturally does not dare to fight head-on." Ning Chen responded with another slash of his sword. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' true chi burst out, shattering the sword chi, and sneered, "How long do you think you can escape for? 10 moves or 100 moves? I don't need that many moves." Ning Chen waved his immortal execution again, and the sharp sword chi broke through the air, and its power multiplied. The Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors' face darkened, and they moved their palms to block the sword chi. Did Mo Luotian tell you that the time seal is in my hands? Senior, what do you think you lack the most now?" Ning Chen stopped and asked indifferently. "Not good." When the Underworld Hall's 10 ancestors heard this, their faces suddenly changed, but it was already too late. In the surrounding heaven and earth, the yellow spring opened its time seal, and time flowed. Within 1,000 feet range, time flowed rapidly, swallowing the former's already dried-up lifespan. Strong cultivation does not mean everything. Senior, your weakness is too obvious. Have a good trip to the yellow spring. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen took a step and leaped into the air. The Phoenix Cry sword in his hand turned, and a fatal sword broke through the air. Chapter 8:18. In the sky above the Hall of the Dead, sword light shone brightly as the yellow springs trapped the enemy. In the instant that the passage of time took their lives, tens of thousands of swords gushed out like a tidal wave, turning into a rain of swords that slashed towards the old man in front. He did not hold back in the slightest. The sword flow drowned the void and swallowed the bodies of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Underworld. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Amidst the sword flow, the bodies of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead gradually collapsed. The vitality that was taken away by the time seal dissipated between heaven and earth, and there was no longer any power to reverse the situation. The moment his physical body collapsed, the divine souls of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead broke out of his body, peeking into the 4th level of cultivation and protecting his life. Sword art, Dragon Phoenix Burial. Ning Chen's expression didn't change at all. The Phoenix Cry sword in his hand turned around, and the dragon and phoenix intertwined, attacking the former's soul. His consciousness had yet to fully recover after leaving his body, and the 10 ancestors of the Underworld Hall were about to fall. Outside the battlefield, Missouri Luotian flipped his palm and blasted away Wu Kuei from the heaven-mending pavilion in front of him. His figure flashed and blocked the sword move. He condensed his origin energy into his palm and forcefully blocked the killing move. With a stuffy cough, the corners of his lips turned red. Mo Luotian, who had hurriedly blocked the attack, didn't have enough essence and was immediately wounded. However, in this short moment, the divine soul consciousness of the 10 ancestors of the Nether Hall gradually recovered. Their eyes opened and a majestic pressure swept out. Since you destroyed my body, you shall pay with your life. The 10 ancestors of the Nether Hall stepped forward. Their auras were unique and powerful, making it hard for others to understand. Ning Chen looked at the old man in front of him and said indifferently, "How long can you last with only your soul left? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." Not far away, heaven-mending pavilion's Wu Kuei hurried to the battlefield. He once again took action to stop Mo Luotian, separating the battle between the two sides. The 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Underworld stepped forward, and the moment their figures moved again, red light shone in the surroundings. The sword light was dazzling and the sword momentum was endless. The celestial trapping was used again, sealing the space. In a fair duel, I'm not your match. But in a battle of life and death, you'll definitely lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the red robe flashed past. The light of restrictions filled the sky again. Time passed without a trace, and 100 years passed in a breath. Painful groans were heard. Under the influence of time, cracks appeared on the divine souls of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead. They could resist the world, but they could not resist the erosion of time. 100 breaths of time, yellow springs borrowing life. At the moment when their souls were about to be destroyed, the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead shone brightly, and their shattered souls recovered once again. They borrowed life from the netherworld, which was shocking. Ning Chen stood in the air and looked at the divine restriction that was gradually weakening. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was already at its limit. An old monster close to the 4th realm was indeed not so easy to kill. Before he could finish his thoughts, the figures of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead flashed past and broke through the restraints of the divine prohibition. In an instant, they arrived before him and threw a punch full of hatred. A part of the world collapsed. In the collapsing heaven and earth, Red Clothes rushed out. Her sword hummed as she relied on her speed to barely avoid the danger. Descent of the 6th Tao, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. The sound of a phoenix pierced through the air, and red light filled the sky. Streaks of sword light appeared out of nowhere. The moment the sword light reached its peak, Ning Chen's feet trembled, and his body soared into the sky. Countless sword light rays surrounded his body, and then they pierced through the sky. Apocalyptic calamity. The calamity began, and the heavens and earth grieved. Wherever the sword flow passed, all things collapsed. Terrifying spatial ravines appeared one after another, swallowing everything in the surroundings. The faces of the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead sank. They activated the power of the heavens and earth with their palms. The maelstrom of laws swirled and blocked the sword light descending from the sky. In an instant, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the forbidden land of absolute beginning. The sword flow continued to disperse, turning into stars and disappearing into the world. Sword style, formless sword. At the same time, red clothes appeared. Her body and sword were extremely fast. The scattered sword aura gathered and condensed into one, breaking through the former's divine soul. There was a groan as the sword entered the divine soul. The 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead took a few steps back. Having lost their physical bodies, their strength had also weakened to the lowest point. It was difficult for them to withstand the sword. As I said, your weakness is too obvious. It was the same just now, and it's the same now. Ningchen said coldly. The baleful aura on the celestial slaying sword erupted, swallowing the former's body and sealing it into the sword. 10 ancestors. In the battle not far away, seeing the old man's divine soul disappear, Mo Luotian was shocked and cried out. Being distracted in battle, Hall Master, isn't that impolite? Qi Wenju's palm wind was in front of him, and she said lightly. Mo Luotian came back to his senses and turned his palm to block the attack. With a bang, the battle separated. The 10 ancestors would be defeated. This was something he had never expected. That 9th son of the Mahis sect already had such terrifying strength? In the sky above the Hall of the Dead, after getting rid of the 10 ancestors, Ning Chen didn't stay for long. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. In the battle far away, Ji Yuechu and Di Mingtian were fighting fiercely. It was difficult to end the battle in a short time. At this moment, red clothes appeared out of thin air and slashed at Di Mingtian without hesitation. Huh! When the sword light arrived, Di Mingtian's expression turned serious. He slashed back with his silver halberd, blocking the sword light. Divine Scroll, Celestial Dance. As the sword and halberd clashed, a flaw appeared. Seeing this, Ji Yuechu's body shone with purple light, and he slapped at Di Mingtian's chest. A pool of blood splashed and dyed Di Mingtian's divine robe red. With the two experts working together, Di Mingtian was finally defeated and injured for the first time. Sacred Lord! This moment couldn't be missed. Ning Chen reminded Ji Yuechu, and his sword condensed into 8 desolations. Ji Yuechu understood and formed a seal with his hands. His divine blood boiled and resonated with each other. A beautiful bloody light spread out and enveloped Di Mingtian's body. Di Mingtian waved his halberd to block the sword. The overbearing sword couldn't be completely neutralized, and the true essence in his body surged violently. Di Mingtian's true essence couldn't keep up, and his body was penetrated. Streams of blood were separated from his body and flew to Ji Yuechu. Seeing that the divine blood was about to leave his body, Di Mingtian roared angrily. The crown on his head shattered and a silver light bloomed. God-slaying halberd! Ji Yuechu came back to his senses and hurriedly blocked the attack. He couldn't activate his cultivation technique in time and retreated a few steps. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the sky above the Hall of the Dead. Above the Hall of the Dead, a terrifying 1,000-foot-long gully appeared again. An aura that was no weaker than or even stronger than the 10 ancestors of the Hall of the Dead quickly awakened and spread out. Let's go. Since the battle wasn't going well, Ning Chen cut open the battle and said in a deep voice. Not far away, Ji Yuechu also felt the terrifying pressure from the alternate space. He no longer hesitated and shouted, "Retreat!" In the various battles, the experts of the Ji family and the 2 pavilions heard the order and retreated out of the forbidden land of absolute beginning. Sacred Lord, help me! Seeing the experts of the Hall of the Dead behind him, Ning Chen shouted. Hearing that, Ji Yuechu's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind Ning Chen. He gathered his true essence and channeled it into his body. 100 suns returned to the east. Ning Chen pointed and gathered his true essence. Flames gushed out from the phoenix cry sword, and 100 suns soared into the sky, illuminating the world. In the next moment, 100 suns fell like rain, turning 100 miles around the Hall of the Dead into a sea of fire. After that, the two figures flashed and quickly retreated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the flames, Di Mingtian and Mo Luotian walked out. Looking at the group of people leaving, their expressions were unusually cold. How much divine blood was taken? Mo Luotian asked. 60%, Di Mingtian replied. Mo Luotian's eyes narrowed. They actually lost so much. A 9th disciple of the Mahist sect had messed up all their arrangements. After the Ji family and the two palaces' armies left, the terrifying aura above the Hall of the Dead gradually disappeared. The huge gully in the space closed and returned to normal. In the starry sky, the war chariot rumbled as it streaked through the void, returning to the White Emperor's star. In this battle, the Ji family and the two palaces' experts had suffered quite a bit of losses. The Hall of the Dead's strength was shocking. After thousands of years of recuperation, they had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Sacred Master, we won't travel together any longer. We'll return to report first. Halfway back, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's martial leader Qi Wenju and the Qilin Pavilion's head Grand Elder Lin Shaohan bid their farewells and left. Before leaving, they looked at the red-robed youth not far away thoughtfully. The three sides parted ways. Ning Chen followed Ji Yuechu back to the White Emperor City and sat down to talk in the sacred hall. Little brother Ning, I have to thank you this time. Ji Yuechu looked at the person in front of him. Senior Sacred Master is too courteous. I failed to help Senior Sacred Master take back all of Miss Ji's bloodline strength, said Ning Chen softly. You can't be blamed for this. The Hall of the Dead's strength was originally the strongest among all the inheritances. It wasn't easy for them to have such a result. At this point, Ji Yuechu changed the topic and reminded, Little brother Ning, the two people from the Qilin Pavilion and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion looked at you strangely. You have to be careful. Senior Sacred Master, thank you for your reminder. Ning Chen nodded and said, Will not being able to take back all of Miss Ji's bloodline strength have a big impact? Ji Yuechu shook his head and said, There will be an impact, but it won't be too big. Yuqing's divine blood is the purest in the Ji family in so many years. It's enough to take back 60% of her bloodline strength this time. The rest will require time to recuperate. Junior can rest assured then, Ning Chen replied. He thought for a moment and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still said, Sacred Master, Junior has a presumptuous request. I hope Sacred Master can agree to it. Ji Yuechu was puzzled and said, What is it? Little brother Ning, don't hesitate. You're my Ji family's friend. I'll try my best to satisfy your request. Ning Chen's expression became serious and he said sincerely, Junior wants to take a look at the Ji family's divine scroll. Sacred Master can state the conditions, even if you use other heavenly books to exchange. Ji Yuechu frowned after hearing this. After a long time he asked, Can I know what you want the divine scroll for? To break through to the immortal treading realm. Ning Chen did not hide and replied, Junior's aptitude is limited and has been trapped at the peak of the Xiantian realm for 100 years. The divine scroll is the highest among the 10 heavenly books. Its power is extraordinary. Perhaps it can help Junior break through this insurmountable barrier. So you really haven't stepped into the immortal treading realm. The treasures on your body are really powerful. Even I can't see through your cultivation. Ji Yuechu sighed. I've let Sacred Master see a joke. Junior's aptitude is too low. I've been walking this step for a long time, but I still can't succeed. Ning Chen replied. Little brother Ning, do you know that the divine scroll is a secret of the Ji family's Sacred Master's bloodline? Even the grand elders in the family don't have the qualifications to cultivate it, Ji Yuechu said calmly. I know. Ning Chen nodded. I really want to help you, but the divine scroll is never passed to outsiders. I can't agree to your request unless… Ji Yuechu looked at the person in front of him and continued, you'll become a member of the Ji family's Sacred Master's bloodline. Ning Chen frowned and said, Sacred Master, what do you mean? You'll marry Yuqing, Ji Yuechu said seriously. Chapter 8:19. In the Ji clan's sacred palace, Ji Yuechu spoke. Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm already married. Ji Yuechu frowned. When? Why haven't I heard Yuqing mention it? Just after we left the ancient path. Ning Chen said calmly. I have no reason to lie to Senior. Besides, I have countless enemies. It's not a wise choice for you to choose me. Ji Yuechu sighed with emotion and said, I more or less understand what you are capable of. Unfortunately, you are already married, which truly surprises me. Ning Chen looked at the Ji clan's sacred leader and said, Senior sacred leader, I have something I hope you can listen to. Although the parents' opinions are important during a wedding, Miss Ji's personal wishes are the most important. This kind of thing can't be forced. I treat Miss Ji as a friend, and Miss Ji should be the same. With Miss Ji's appearance and upbringing, she will definitely meet her true love in the future. However, that person won't be me. After hearing the former's words, a complicated expression appeared in Ji Yuechu's eyes. It seemed that this matter was truly impossible. His impression of this child was quite good. It was truly too much of a pity. Since he already knew the answer, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Senior Sacred Master, I've disturbed you for a long time. Junior will take his leave first. Ji Yuechu stood up and sighed. I'm deeply regretful that I can't help you. I know you have many things to do, so I won't keep you any longer. See you again. See you again. Ning Chen nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Ning Chen's back, Ji Yuechu's expression became even more complicated. Such a talented young man couldn't become a member of his Ji family. He was really unwilling. Even the divine scroll and the pearl of my Ji family can't change his mind. Sacred Master, this young man is truly a fool. One of the Ji family's supreme elders stepped forward and spoke while looking ahead. It's rare for a person to be so foolish. With his martial talent, it's unimaginable that he could reach this level. Perhaps this word fool is the most important reason why he surpassed all the younger generation. Ji Yuechu sighed. Half a day later, Ning Chen returned to Phoenix Cry City. Thoughts flashed through his eyes as he walked. There were gains and losses in this trip. Unfortunately, it was confirmed that he couldn't obtain the divine scroll. He had to find another way to break through the barrier. Not far away, in front of the majestic palace, Lin Yuzhen stood there, waiting for Ning Chen's return. Not long after, Ning Chen entered the palace and walked step by step towards the palace. Their gazes met calmly and peacefully. Ning Chen walked forward and returned the Phoenix Cry sword. Many thanks. Lin Yuzhen took the Phoenix Cry sword and asked softly, Are you leaving? Ning Chen nodded. I haven't finished my business, so I have to leave. Lin Yuzhen was silent. After a while, she said, Qing Ning and the others told me a little about your matter before they left. The place with the most demonic aura in the world is the former demonic sect. However, after the chaos of the three sects, the demonic sect disappeared from this world. No one knows where they are now. Whether you can find them or not will depend on your luck. Ning Chen nodded. He thought for a while and said, Your Highness, you still have to be patient about the Qilin Pavilion. Such a huge force can't be destroyed easily. Your Highness needs to wait for an opportunity. If the opportunity comes one day, I will definitely come back to help. When Lin Yuzhen heard this, she smiled and said, I understand. You can go. Ning Chen clasped his fist and bowed. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. In front of the palace, Lin Yuzhen looked at the former's departing figure. Although her eyes were calm, there were ripples in her heart. His path was long and bumpy. Whether it was recovering his two bodies or stepping into the immortal realm, it wasn't easy. However, once he succeeded, no one in the world could defeat him. After another 100 days, in the Alcade Galaxy, where the demonic sect used to be, a red figure walked over slowly. She looked at the dilapidated halls in front of her and a ray of light flashed. The world didn't tolerate the existence of the demonic sect. It was even more impossible to tolerate the existence of the demonic sect. In the War of the Three Sects, many sects helped. In the end, Taoism was destroyed, Buddhism was greatly damaged, and the demonic sect disappeared. Could be said that there was no winner and the world lost. The recovery of the demonic body required a large amount of demonic aura. Therefore, he had to find the demonic sect. This was his only choice. Walking step by step in the demonic sect ruins, Ning Chen scanned with his divine sense, looking for any traces left behind. However, the result was always unsatisfactory. After thousands of years, all traces had been erased. Besides the ruins that caused one to sigh, nothing else could be seen. Marquis, you shouldn't have come here. At this moment, a beautiful figure slowly descended from the sky. She held a red paper umbrella that blocked the cold moonlight. A pure and holy aura spread out in the night sky. It was very eye-catching. "It's you." Ning Chen looked over and saw the person. His expression turned cold. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Taisher was unsheathed and a dazzling green light shone. Sword intent rose around Ning Chen like starlight, dazzling and eye-catching. 100 years ago, you were still no match for me with 3 bodies. Today, you only have 1 body left, and you dare to raise your sword against me? Moon Weaver stepped forward with the umbrella. Looking at the abandoned demonic palace ruins, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. "Who are you? How do you know where I came from?" Ning Chen did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes as he said coldly. In the human realm beyond heaven, there were very few people who knew his identity. He did not know this woman, but she knew everything about his past. It was very strange. There is a technique in this world called the soul-searching art. Is it very difficult to find out where you came from? Moon Weaver indifferently said. Ning Chen was startled at first, and then his expression changed. His killing intent crazily erupted, and Taisher's sword shone with dazzling light as he slashed down. With a boom, the 2 swords clashed. An astonishing silver divine sword appeared in Moon Weaver's hand and blocked Taisher's sword light. The Dao sword. Moon Weaver looked at the green sword in Ning Chen's hand, a cold light flashing in her eyes. True essence surged around her as she swung her sword to push back the person in front of her. "What did you do to Butterfly in the Flower?" Ning Chen asked, his face filled with killing intent. "Oh!" Moon Weaver's expression changed. "You can guess that the person I soul-searched is Butterfly in the Flower. You truly live up to your name." "You still haven't answered me." Ning Chen's killing intent grew even thicker as he coldly said. Moon Weaver sneered, and the moonlight in her hand blossomed. "If you want to know the answer, let me see if you have the right." "As you wish." Overflowing with killing intent, it was difficult to suppress. The light of the 4 symbols rose around Ning Chen, catalyzing his phoenix blood ancestral awakening. His long hair instantly turned red and danced in the wind. An instant later, his red clothes disappeared and his sword moved with him. There was only one sword that surpassed the peak in the world. It was fast, so fast that the wind howled. It was strong, so strong that it could not be refuted. 100 years ago and 100 years later, only the sword accompanied him for life. Moon Weaver swung her sword to block. The sword light was fast and the flames blazed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves, and she was not at a disadvantage at all. You want to use extreme speed to suppress the power of the moonlight reversal. A wise move, but it's still not enough. With that, the moonlight in Moonweaver's hand blossomed. The moment the two swords clashed, Ning Chen's body sank, and his legs sank into the ground with a boom. The strange power of the sword could control gravity and reverse the laws, making it impossible to guard against. Ning Chen stomped his foot and flew into the air. His left hand gathered essence, and phoenix fire rose, burning the sky and boiling the sea as it descended, engulfing hundreds of miles. Indeed, the moonlight reversal cannot affect formless objects. However, your strongest weapon is the sword in your hand. If you don't use your sword, how can you defeat me? Moonweaver said with an indifferent expression as she looked at the rising phoenix flames around her. Ning Chen did not answer. Waves of fire surged around him, and the rising sun shone in the east. The heavenly book martial arts appeared again. The divine sun rose into the sky, illuminating the night. The next moment it fell, burning the world. The phoenix fire assisted the sun, and its power was shocking. Moonweaver's eyes narrowed, and the cold air on her sword increased. She slashed with her sword, blocking the divine sun. The two extremes clashed, and the heavens and earth shook. Above the ruins of the demon palace, the void rumbled and collapsed. Book of the Sun, 9 suns burning the heavens. After the rising sun, the 9 suns fell from the sky. Phoenix fire gathered, and its power multiplied. Moonweaver's eyes turned cold. The moonlight reversal in her hand turned, and the ice condensed the water vapor between heaven and earth, rushing toward the 9 suns. Rumbling sounds shook intensely, the aftermath vast and mighty. The sun and moon lost their color, and within the waves of clouds, the collapsed void gradually recovered. However, the shaking of heaven and earth didn't stop for a long time. This was a battle at the pinnacle. The two shockingly powerful people clashed with each other, and the destructive power caused the ruins of the demon palace to become even more devastated. In just 100 years your growth is admirable. Moonweaver waved her sword to disperse the surrounding shockwaves. She looked calmly at the youth in front of her. 100 years ago, this youth's 3 bodies had not been her match. 100 years later, he was able to fight her to this extent with just his phoenix body. It was truly extraordinary. You praise me too much. Ning Chen's figure slowly descended. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger. Knowing destiny does not dare to stop. I'll ask you again, what did you do to the butterfly in the flower? Defeat me and I'll tell you, said Moonweaver indifferently. There was no turning back. Ning Chen did not say anything else. He pointed his finger, and the 100 suns rose once more. The 100 suns returned to the east. The sun-true scripture appeared once more. Night turned into day, and shocking scenes shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ground within 1,000 miles began to disintegrate, and the ruins of the demon palace began to show signs of collapse. Giant fissures intersected, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Extreme Tao, chaotic reversal. The Moonweaver whispered. Her silhouette flashed, and her sword broke through the air. Silver light filled the air. Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and a white rainbow appeared. An extremely soft sword wrapped around the moonlight, trapping the former. In the blink of an eye, 100 suns fell into the world. The terrifying scene of a meteor shower instantly engulfed the entire Devil Palace ruins. In an instant, the ground within 100 miles caved in. The sand was like a raging wave, completely engulfing the two figures. Chapter 820. In the ruins of the Demon Palace, 100 suns fell. Destructive power erupted, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to fall. All the stars in the sky lost their color. Everything was within reach. The inverted moon was bound by the white rainbow, but Moonweaver's expression was not flustered. The corners of her mouth curved up, and the silver light on her sword flourished. The white rainbow trembled, unraveling itself. The 100 suns fell, drowning the area within 100 li of the two. Rumbling sounds rang out, and waves of dust soared into the sky. A red paper umbrella appeared in the surging dust. The Moon Weaver waved her hand to disperse the waves of fire. She looked at the figure in front of her and stepped forward, brandishing her sword. With a clang, the two swords clashed once more. Ning Chen's body became light, and he involuntarily floated into the air. The Moon Weaver's power once more displayed its wonders. The Moon Weaver wiped away a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the figure floating in the air, and with a stomp of her foot she leapt into the air. Her sword once more slashed out, its power even greater than before. The ground shook violently as the red-clothed figure fell from the sky, creating waves of sand. On the ground, Ning Chen steadied himself and looked at the woman holding the umbrella in the sky. His eyes flashed with a serious look. It seemed that the attack just now had completely enraged this woman. Even the power of her attack was much more powerful than before. In the air, the Moon Weaver slowly descended with her red umbrella. The Moon Weaver's silver light grew brighter and brighter. "If you don't use your full strength, you won't be able to walk out of here alive," said the Moon Weaver coldly. Ning Chen's expression hardened. He clenched his left hand and immortal execution appeared. Red light soared into the sky, sealing the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the red-clothed figure disappeared, and the wind and clouds on his sword changed. With a boom, immortal execution and Moon Weaver clashed. Waves of dust surged, and Ning Chen's body sank, his legs sinking into the ground. Red light soared as Ning Chen pulled himself out of the ground. Genesis Supreme slashed down with him, and the two swords clashed once more. This was an unparalleled art of the sword. With the divine sword in hand, the Moon Weaver suppressed knowing destiny's every move, making it difficult for his attacks to be effective. The red light that rose from the ground became more and more dazzling. The earthly chi under the demonic palace was swallowed by the celestial trapping sword and turned into sword chi that filled the sky. There was no beginning or end, it was endless. As the red light entered the sword, Ning Chen's attacks became even fiercer. Every move of immortal slaying and Taisher was as fast as lightning, as heavy as a mountain. After exchanging dozens of blows, Moon Weaver suddenly frowned. She knocked away the person in front of her with her sword, and a cold light flashed across her face as she looked at the trembling inverted moon in her hand. "Did you notice?" Ning Chen's silhouette moved again, the immortal slayer slashing down. The incomparably sharp immortal weapon of slaughter once again slashed at the sword in the former's hand, hitting the exact same spot. Ka! As the two swords clashed, an extremely fine crack appeared on the inverted water moon. Even a peerless divine artifact would find it hard to endure the consecutive heavy blows at the same location. It showed signs of collapse. Despicable! The Moon Weaver's expression darkened as she pushed the young man back with a wave of her hand. Then, she stepped into the air and brandished her divine sword. Amidst the dazzling light, a gigantic beam of starlight appeared, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gathering the essence of the moon. Extreme Tao, Moon Goddess Command. In an instant, the starlight spun, and beam after beam of sword light shot out, destroying heaven and earth. Sword Technique, Dragon Phoenix Burial. When Extreme Tao appeared, heaven and earth grieved. Ning Chen focused and stopped moving. His entire body glowed brilliantly. Borrowing strength, a dragon and a phoenix intertwined and broke through the sky. When the extreme powers collided, heaven and earth were boundless. The dragon and phoenix scattered, and the starlight was extinguished. The aftermath shook and thousands of miles turned into nothingness. Ugh! There was a muffled sound as blood splattered. Hong Yi retreated half a step, and bits of vermilion fell. Amidst the dust and sand, Moon Weaver's silhouette appeared. The divine sword pierced through Ning Chen's chest, and blood continuously dripped down, dyeing the ground red. "I said before entering the immortal realm, you are no match for me." Moon Weaver looked at the person in front of her and said coldly, "Caught you!" Ning Chen endured the injury in his chest and raised his hand to grab the former's arm. Then, the bloody light around him surged wildly. As the earth rumbled, the immortal trap soared into the sky. The sky was filled with red light that transformed into swords. Nirvana! Zhu Xian slashed, and Nirvana reappeared. Rays of sword light tore through the sky, swallowing heaven and earth. It was incomparably magnificent. Phoenix Nirvana, seeking life in the midst of death. The boundless sword stream swallowed everything in sight. Its world-shaking might shook the entire night. As danger descended, Moon Weaver's expression changed slightly. The hand holding the sword was restrained, and she could not break free. In the next moment, the sword stream fell, swallowing heaven and earth. "Open!" Without any hesitation, Moon Weaver shouted. The red umbrella in her left hand flew out, and moonlight fell from the sky, illuminating her body. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. Amidst the rumbling, the sword light that filled the sky became formless and dissipated between heaven and earth. Not far away, the drifting red umbrella fell to the ground, still and silent. With a bang, Hong Yi flew back dozens of feet and staggered to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The dust and sand dispersed, and Moon Weaver stepped out. Her long hair danced in the wind, and a terrifying demonic aura surged around her. The moon-shaped mark between her eyebrows emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. "You're a demon!" Ning Chen steadied himself and looked at the person in front of him. "The Moon Demon Clan's Moon Weaver. Or perhaps you can call me the third protector of the Devil Palace," said Moon Weaver indifferently. "With your strength, you're only rank third?" When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled slightly as he said in surprise, "I don't remember letting you experience my full strength. Knowledge Marquis, there are many things you don't know. If you don't step into the immortal treading realm, you'll never have the qualifications." Moon Weaver walked to the side and picked up the red umbrella once more, blocking the moonlight descending from the sky. A moment later, the devil seal vanished, and the surging demonic aura also disappeared. Everything returned to its pure and holy state. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, and the sword and tent around him also dissipated. The immortal trapping mark flew back and disappeared. "To be able to force me to undo the seal, you win. Speak, what do you want to know?" asked Moon Weaver calmly. "Where is the butterfly in the flower?" "How is she?" asked Ning Chen. "The butterfly in the flower is in the Devil Palace. She's fine. As for the Devil Palace's location, I won't tell you." "You don't need to ask," said Moon Weaver. Ning Chen's worry lessened slightly. He continued, "Last time in the ancient battlefield, Senior Apprentice Sister Dai's aura seemed a bit strange. Why is that?" "The 9 netherworlds heaven-devouring devil scripture." The Moon Weaver slowly spat out these words in response. Ning Chen trembled in disbelief. He had heard this name before. It was a lost devil scripture that had the ability to devour all sources. How had Senior Apprentice Sister Dai obtained this technique? "It seems you have some understanding of this technique. Before mastering the 9 netherworlds heaven-devouring devil scripture, one must constantly devour other people's sources. Otherwise, it will backfire on one's body. The butterfly in the flower is destined to not be accepted by this world. The Devil Palace is the only place she can go," said Moon Weaver. Ning Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "Can I go see her at the Devil Palace?" "I already said that you still have the qualifications. If you want to enter the Devil Palace, wait until you step into the immortal treading realm," said Moon Weaver. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Wait." Behind him, Moon Weaver indifferently said, "Why did you come here?" "I need devil yuan. A lot of it." Ning Chen stopped and said calmly, "Let's make a deal. I'll tell you a place, and you have to agree to one of my conditions." "How about it?" suggested Moon Weaver. Ning Chen looked back at her and narrowed his eyes. "What condition? I haven't thought about it yet. However, it will definitely be within the limits of your ability," said Moon Weaver. Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I agree. Head west. 5,000 miles from here, there is a 1000 devil nest. There is an endless amount of devil yuan inside. However, whether or not you can come out alive after entering will depend on your luck," said Moonweaver. "Many thanks." Ning Chen didn't say anything else and turned to leave. "Knowledge Marquis, I will be watching you from the Devil Palace. Don't disappoint me." After she finished speaking, Moonweaver's figure soared into the sky, and not long after, she disappeared into the horizon. A day later, Ning Chen arrived in front of the Thousand Devil Nest. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. He sat down outside and began to heal. Moonweaver's words were very clear. This place was extremely dangerous, and he had to be careful. Outside the Thousand Devil Nest, there was not a single blade of grass or tree growing within several hundred miles. It was an abnormally desolate land of death. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. For an entire 10 days, Ning Chen didn't get up. He was focused on healing his injuries. On the 11th day, at noon, when the yang qi was at its densest, Ning Chen got up and walked into the Thousand Devil Nest. Yin qi curled around this place. Not long after entering, he felt an extremely uncomfortable aura fill the air. It was indescribable, but it was very clear. Ning Chen's expression became grave. Phoenix flames rose around him, resisting the corrosion of the Yin ghost qi. After walking for a long time, he didn't see anything. Ning Chen's divine sense spread out, wanting to investigate the structure of the Thousand Devil Nest. However, as soon as his divine sense was released, he felt an unshakable pressure press down on him, sealing his divine sense. "HM?" Ning Chen frowned slightly. What a strange cave. There was actually a formation of the divine restriction level here. Was it sealing something? That Moonweaver didn't reveal anything. She was definitely hiding many things. This Thousand Devil Nest most likely had some incredible existence. After walking for more than an hour and taking countless turns, the formation's suppression on the divine sense became stronger and stronger. In the end, it was impossible to even release one's divine sense. What a powerful formation! Ning Chen's expression became even more grave. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through the peak of the Xiantian realm, his divine sense was no weaker than any true realm expert. Suddenly, Yin Qi curled up in front of him. A floating white figure appeared. Its face was sinister, and it opened its mouth to bite. Ning Chen raised his hand. Phoenix flames surged, instantly swallowing the figure. "Ah!" A mournful cry rang out. The white figure gradually dispersed, disappearing from the world. Yin spirit. Seeing that the white figure had completely disappeared, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Yin spirits were formed from the souls of living creatures after they died. They weren't common because the souls of ordinary people were extremely weak. After death, they would naturally dissipate. Something was wrong. Seeing the black mist that appeared when the white figure dissipated, Ning Chen's expression became serious. This wasn't a human soul. Chapter 821. Within the Thousand Devil Nest, Ning Chen was searching for devil essence. Yin spirits appeared, blocking his path. Phoenix flames spread out, and the divine flames refined the Yin spirit. Within the dissipating white mist, a black aura appeared, revealing the Yin spirits' identities when they were alive. Devil spirits? Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Looking at the Yin spirits floating in front of him, he raised his right hand, and a wave of fire surged out. The divine flames burned, and hundreds of Yin spirits screamed before dissipating. Black mist filled the air, returning to the world. Ning Chen waved his hand, capturing the black mist. He probed it with his true qi, and a serious expression appeared on his face. It was indeed demonic qi. How could there be so many devil spirits in this place? In this world, devils almost didn't exist, let alone suppressing so many of them. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen came back to his senses and continued forward. Outside the Thousand Devil Nest, time slowly passed. The sun set in the west, and the world's Yin Qi flourished, while the Yang Qi rapidly weakened. Within the cave, the moment the day and night changed, the atmosphere changed. Waves of terrifying auras awakened, strange and terrifying, making one's heart feel stuffy. Phoenix! In the dusky sky, huge demonic figures appeared one after another. Looking at the figure below, they asked, "Why did you come here?" "Why can't I come?" Ning Chen calmly asked. "Ha ha!" Crazy laughter rang out within the cave, and a malevolent face appeared, overflowing with hatred. A majestic fire god actually appeared in the Thousand Devil Nest? What a joke! "Phoenix, state your purpose for coming here." Another demonic shadow appeared and said in a relatively calm tone, "I need devil essence, a large amount of devil essence." Ning Chen looked at the illusory figures in front of him and said, "Devil essence? What do you need devil essence for?" A third demonic figure appeared, speaking coldly. "This has nothing to do with you," Ning Chen indifferently said. "All right." The demonic figure that spoke before spoke again. "As long as you destroy the soul-subduing banner in this Thousand Devil Nest, we will give you devil essence, an endless amount of devil essence." Soul-subduing banner? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Where is it?" "Follow us." A demonic figure with an ancient voice spoke. Immediately, the figure moved and walked forward. Ning Chen stepped forward to catch up, heading towards the depths of the Thousand Devil Nest together. After walking for an unknown amount of time, outside the Thousand Devil Nest, the sky had already turned completely dark. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and the yin qi in the world had also reached its peak. Inside Thousand Devil Nest, the demonic figure's auras became more and more powerful. The weather changed, allowing a portion of the demon's power to be released. Just a bit was already terrifying enough to make one tremble. Ning Chen followed behind the group of demons. His expression was as calm as water, without a single ripple. "We're here." At this moment, the demonic figures stopped moving forward. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the green flag stuck on the wall in the depths of the cave. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was this the soul-subduing banner? It didn't seem to be anything special. "As long as you destroy it, we'll give you as much devil essence as you want," said one of the devilish figures. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the flickering demonic figures in the sky. He said calmly, "I don't believe you. If I destroy this soul-suppressing banner, I'm afraid the first person you want to kill will be me." "Then what do you want?" The demons suppressed the anger in their hearts and said, "I'll lay down a restriction. Once you send out your devil essence, you'll enter. Once I destroy this soul-suppressing banner and leave, you should be able to come out," suggested Ning Chen. "No." The demons refused. "Once you obtain the devil essence and trap us in the restriction, if you don't keep your promise and destroy the soul-suppressing banner, what can we do to you?" Ning Chen waved his hand, and the immortal execution sword appeared. Its baleful aura was extremely oppressive. "Everyone, you don't have a choice. This soul-suppressing banner shouldn't be so easy to destroy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been trapped here until now. I think that if I leave today, it'll be difficult for you to find a second person," said Ning Chen. Immortal execution. The demons were all shaken when they saw the broken ancient sword in Ning Chen's hand. A moment later, they said, "Fine." In the next moment, endless devil essence gathered from all directions. It was vast and surging like 100 rivers converging. It was shockingly majestic. A strange light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. Just how many devil spirits were trapped in the Thousand Devil Nest? Just who was it that killed them all and suppressed them here? The devil essence gathered, becoming denser and denser. Ning Chen raised his hand, and the image of a phoenix appeared behind him. An illusory black-clothed figure appeared. Its eyes were closed, and its aura was abnormally weak. "Ha!" With a light shout, Ning Chen poured the devil essence into his body, and with a flip of his palm, the devil essence converging in the horizon continuously poured into his body, helping it recover. "So you're also a devil." Within the Thousand Devil Nest, The demons were first startled when they saw the black-clothed figure floating in the air. A deity transforming into a devil, how ironic! A demonic shadow with an extremely powerful aura said mockingly. What is a deity and what is a devil? Can you give me an accurate distinction? Asked Ning Chen indifferently. Heh! The demon sneered. You're right. Deities and devils are just foolish people who make their own judgments. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Since ancient times we've lost, so we're naturally devils. Brat, you're very much to our liking. Once we get out, we'll help you kill whoever you want, laughed the other devils. Many thanks, seniors. Ning Chen bowed respectfully and replied. Brat, I can see that you have a human bloodline. There are very few humans who become devils. It seems you've experienced quite a bit, said the first demon. I had no choice but to become a devil, said Ning Chen calmly. Hate then. Hatred is the source of our strength. Since you're a devil, so what if you slaughter the world? As long as you're willing, we're willing to help you, said the demon. While Ning Chen and the other devils were talking, the black-clothed figure in the air was constantly absorbing the devil essence of the thousand devil nest. Its illusory figure gradually solidified. Devil marks curled around it, and its aura was noble and powerful. Royal Celestial Devil? The other devils sensed it, and their souls shook. There's actually a celestial devil in this world, and a royal one at that. Emoing, who was the most powerful among the group of demons, asked in surprise. Ning Chen raised his head and glanced at the gradually solidifying figure. Everyone seems to know the origin of the celestial devils. Can you tell me? You don't know? Asked the strongest demon. I don't know. Ning Chen shook his head. I obtained this celestial devil's essence by chance. As for its origin, I don't know. The celestial devil race is not a race of this world. Humanity is the leader of this world's myriad races. However, humanity's strength has not always been like this. Before the ancient era, the myriad races existed side by side. Humanity was not the absolute ruler. Even the immortal world was not ruled by humanity. For example, the master of the Western immortal world, the Queen Mother of the West, was actually a devil and not a human. Of course, the Queen Mother of the West and the experts of the other three immortal worlds had a peaceful relationship with humanity. The main reason for this was the master of the Eastern immortal world, who was so powerful that even the heavens and earth trembled. The four immortal worlds kept each other in check. The myriad races were also relatively peaceful. There were not many conflicts. However, there are always changes in everything. Before the great change in the ancient age, at the end of the Western immortal realm, a crack appeared in the sky and earth, and the celestial demon clan emerged from it. The celestial demons fed on human beings, and the human race fought back. Gradually, the clans that were on good terms with the human race also joined the battle. At the same time, the celestial demons roped in many large clans that were already dissatisfied with the human race. The war had reached its climax. Tens of thousands of races participated in the war, and all their dissatisfaction erupted in this war. The past forbearance and hypocrisy all became backstabbing schemes. This was the darkest period of the world. Almost no one dared to trust others. Thousands of races were wiped out in the war, completely becoming history. In the end, the peerless and invincible immortal master of the Eastern immortal world took action and killed all the instigators of the celestial devil race. The celestial devil race's vitality was greatly damaged. The Queen Mother of the West also took action personally. The Queen Mother of the West cut open the starry sky and buried the passage that the celestial devil race used to enter this world into the heavenly river, completely cutting off the hope of the celestial devil race reappearing in this world. In the next few hundred years, the four immortal worlds kept sending experts to kill the remnants of the celestial devil race in this world until all the celestial devils disappeared. Therefore, the celestial devil race is a taboo in this world. They are also the culprits that caused the great war between the myriad races. You have the power of a royal celestial devil. If you are used by others, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. I see. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect the celestial devil race to have such a history. Junior, your demonic body's strength has almost recovered. It's time to fulfill your promise. Seeing that they were chatting happily, the demonic shadow spoke again. Ning Chen nodded. The phoenix image behind him appeared and swallowed the demonic body. It's not that Junior doesn't believe you seniors, but one must always be on guard against others. I will have to inconvenience you seniors first. While speaking, Ning Chen formed seals with both hands. Complicated and peculiar seals entered the void and sealed the surrounding space. We can understand. All the demons responded and entered the yellow spring forbidden land one by one. The surging demonic flow was so shocking. The demons that had been sealed in Thousand Devil Nest for countless years could not hide the excitement in their hearts. They all took the initiative to enter the divine forbidden land, waiting for the moment the seal was broken. Phoenix, many thanks. The last demon, who was also the strongest, suppressed the emotions in his heart and entered the yellow spring forbidden land. A pair of cold eyes looked at the red-clothed figure outside the yellow spring forbidden land, waiting for him to take action. Seeing that all the demons had entered the divine forbidden land, Ning Chen walked to the front of the soul-subduing banner. He stood there for a moment and slashed the banner. In an instant, inside the divine forbidden land, Thousand Devil's face revealed a crazed expression. The demonic nature and killing intent were involuntarily exposed. Amen? Just when all the demons thought that freedom had arrived, the immortal execution sword that was slashing the soul-subduing banner stopped. Sorry. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the demons inside the divine forbidden land. He said indifferently, I was just lying to you. I am also a demon. Do you think a demon will believe the goodwill of a group of demons? Just as he finished speaking, the king of hell appeared in front of the red-clothed figure. The divine zither slays demons. Chapter 8:22. Inside the Thousand Devil Nest, the king of hell appeared, and the white tiger divine god's weapon of slaughter rang out. The terrifying sound reverberated, destroying one's soul. In an instant, miserable cries rang out from the yellow spring divine restriction. Wherever the sound passed, the void distorted, and the formless sound waves rushed towards the origin of the demons, bringing out a waterfall of black mist. You didn't keep your word. Distorted faces and malicious curses were heard. The origin of the demons was constantly dissipating, and they were also restricted by the yellow spring. They could neither advance nor retreat. Keep my word? I'm not stupid enough to keep my word with the demons. While speaking, Ning Chen's phoenix essence kept rising, catalyzing the divine zither's slaughter power, mercilessly slaughtering the demons. Bang bang. Explosive sounds rang out, and in the reverberating king of hell's profound sound, several demons could not bear the terrifying killing aura. Their souls exploded, and their origin aura dissipated between heaven and earth. Ha! Ning Chen shouted, and the phoenix appeared behind him, spitting out the demon body. Immediately, the demon essence released by the demons before they exploded was absorbed into the demon body, speeding up its recovery. The demons were alarmed, and they kept attacking the yellow spring divine restriction. However, the profound sound penetrated their souls, and their power was restricted, making it difficult for them to use even 10 or 20%. The supreme phoenix essence was sublimated, and in the entire Thousand Devil Nest, red light flickered. The phoenix that was reborn before nirvana, although its cultivation did not break through perfection, its foundation and bloodline were stronger than before, approaching atavism. King of Hell divine Zither's voice shook the world, and the phoenix's divine flames were dazzling. The most terrifying demon-slaying combination turned Thousand Devil Nest into a purgatory, incinerating all demons. All of you block the zither sound, I will break through this restriction. Just as the demons were about to perish, the strongest demon among them yelled in a deep voice, "Ah!" Before it finished speaking, several more demons were wiped out by the zither sound, and their demonic essence dispersed, sucked dry. Without any other choice, the demons forcefully used what little soul power they had left to form a barrier in front of the desolate demon, giving him time to prepare. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chen saw this, and his left hand streaked across the zither strings. Drops of phoenix blood dyed the zither red, and divine flames illuminated the world, transforming into a phoenix. King of Hell, silence, life and death is determined. With a thump, the zither sound waves spread out. In the thousand devil nest, heaven and earth darkened, and then there was a terrifying destruction. Wherever the phoenix-shaped zither sound waves passed, heaven and earth was destroyed. The demons groaned in unison. Black mist exploded and hundreds of demonic shadows dispersed. Demonic chi was sucked out and seeped into the body of the black-clothed figure floating in the void. Block it. Seeing Qin Bo's astonishing power among the devils, desolate devil bellowed and said angrily. Upon hearing this, all of the demons raised their soul power once more. Billowing demonic waves transformed into an inescapable net that forcefully obstructed the zither music. The phoenix screeched and flames curled up around it. It broke through the inescapable net and crashed into the 10,000 demons. Immediately, shrill cries filled the air. Demonic shadows exploded one after another, unable to withstand the power of the yang godly fire. 9 thoughts of divine transformation, 8 desolations of demons. The moment the extreme divine flame arrived, among the devils, desolate devil's devil essence was fully accumulated. With a deep shout, his devil might erupted. Demonic essence shook the phoenix fire. This was a direct confrontation between a god and a demon. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The phoenix that had withstood tens of thousands of demons gradually dissipated in the demonic essence. Break for me. With the appearance of hope, desolate devil activated his soul force again, his devil essence sweeping out, smashing into the divine forbidden barrier in front of him. You can't come out. Ning Chen snorted coldly. With a wave of his left hand, an illusory bell image appeared in the divine forbidden barrier. An incomparable pressure surged out, instantly destroying all the laws in the surroundings. The immortal bell appeared again, the demonic essence collided with it. With a violent tremor, the bell swayed. An unprecedented terror appeared. The bell waves vibrated, destroying the heavens and earth. Eastern Emperor Bell. Seeing the immortal bell that appeared in the void, desolate devil's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the immortal artifact of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal World? If you want to know who I am, ask King Yama when you reach the underworld. She will tell you. Ning Chen's left hand slashed across the divine zither. Blood splattered as the phoenix fire ignited the prairie. The increasingly terrifying zither music surged out, passing through the divine forbidden barrier and colliding with the immortal bell. Dong! The sound of the bell reverberated, destroying souls and taking lives. The terrifying might made Ning Chen, who was outside the divine forbidden barrier, feel a wave of restlessness in his blood. Inside the divine forbidden barrier, more and more demonic shadows exploded. Demonic aura surged violently, constantly entering the floating demonic bodies in the void. It was endless, like an endless abyss that could never be satisfied. Forced into a dead end, under the suppression of the soul-suppressing banner, the demons were unable to use their abilities. With the suppression of the immortal bell and the divine Guqin, the number of casualties increased. In less than an hour, out of the 10,000 demonic shadows, only a few thousand great demons were barely holding on. Use the forbidden technique. Death was near, and it was hard to reverse. Desolate Devil looked at the great demons and shouted. Without any more time to hesitate, the great demons made up their minds. With a shout, their demonic souls began to burn. Demonic soul sacrifice, life synchronization curse. The demon race's forbidden technique, life synchronization curse. One by one, the great demons burned their demonic souls, using their own soul essence as a sacrifice to curse the people outside. Outside the divine forbidden barrier, Ning Chen suddenly staggered. His body ignited with a strange curse fire, and his vitality rapidly dissipated. The life synchronization curse was forbidden inside and outside the divine forbidden barrier. Thousands of great demons used their demonic souls as a sacrifice to curse knowing destiny, wanting to drag him into hell with them. With the 1,000-demon curse, Ning Chen felt a tearing pain all over his body. The hand that was playing the guqin was bleeding profusely. "Phoenix, let's go to hell together." Desolate devil formed a seal, and the soul flames around him surged like waves. Boundless soul essence burned crazily. Outside the divine forbidden barrier, Ning Chen groaned. He had a splitting headache, and the vitality in his body dissipated even faster. "I have been to hell several times. Now it is time to send you all there." Amidst the extreme pain, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. The phoenix behind him screeched, and a plain-clothed figure flew out and floated in front of him. "I have plenty of vitality." With a shout, Ning Chen raised his hand and pressed it on his main body's chest. Devouring power spread out, rapidly extracting the vitality of his main body. In an instant, boundless vitality poured into his body, replenishing the vitality that was taken away by the 1,000-demon curse. Inside the divine forbidden barrier, the 1,000 demons were shocked. They looked at the phoenix's third body, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In their memories, there were quite a number of experts who had mastered the doppelganger technique. However, there were very few people who could master all 3 bodies to such an extent. "No, there is something wrong with that body of his." As the great demon's soul essence burned out, the shock in their eyes intensified. What was going on? Logically speaking, the phoenix's vitality should have been burned out long ago. "Phoenix, do you really want to perish together with me?" Among the demons, Desolate Demon suppressed the panic in his heart and shouted, "Perish together? You are not qualified." Ning Chen endured the pain of his vitality being stripped away and said coldly, "What good will it do you to kill us? As long as you are willing to stop, we are willing to follow you forever." Sensing that their soul essence was almost exhausted, the demons panicked and said anxiously, "Give me your soul imprints and I will spare your lives," Ning Chen said. "Impossible." Hearing the former's request, Desolate Demon's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Then go to hell." Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His bloody left hand pulled the zither strings, and with a thump, he started the massacre again. The zither waves collided with the immortal bell, and an even more terrifying sound burst out. Several great demons could not withstand the immortal pressure, and their bodies exploded, forever disappearing from the world. "Submit or die," Ning Chen shouted again. With death in front of them, the demons did not dare to hesitate. They all knelt and offered their soul imprints. In the next moment, soul flames rose one after another and flew forward. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the souls of the demons. His eyes looked at the only one who did not submit and said coldly, "What about you?" Desolate Demon's eyes revealed a struggle. Looking at the demons kneeling in front and behind him, he was shocked and angry. "Speak, submit or die," Ning Chen shouted again. Desolate Demon's body trembled. While struggling in his heart, he still knelt down and offered his soul imprint. The soul flame flew out and it was so bright. Ning Chen waved his hand and grabbed it. He looked at the demons kneeling in front of him and said calmly, "From today onwards, I am the monarch and you are the ministers. If the monarch dies, the ministers die, the monarch will rise and your names will shake the world." "Yes." The demons bowed and replied respectfully. Ning Chen walked forward and raised his hand to disperse the divine restriction. He said, "Who trapped you here?" 10,000 years ago, the heavenly Buddha, Lord of Shumi Buddha country, desolate demon replied. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It was actually the Buddha country's lord. These great demons were not ordinary demons when they were alive. To be able to kill and suppress them here, that heavenly Buddha Lord's strength was truly unimaginably terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen turned back and looked at the soul-subduing banner stuck in the stone wall. After thinking for a moment, his figure flashed and came forward. He raised his hand and touched it. The soul-subduing banner trembled, and an extremely strong repulsive force came. Ning Chen frowned, and phoenix flames rose around him, covering the demonic chi around him. Not far away, the demons looked forward nervously. They had been trapped in this 1,000 devil nest for more than 10,000 years, unable to live or die. It was all because of this soul-subduing banner. In these 10,000 years, there were many people who wanted to pull out this banner, but they all failed. That heavenly Buddha Lord from 10,000 years ago was too strong. Almost no one could move a heavy artifact forged with Buddha blood. Outside the 1,000 devil nest, the cold moon shone. Under the moon, a beautiful figure descended from the sky, holding a red umbrella, as graceful as a fairy. Moon Weaver appeared and looked at the 1,000 devil nest in front of her, waiting quietly. A moment later, the ground inside and outside the 1,000 devil nest began to rumble. Cracks appeared and spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. Buddhist light flourished in the cave. A startling, mysterious phenomenon shook everyone's heart. A person who slaughters Buddhas has been recognized by Buddha. How ironic! Feeling the waves of pressure coming from the 1,000 devil nest, Moon Weaver's face flashed with ridicule. Dozens of years ago, Marquis had gone to Buddha Mountain and seen Buddha. No one had expected this. Perhaps even the 3 Buddha Lords of Buddha Mountain didn't think this blood-soaked youth could see Buddha. Buddha, why did you acknowledge this person? When did the mercy of Buddhism begin to forgive an executioner who had committed heinous crimes? Inside the 1,000 Buddha cave, phoenix flames curled around the soul-subduing banner. The Buddhist light on the soul-subduing banner gradually weakened. The heavy Buddhist artifact that had suppressed the 1,000 devil nest for 10,000 years flew into Jiming's hands. Buddha, the person you recognize will eventually become a member of my devil palace. Your recognition is meaningless. Moon Weaver sneered outside the cave. She didn't stay any longer and took a step forward, soaring into the sky. Chapter 8:23. The cold moon was desolate, and the devil's den was eerie. Around the red-clothed body, devil shadows coiled around, and devil chi surged, shocking everyone. Above the void, the devil body and the main body floated up and down. One was dressed in black, while the other was dressed in white. They had been sleeping for dozens of years, and had never woken up. Ning Chen stood in front, his left hand guiding the devil chi into the devil body, while his right hand condensed phoenix essence to repair the main body. Hours passed, and he did not rest for a moment. Behind him, thousands of great devils stood respectfully, and no one dared to disturb him. Outside the 1,000 devil nest, the cold moon moved west, and in the east, a touch of white appeared. Dawn was coming, and day and night were alternating again. Master! Inside the devil's den, Desolate Devil bowed respectfully and said, "The sun is about to rise, and we do not have a physical body. Our strength will soon be suppressed, and we might not be able to provide Master with enough devil chi." "It's fine, it's enough." Ning Chen put down his left hand, and the surging devil chi disappeared. He turned to look at the devils and said calmly, "I will do my best to help you find your physical bodies. Now, all of you can return to the soul-suppressing banner." "Thank you, Master." The devils accepted the order, and their figures turned into black chi and flew into the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen waved his hand and kept the soul-suppressing banner. He looked at the 2 bodies floating in the void, and his eyes flashed with emotion. The phoenix had the ability to be reborn, but the devil body and the main body could not. It was not easy to restore the two bodies. Master, our devil race's power and the phoenix's power are not compatible. If Master obtains these two powers at the same time, won't there be any rejection? Inside the soul-suppressing banner, Desolate Devil was puzzled. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, until now I have not been able to fuse the devil body and the phoenix body's power together. However, I have cultivated the life scroll and can change the nature of these two powers. I can barely suppress the repulsion of the devil and phoenix essence. The beginning of the heavenly books, the life scroll? Desolate Devil was shocked and said, why did Master not use the power of this scroll just now? The foundation of the life scroll was unparalleled. If Master used the power of this scroll, together with the suppression of the soul-suppressing banner and Xian Yin, they would not even have the chance to resist. It's temporarily. Ning Chen looked at his main body floating in front of him and said, do you know where there is a large amount of life force? I need a lot of life force essence. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, we have been trapped here for too long, and do not understand the situation outside. However, the ones who occupy the most resources in the world are undoubtedly the top sects like Buddha Mountain Shumi and the Demon Palace. If Master wants to find the source of life, perhaps he can consider these places. Buddha Mountain, Devil Palace. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Master. Desolate Devil raised his voice and said solemnly, if a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens will destroy him. Meaningless kindness is useless. With Master's strength, as long as he is ruthless, it won't be difficult for him to fight for these resources. Ning Chen did not reply. The figure of a phoenix appeared behind him, swallowing the two bodies into its stomach. Soon after, it walked out of the 1,000 devil nest. Indeed, he did not like fighting. Perhaps it was because he was born this way, or perhaps it was because there was too much blood on his body and he was already tired of it. However, when it was necessary, he would not be soft-hearted. Master. Desolate Devil spoke again. Say no more, I know what to do. Ning Chen walked out of the 1,000 devil nest and looked at the rising sun in the east. He said, now come with me to do something. What is it? Desolate Devil asked. Kill, Ning Chen said calmly. Desolate Devil was startled. He quieted down and did not say anything else. At the same time, in the all-heaven starfield, on the vast Buddha mountain in the Shumi Buddhist kingdom, white-clothed novice monks were meditating. They were holding prayer beads and chanting Buddhist scriptures day and night. At the moment when the sun rose from the east, a figure in a silver-gray cloak slowly walked over from the east. His starry eyes were sharp, and his noble and powerful aura was shocking. On the Buddha mountain, the heavenly, earthly and human Buddhist masters sensed it. They opened their eyes and looked at the newcomer. A ray of light flashed past their eyes. That person had actually come. Ahead of them were white-clothed novice monks. The Dawn Moon Building's master walked past them. The surrounding golden Buddhist power could not touch her at all. Behind her, the veiled Hong Luan followed silently. Dawn Moon Building's Mo Shaowai pays his respects to the three Buddhist masters. The Dawn Moon Building's master stopped and greeted politely. Dawn Moon Building's master, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you, the human Buddhist master said calmly. The human Buddhist master is too courteous. I have come rashly and disturbed you, the Dawn Moon Building's master said with a smile. May I know why you have come from afar? The earthly Buddhist master asked. To see Buddha, the Dawn Moon Building's master answered honestly. Your status is extraordinary. Is there anything in the world that you cannot resolve? The human Buddhist master asked again. Several decades ago, the ninth son of the Mahist sect saw Buddha on the Buddha mountain. This matter is known to the world. I have admired it for a long time. Today, I have come to seek an audience, the Dawn Moon Building's master said calmly. You should know that Buddha is not someone you can meet just because you want to. If you are not fated, even if you can ascend the wishing mountain, you will not be able to see Buddha's face, the earthly Buddhist master replied. I have come with sincerity. I hope that the 3 Buddhist masters can make an exception, the Dawn Moon Building's master said seriously. What do you want to ask? The heavenly Buddhist master, who had been silent all this while, asked calmly. The 4th realm, the Dawn Moon Building's master replied. There are many inheritances in the world. The Hall of the Dead, the 2 lineages, and the 4 pavilions. None of them are weaker than the Buddha Mountain. Why have you come to the Buddha Mountain to inquire? The heavenly Buddhist master continued. Because the Buddha Mountain is the only inheritance that has truly surpassed the 3rd realm, the Dawn Moon Building's master replied honestly. Do you think that the Buddha of the Buddha Mountain is the 4th realm? The heavenly Buddhist master asked slowly. The Dawn Moon Building's master shook her head and said, I have no intention of offending you. That day, the Buddha of the Buddha Mountain appeared, and the world knew about it. I think that, other than me, everyone would also want to know what the existence of Buddha represents. The heavenly Buddhist master was silent. After a while, he said, Master, I am not deliberately making things difficult for you. You are different from the 9th son of the Mahist sect. It is almost impossible for you to see Buddha. The Dawn Moon Building's master's eyes flashed with surprise. She said, I would like to hear more. Your Excellency has interacted with the 9th son of Mahist many times. You should know very well that although he is stained with blood, he is actually a very sentimental person. More importantly, he has great merit that no one else has. Even our Buddha could not easily accept his worship. He came with sincerity and knelt with sincerity, so our Buddha had no choice but to meet him, Heavenly Buddha Lord replied. Hearing this, the Dawn Moon Building's master narrowed her eyes slightly. So that was the case. It seemed that it was not a coincidence that the Marquis of Jiming could see this Buddha of the Buddha Mountain. Although she did not know how strong this Buddha of the Buddha Mountain was, according to the heavenly Buddhist master's words, this Buddha could not easily accept the worship of the Marquis of Jiming. This meant that this Buddha could not turn a blind eye to the karma of the world. Thank you, Buddhas. Since I have no fate with Buddha, I will not disturb you any further. See you again someday. The Dawn Moon Building's master cupped her fists and said goodbye. Amitabha. Take care, master. The 3 Buddhas of heaven, earth, and man chanted together and said politely. The Dawn Moon Building's master nodded and did not stay any longer. She turned and left. Behind her, Hong Luan stepped forward and followed, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Master, why did you leave just like that? After leaving the Buddha Mountain, Hong Luan finally could not help but ask the question in her heart. The heavenly Buddhist master's meaning is very clear. This Buddha of the Buddha Mountain will not appear easily. That time with the Marquis of Jiming was an exception. There is no point for us to stay any longer, the Dawn Moon Building's master said with a smile. Isn't Buddha supposed to help those who are fated? We came here with sincerity. Why didn't he even give us a chance to try? Hong Luan said with some dissatisfaction. Ha! The Dawn Moon Building's master chuckled and said, There are countless people in the world who are sincerely seeking Buddha. If Buddha had to meet every sincere person, the world would be in chaos. Therefore, it is only fair that we do not meet. Hearing this, Hong Luan was startled and fell silent. After the 2 left, at the peak of the Buddha Mountain, the human Buddha Master looked in their direction and said, Heavenly Buddhist Master, the Dawn Moon Building's master is an incredible person. If you can form a good relationship with her, it will be of great help to the Buddha Mountain. The heavenly Buddhist master opened his eyes, and a little brilliance flashed in his eyes. He said, This person is different from the 9th son of the Mahist clan. The Dawn Moon Building's master is a businesswoman. She only weighs the pros and cons in her heart, not favors. A good relationship cannot be exchanged for anything. In the future, when the Buddha Mountain is faced with a great disaster, The Dawn Moon Building's master will most likely choose to stand by and do nothing. She will not help wholeheartedly for a favor. What about the 9th son of the Mahist clan? What's different about him? Why did the heavenly Buddhist master treat him so differently? His actions in the ancient battlefield are enough to show that he is definitely a ruthless person, the Earth Buddha master said, puzzled. Different. Heavenly Buddha Lord shook his head and said, "It is not easy to make someone who does not believe in Buddhism kneel before Buddha. Although this boy is cruel, he is also very compassionate. The idea of the afterlife is illusory, and no one except for the people of Buddhism believes in it. This boy is willing to come to Buddha Mountain for a possibility that he himself does not believe in. It can be seen that the 9th son of Mahist is not as cold and heartless as the legends say. Moreover, the power of merit in him is unprecedented in this world. A person with such great merit must be very kind. Buddha Mountain will soon face a great calamity, and if this boy remembers the kindness of Buddha Mountain, he will definitely come back to help." The Earth Buddha Master and the Human Buddha Master heard this and looked thoughtful. Could it be that they were wrong? In the Red Luan Star region, white fog spread for tens of thousands of miles. In front of the white fog, a red-clothed figure appeared. After dozens of years, when she returned, she was covered in frost. At the edge of the star region, the Ingui clan, a famous sect in the Red Luan Star region, was covered in blood clouds and burning the sky. The red-clothed figure descended from the sky, abandoning the mercy of saving the world. Her body was surging with murderous intent, and her aura was so terrifying that it made people tremble. After today, the Ingui clan will be erased from the world. The trapping immortal fell and stabbed into the ground. Red light filled the sky, sealing the sky and locking the earth. In the next moment, the red-clothed figure slowly descended and stood on the sword. His black hair danced in the wind, and his cold and deep eyes did not have a trace of emotion. The phoenix moved and killed, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. In the several halls of the Ingui clan, the heavenly concubines were shocked. They looked at the figure on the sword, and their bodies unconsciously trembled. It was him. Chapter 8:24. Ingui Sect's Phoenix descended, full of killing intent. Phoenix flames surged around its body, illuminating the sun and turning the entire horizon blood-red. On Immortal Trapping Mountain, red light spread out, sealing off all paths of retreat. In the Ingui Sect's sacred palace, the Ingui Sect master opened her eyes, got up, and walked to the front of the sacred palace. Looking at the red-clothed figure descending from the sky in the distance, ripples flashed through her beautiful eyes. "Is he the person Danji took away back then?" asked Ingui Sect Master. "Master, it's him," replied Ingui Holy Maiden. "Do you know who he is?" asked Ingui Sect Master coldly. "Disciple doesn't know." Ingui Holy Maiden shook her head. "Mogate's 9th son," said Ingui Sect Master coldly. Ingui Holy Maiden's body shook, her eyes filled with disbelief. In front of Ingui Sect, the 7 holy maidens all moved out. Lutes, zither, swords, and other spiritual artifacts all displayed their might as they worked together to block the intruder. "Back down." Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Genesis Supreme appeared in his right hand, and with a slash, an unparalleled sword might surged out, sending the 7 holy maidens flying. Ugh! There was no suspense. With the absolute difference in strength, the 7 holy maidens were sent flying with a single slash. Ning Chen strode past them, not giving them another glance as he walked toward Ingui Sect Master's sacred hall. Ingui Sect Master took a step forward, her body like a startled swan. Her palm was surrounded by an aura as it slammed towards the person in front of her. Ning Chen's figure shot out, his sword opening the gate of heaven. He did not dodge, directly receiving the attack. Ultimate martial dazzling world was incomparably sharp. The sword light slashed apart the pink aura and sent the woman flying with a boom. Ingui Sect Master retreated several steps. Blood dripped from her jade-white arm, dyeing her gauze dress red. Mogate's ninth son, my Ingwe sect has no enmity with you. Why must you be so ruthless? Ingwe sect master looked at the red-clothed youth in front of her. Ning Chen did not speak. Genesis Supreme spun in his right hand, shining with dazzling azure light. An abnormally powerful sword pressure spread, and his killing intent flourished. Ingwe sect master's expression darkened as anger flashed across her charming face. She circulated her true essence and stirred the yin qi between heaven and earth to gain the initiative by striking first. She was surrounded by a pink mist that could arouse one's desires. The Ingwe sect's secret technique, the art of seduction, was directed toward the knowing destiny state. Sword art, chaotic nothingness. Ning Chen brandished his sword, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, wherever the sword light passed, its power could devour the heavens and destroy the earth. The pink powder couldn't stop it, and they were all devoured. Ingwe sect master blocked the attack, but with a muffled groan, he retreated several steps. The gap between them was indescribable. She was the sect master of a sect, a beauty that could topple the world, and a famous true realm expert. But at this moment she seemed so insignificant that she couldn't even control her own life. Sword art, extreme heaven. Genesis Supreme moved once more, and the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens shifted. Extreme sword might swept out from Ning Chen's body, and the heavens instantly changed color. The space for 100 li around him became a domain of the sword, and with a single slash the heavens split open. Ingwe sect master's expression changed dramatically, and a look of fear appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. She pushed her true essence to the limit and blocked the sword power falling from the sky. Arg! With a mournful groan, the sword light pierced through her body, bringing out a beautiful waterfall of blood. Ingwe sect master's chest was bleeding profusely, and he retreated again and again. Femme fatale, an extremely beautiful woman, in front of absolute power, couldn't change her fate. The blood that spilled on the ground was so dazzling and beautiful. Heavily injured, Ingwe sect master's knees involuntarily fell to the ground, and he coughed with difficulty. Young master, please show mercy. Ingwe sect is willing to submit. Ingwe sect saintess also knelt down and said in fear, no need. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the pill room not far away, and he said, I've already said that after today, Ingwe sect will disappear from the world forever. You can all be buried with Murong. With that, Genesis Supreme swept across Ning Chen's hand, and an indescribable sword pressure rapidly spread out. The sword light was dazzling, illuminating the world. Feeling the terrifying sword pressure from the former, Ingwe sect master's pupils shrank, and he forcefully supported his heavily injured body and thrust out a palm, wanting to stop the sword move from being born. However, it was already too late. Under the terrifying sword pressure, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air, shaking off the palm power, and its power rose to the extreme. 6 Daos fall, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. With a step, he entered the 9 heavens, followed by tens of thousands of swords. The swords that covered the sky converged into a terrifying sword storm, as if it was the end of the world, and the world mourned. Doomsday calamity. The calamity appeared, and the tens of thousands of swords rumbled down. The sky sank, and the earth was destroyed. The sword light destroyed everything within several hundred li of Ingwe sect, and large cracks appeared. Waves of dust surged, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Rumble. With a loud sound, several halls of Ingwe sect collapsed, completely becoming history. Blood flowed from the cracks, and the spiritual energy of the collapsed divine weapons gradually dissipated. The enchanting beauty also turned into a skeleton. This life and death hatred finally ended with destruction. In the sky, Ning Chen's figure slowly descended. He clenched his right hand, and not far away, the immortal trapping sword flew back. The red light that filled the sky dissipated, and the sealed world also returned to normal. Their remaining power belongs to you, Ning Chen said indifferently. Many thanks, master. The great devils flew out of the soul-suppressing banner and scattered, beginning to devour the remaining power of Yin Gui sect's women. Half an hour later, the great devils flew back into the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen walked out of Yin Gui sect, and after 100 steps, he turned back and slashed down. The earth rumbled, and all the corpses on the ground were swallowed up. There was so much hatred when they were alive, but after death, all of it returned to dust. This sword was the final respect for the dead. Not long after Ning Chen left, 4 figures descended from the sky above Yin Gui sect's ruins. The man in the lead was dressed like a scholar, and he held a folding fan. He was Heaven Mending Pavilion's current martial leader, Qi Wenju. I'm late. Qi Wenju looked down at the completely destroyed Yin Gui sect and said coldly. Just who was it that had such terrifying strength? We rushed over as soon as we received the news, but we still couldn't make it in time. A Grand Elder of Heaven Mending Pavilion said. It was Mo Gates' 9th son. Qi Wenju looked at the sword intent that still hadn't scattered. The other 3 were shocked. Was it that youth that had slaughtered the ancient battlefield? Martial leader, what should we do? Asked the Grand Elder of Heaven Mending Pavilion. Qi Wenju was silent. After a moment, he slowly said, chase after him. If we can lure him to Heaven Mending Pavilion, then that's the best. If we can't, then kill him. The 3 nodded. One of the women said, Qi Feiyin's death is most likely caused by this child. It's best to bring him back alive and give Pavilion Master an explanation. We'll act according to the circumstances. Qi Wenju's expression became serious and he said, You all have to be careful. Don't underestimate him. This child's strength is extraordinary. Even if you all join hands, you won't be able to take advantage of him. Once you fight, you have to attack with all your strength. Don't give him a chance to counterattack. We understand. The 3 replied. After the discussion, the 4 moved, rushing towards the sword Qi and Phoenix flames. 100 li away, Ning Chen was walking alone. He didn't feel any danger. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he looked back. Brother, please wait. As he spoke, 4 people appeared behind him. Qi Wenju was the first to speak. It's you? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected to meet Wu Kuei of Heaven Mending Pavilion so soon. Brother Ning, where are you going? Why don't you come to my Heaven Mending Pavilion for a chat? After the Battle of the Nether Hall, I didn't have time to invite you to my Heaven Mending Pavilion. Qi Wenju smiled. There's no need. I still have matters to attend to, said Ning Chen calmly. Meeting each other is fate. There is no need for Brother Ning to be so distant. This place is not far from my Heaven Mending Pavilion. Drinking a cup won't take up too much of Brother Ning's time, Qi Wenju said with a sincere expression. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. If you don't have anything else, then I'll take my leave first. Ning Chen didn't want to say anything more, so he turned around and left. Was it you who destroyed the Yin Gui sect? Qi Wenju's expression sank. Yes, said Ning Chen. What about Qi Feiyin? Was it you who killed him? Qi Wenju's expression became even colder. Yes, said Ning Chen. You really don't want to refute a single word, snorted Qi Wenju. It was me. What's there to refute? Said Ning Chen indifferently. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. Kill. With a command, the 3 venerables Mending Tian attacked first. Their palms were as boundless as the ocean, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Ning Chen. They had already prepared for this, so they attacked with all their might without any mercy. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and his figure became like an illusion as he dodged the first wave of attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, a folding fan swept past him like a divine weapon. Huh! Ning Chen's figure turned, and he dodged the attack again. Before he could use his sword, the 3 venerables Mending Tian's palms arrived once again. Their tacit cooperation was flawless. Even someone as strong as a life-knowing expert was caught in a dilemma. Ning Chen's steps turned, and he dodged the attacks again and again. His expression became colder and colder. "I didn't come for you, but you came for me first. Then leave your lives behind." The phoenix appeared, and the green cauldron appeared, blocking the three venerables' palms. In the blink of an eye, Taisher appeared in Ning Chen's hand. Sword Qi surged like waves, and a sword split the sky. Seeing this, Qi Wenju's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and a white light rose from his folding fan, blocking the sword light. With a boom, the sword light dissipated. Qi Wenju also took half a step back, and his blood and qi surged. Calm ocean current. His opponent's ability was beyond his expectations. Qi Wenju did not dare to delay any longer. He used his most powerful move, and waves surged behind him. Immediately, the waves reached the sky, and a majestic aura swept out, pressing down on the people in front of him. Sword technique, prairie fire. Waves surged and phoenix flames rose. Ning Chen's sword appeared, and flames burned the world. The two opposing forces collided, and an indescribably terrifying shockwave spread out. The wasteland's landscape changed instantly, and everything was scorched. With a muffled groan, Qi Wenju took a few steps back from the shockwave. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The art of water and fire was half a move behind. On the other side, the three venerables mending Tian were also affected. They took a few steps back, and barely managed to stabilize their bodies. "I will go to the mending Tian pavilion you speak of, but only after I send you on your way." Ning Chen walked out from the mist that filled the sky. He looked at the four people in front of him, and said coldly,